Chapter 1. Mysterious Sky Sect, Sword Training Peak. On the spacious mountain, dozens of white-clothed youths were practicing their swords. Dazzling spirit energy wrapped around their swords as they cut through the air and vibrated in the air. Not far away, a group of linen-clothed youths watched in a daze, their eyes filled with envy. If only I could become one of them. That way, I could also learn the sword. Just thinking about it makes me excited. A linen-clothed youth said. Dream on. They are disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect, and we are sword slaves. How could we practice the sword like them? If you want to become a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect, it's simple. Just learn from Lin Xian. A sarcastic voice sounded. The linen-clothed youths laughed together, but their eyes were all looking in the same direction. In the forest, there was a linen-clothed youth around 16 or 17 years old. He had a delicate face and a thin body. He held a black iron sword and constantly stabbed out. Sweat had long since soaked his clothes, but he was completely unaware. Lin Xian. A trash like him, even if you give him 100 years, he won't be able to become a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. Not to mention anything else, among us, he is at the bottom. What can he use to become a disciple of the mysterious sword sect? That's right, I heard that a few days ago, he wanted to break through to the pulse condensation stage, but failed. He vomited blood and his cultivation dropped to the 3rd level of the body refinement stage. He still hasn't recovered. This voice was filled with schadenfreude. It's him. He's been practicing the same sword technique every day for the past 3 months. Moreover, it's the ordinary kind. I think he's gone crazy from practicing. Many people's voices were very loud. When Lin Xian heard these words, a trace of bitterness surfaced in his heart. However, the hand holding the sword tightened. He tensed up his face and continued to practice his sword. On the path of martial arts, body refinement was the foundation, and the pulse condensation stage was the beginning. Only by opening up the spiritual veins in the body would one have the chance to go further on the path of martial arts. Brother Wang is already at the 9th stage of the body refinement stage. If you break through to the pulse condensation stage, don't forget about us. When these linen-clothed youths saw that Lin Xian was unmoved, they all secretly cursed, and then began to curry favor with the youth beside them. That's for sure. Brother Wang will be able to make a breakthrough in 2 months. By then, he might even become a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Wang Yang glanced at Lin Xian with disdain and said, I don't need 2 months. I'll be able to break through in a month at most. Really? Brother Wang is mighty. The linen-clothed youths around him began to flatter him. Brother Wang, look at how arrogant Lin Xian is. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Wang Yang had long been dissatisfied with Lin Xian. He glanced at the white-clothed disciples practicing their swordsmanship. Estimating that there was still some time before the break, he stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. The other linen-clothed youths followed, ready to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Lin Xian was fully focused on practicing his swordsmanship. He rushed forward and thrust his sword forward. With a flash of sword light, a sword mark was left on the tree trunk. What they didn't know was that Lin Xian had been practicing this move for 3 years. From that day onwards, he had been practicing this swordsmanship every day. No matter what the situation was, he had never stopped. Swoosh! A stone flew towards the back of Lin Xian's head. The sound of the stone breaking through the air rang out. The force behind the stone was frightening. Lin Xian tilted his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. He stopped moving and looked over angrily. He saw Wang Yang and a group of linen-clothed youths standing not far away. They looked as though they were looking for trouble. Yo, your movement technique isn't bad. You can even dodge that. Wang Yang said with a smile. What do you want? Lin Xian gripped the sword in his hand and said in a low voice. If he had been a little slower, there would have been a bloody hole in his head. He had no enmity with these people, but they were so vicious. I heard that you've been practicing this swordsmanship for 3 months. It must be very powerful. Show it to us. Lin Xian looked at them coldly and didn't say a word. Why? You don't dare. Or you've been practicing for 3 months and there's no effect at all. Wang Yang laughed arrogantly. Brother Wang, show him what you're capable of. Let him know how powerful you are. Kid, let me show you what a swordsmanship is. Wang Yang took a step forward and a fierce aura gushed out from his body. It was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. As expected of a 9th-rank body refinement realm cultivator. Just his aura alone is enough to make me uncomfortable. Many linen-clothed youths were shocked. Wang Yang sneered. He pulled out his steel sword and brandished it before thrusting it towards Lin Xian. The linen-clothed youths widened their eyes. They wanted to see Lin Xian's powerless appearance as he fell to the ground. They were already sick of this guy who didn't fit in. They were all sword slaves, so why did he act like a master? Lin Xian sighed. His pale hand gripped the black sword. In the next moment, his eyes became unusually fierce. He pulled out the sword, thrust, and sheathed it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the crowd came back to their senses, they found that Lin Xian had already sheathed his black iron sword and was standing there coldly. Impossible, this is impossible. Wang Yang looked back in horror. A strand of his hair was cut off and there was a bloody wound on his neck. Blood was flowing out. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They never would have thought that Wang Yang, a 9th-rank body refinement realm cultivator, would be defeated by Lin Xian, a 3rd-rank body refinement realm cultivator. Moreover, it was a victory in one move. Who exactly is this Lin Xian? What kind of swordsmanship does he practice? This was the question on everyone's mind. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Do you want to rebel? A fierce voice sounded. Oh no, the Black Sky Sect's disciples are going to rest. The linen-clothed youths trembled. They put on a smile on their faces and welcomed the white-clothed disciples. Master, you must be thirsty. This is 9-night spirit tea, I brewed it overnight. Young master, this is a secret spirit pill. It can quickly recover your physical strength. Take one. All the linen-clothed youths bowed and took care of the white-clothed disciples. Even Wang Yang was no exception. He put away his frightened expression and quickly ran towards a white-clothed disciple. Master, your pill. Wang Yang respectfully said. The youth took the pill and swallowed it. His eyes glanced at Wang Yang's neck and his brows furrowed. What's going on? How did you get the wound on your neck? The white-clothed youth Chen Feng asked. Master. Wang Yang's body trembled. If his master knew that he lost to a 3rd-rank body refinement realm cultivator, his ending would be very miserable. At this moment, the other white-clothed disciples also came over. Some of the sword slaves explained what happened. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. A sword slave dares to be so audacious. Do you believe that this young master will kill you? Looks like you guys are becoming more and more unruly. Young master, he is Miss Tang Yu's sword slave. Someone reminded. Oh, Tang Yu changed to a sword slave. How come I didn't know? What, do you have a problem with that? Outside the crowd, a clear voice sounded. Following that, a young girl wearing a pale white skin-tight dress walked in. This young girl's facial features were exquisite. Her skin was fair, Her figure was impressive, and her legs were long and slender. Many people secretly swallowed their saliva. Even the white-clothed disciples' lips were dry and their eyes were shining. Lin Xian, let's go. Tang Yu directly ignored these people. She threw the sword in her hand to Lin Xian and left with him. Are we going to let them go just like that? Some disciples were unconvinced. Don't worry. I can't touch Tang Yu, but a little sword slave can play him to death in minutes. Aren't we going into the mountains to prepare for that matter tomorrow? Bring this brat along and let him have a good taste of it. You dare to provoke me, Qin Feng. You're dead. The white-clothed disciple looked at Lin Xian's back and revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian followed the long-legged beauty and attracted the attention of many people. Of course, most of these gazes were directed at Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't care about these gazes at all. She looked at Lin Xian with a smile and said, I saved you. How do you plan to repay me? Yes, thank you. Lin Xian said seriously. The young girl lightly clenched her teeth. Her small face was angry and she stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. But she seemed to have thought of something. She blinked her eyes and said softly, Lin Xian, there's something wrong with my sword. Help me take a look. The young girl handed over a long sword. The dark green scabbard was made from the skin of a demon beast. There were a few gems on the scabbard that sparkled under the sunlight. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. He grabbed the long sword, pulled it out, and carefully examined it. The aqua blue blade was like the sky, but there was a small black spot at the tip of the sword, which made the entire sword dim a lot. You don't care about your sword at all. Lin Xian muttered as he used the sword to cut his finger and let the blood flow out. His finger was stained with blood and very quickly, the black spot disappeared. Lin Xian let the blood flow over the entire blade before he stopped what he was doing. It's done. He handed the long sword to the young girl. The young girl happily took the long sword and waved it in the air a few times. It let out a whooshing sound. The blood had already entered the sword and the entire sword was like a sapphire. Stand there. The young girl saw Lin Xian turn around and leave and coldly shouted. Tang Yu, your sword has already been fixed for you. What else do you want? Lin Xian sighed and helplessly said. I want to practice my sword. Spar with me. Tang Yu angrily pulled out the long sword. Big sister, you are a 4th level Meridian spiritual knight. You want me, a 3rd level refining body spirit apostle, to spar with you? Are you trying to kill me? Lin Xian immediately refused. Disciples who have reached the Meridian stage are called spiritual knights and those who have reached the refining body stage are called spirit apostles. Don't worry, I won't use my spiritual power. Tang Yu's mouth curved into a smile. With a twist of her wrist, the blue long sword suddenly pierced over. This girl is playing for real. Lin Xian was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword to block. With a ding sound, the two swords clashed. Lin Xian only felt a strong force that pushed him back 3 steps. I didn't use any spiritual power. Tang Yu said with a smile. The long sword in her hand changed again and like a gust of wind, it attacked Lin Xian. This is my new clear wind sword technique. Try it out. The long sword in Tang Yu's hand created a gust of wind that blew Lin Xian's clothes. Damn, it's like this again. Every time you learn a new sword technique, you use me to practice. Lin Xian had already been a sword slave in the Black Heaven sect for 3 months. In these 3 months, he didn't know how many times he was tortured by this little devil. Every time he practiced with her, he would definitely be injured. Thinking of this, he heard a rip sound and a long cut appeared on his clothes. Lin Xian was furious and the long sword in his hand began to counterattack. Although he still couldn't open his spiritual pulse and couldn't really cultivate, Lin Xian's talent in sword techniques was very high. Those ordinary sword techniques in his hands became magical as if he was born with this ability. This was also the reason why Tang Yu often looked for him to practice her sword techniques. Seeing that Tang Yu didn't use any spiritual power, Lin Xian swung his long sword and drew half an arc in the air. He flicked Tang Yu's attack to the side and then directly chopped down towards Tang Yu's wrist. Tang Yu was shocked. She danced with the breeze sword technique in an attempt to neutralize this attack. However, Lin Xian's sword was like a venomous snake, closing in on her step by step and accurately blocking her moves every time. Humph! Tang Yu was furious and unconsciously used her spiritual power. The blue long sword emitted a ball of light and sent Lin Xian flying. Plop! Lin Xian flew back 2 meters and fell to the ground. The blood in his chest was in turmoil. In front of spiritual power, he was like a small boat in a raging sea that could capsize at any time. If I could open my spiritual pulse, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Lin Xian thought of this and his expression became gloomy. God, you gave me such a good aptitude, but I can't open my spiritual pulse. You're playing me to death. Seeing Lin Xian playing dead on the ground, Tang Yu walked over and kicked him. Alright, stop playing dead. I didn't use any strength. Lin Xian felt the pain and sat up. Give me a spirit pill to heal your injuries. Otherwise, no one will practice with you in the future. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him and reluctantly took out a scarlet spirit pill and threw it over. Other sword slaves would bow and scrape and listen to their masters. However, this Lin Xian was different. He ignored her and was even more arrogant than her. However, Lin Xian always had a unique understanding of swordsmanship. His sword was also better than other sword slaves. Therefore, Tang Yu only bullied him a little and didn't dare to really break him. Ever since she started practicing with Lin Xian, her swordsmanship had improved a lot in the past 3 months. You can be considered a sword genius. Unfortunately, you can't cultivate spiritual power. So just follow me obediently. I won't let you suffer. Tang Yu comforted him and left. Lin Xian took out a small white porcelain bottle and placed the scarlet spirit pill into it. Then, he carefully put it away. This was a healing spirit pill with amazing effects. He always put it away and saved it for when he needed it. Chapter 2. Unfilial disciple Lin Xian has repeatedly violated the family rules. He will be stripped of his title as the young mansion master and expelled from the sword pool mansion. Humph. This kind of person should have been expelled long ago. He'll only embarrass the sword pool mansion if we keep him. What's the use of having a good comprehension ability? He's nothing if he can't unlock his spirit meridian. That's right. A piece of trash who can't unlock his spirit meridian is actually the young mansion master. What a joke. Endless ridicule and curses drowned Lin Xian like a flood of wild beasts. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. His body was covered in cold sweat. The morning sun shone into the room through the window. It brought a trace of warmth and pulled him back to the real world. I'm having this nightmare again. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. When he was very young, he had displayed an astonishing talent in martial arts. He could master some martial arts just by looking at it once. Everyone thought that he was a martial arts genius and had high hopes for him. However, to everyone's surprise, he could not unlock his spirit meridian at all. A martial artist could only gather the spirit energy in his body and unlock the spirit meridian in his body to gain more power. However, Lin Xian could not unlock his spirit meridian no matter what he did. Therefore, Lin Xian was abandoned by his family. He rubbed his face and flipped the blanket over. He got out of bed and grabbed the water bottle on the table and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water. This was a simple and crude room. There was only a wooden bed and an old table in the room. Lin Xian was holding a coarse hemp robe. Halfway through putting it on, he heard the door being kicked open with a bang. The first person to enter the room was the white-robed young man, Chen Feng. There were more than 10 people behind him. He said arrogantly, "Kid, come with us." "What do you want?" Lin Xian slowly put on his clothes and asked coldly. "How dare you be so rude to a mere sword slave like you?" Chen Feng pulled out his sword with a clang and pointed the cold sword tip at Lin Xian, emitting a faint murderous aura. Feeling the killing intent from the sword, Lin Xian unconsciously touched the sword-shaped pendant he wore around his neck. It was given to him by his father before he died. It stored a certain amount of spiritual power, and was meant for him to use in case he died. Touching the pendant in front of his chest, Lin Xian calmed down. The other party was a level 2 psychic. If they really wanted to kill him, he would risk his life to drag one of them down with him. When they saw Lin Xian wasn't terrified to the point of trembling like the other sword servants, those white-clothed disciples were slightly surprised, whereas Chen Feng was even more infuriated. Even a sword servant wasn't afraid of him. If news of this were to spread, how would he be able to show his face? "All right, Chen Feng. Don't forget our objective. Are you going to take responsibility if we waste any time?" The young man in the lead stopped the enraged Chen Feng. "Brat, follow us. We have something we need you to do." The young man in the lead, Zhang Bin, said coldly. Lin Xian glanced at the sword servants behind them and thought, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "I will follow them first. I want to see what they want to do." Nodding his head expressionlessly, Lin Xian walked over. When Chen Feng saw Lin Xian walking into the group, he sneered in his heart, "I will see how you die later." The young man in the lead, Zhang Bin, waved his hand and said, "Everyone, follow me." The group of people quickly walked towards the forest near the mysterious sky sect. The mysterious sky sect was one of the 3 sects in the cloud region. It was located in the outer area of the Taihang Mountains. The disciples of the sect would often go into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs, but it was only in the outer area. The Taihang Mountains were filled with ferocious beasts. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. Without strength, one would only be courting death in the mountains. Lin Xian followed the white-clothed disciples and arrived in front of a cave. The cave was surrounded by weeds and vines. At the entrance of the cave, there was a fiery red lingji mushroom. It looked like a ball of bright red flame. When the white-clothed disciples saw the fire lingji, their eyes were filled with greed. They were all swallowing their saliva. Zhang Bin suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Listen up, sword servants. There is a small snake in the cave. Lure it out as far as you can. If we fail, or if anyone tries to escape, I will be the first to kill him." When he said this, his eyes suddenly focused and a tyrannical aura burst out from his body. Lin Xian's heart sank. He cursed in his heart. These guys wanted to use them to lure the ferocious beast away so that they could pick the fire lingji. But how could it be so easy to lure the ferocious beast away? He could smell the aroma of the fire lingji even from so far away, not to mention the other beasts. However, not a single one dared to come. Even the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. One could imagine how powerful the ferocious beast in the cave was. Lin Xian was not an ordinary sword servant. He was once the young master of the Sword Pool Mansion. His knowledge far surpassed others. These white-clothed disciples clearly wanted to use the lives of the sword servants to exchange for the fire lingji. "You, go to the front. Chen Feng sneered as he pointed at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He unwillingly walked to the front. Once again, he experienced the tragedy of not having strength. Even his own fate was in the hands of others. Only after tasting this feeling would one know how miserable it was. Since you want me to die, then I will make sure that you won't be able to pick the Firelingji. Lin Xian kept looking around, thinking about how to ruin their plan. Brother Feng, that kid won't ruin it, right? A disciple asked. Don't worry. What can a little sword servant do? Let's get ready to pick the Firelingji. Chen Feng said with a smile. The 11 sword servants carefully walked towards the cave. The closer they got to the cave, the stronger the dangerous aura became. Lin Xian felt the hair on his back stand up. The medicinal fragrance of the Firelingji became stronger and stronger. At the same time, a fishy smell drifted out from the cave. When they were 5 meters away from the cave, Lin Xian's heart suddenly trembled. His innate intuition made him feel a huge sense of danger. He instantly jumped to the side. The moment Lin Xian jumped, a rainbow figure flew out like lightning and pierced through the people in front of it. Blood splattered in the air. A huge head poked out from the cave. It was as big as a table. Its dark green eyes were larger than a human's head, and they faintly emitted a cold light. Fuck! Is that a little snake? Lin Xian cursed. He hated Chen Feng and the others to the extreme. There was no need for anyone to instruct them, and those sword servants fled like the wind towards the distance. The giant blue-eyed snake slid out of the cave. Its scarlet tongue was like a sharp sword, and it instantly pierced through the sword servant closest to it. Lin Xian didn't stop. He turned around and ran. He didn't run towards an open area, but instead, he ran into the forest. Zhang Bin and the others didn't care about him. They only thought about the Firelingji. They had already quietly circled around to the cave. The giant blue-eyed snake slithered out of the cave. Its body was over 10 meters long. It quickly slithered towards the sword servants in front of it. Its bloody mouth was already open. When Zhang Bin and the others saw the giant snake leave the cave, they hurriedly ran towards the Firelingji. They quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead, he found a safe place to secretly watch. He was thinking about the future. Zhang Bin and the others would definitely find trouble with him when they returned. At that time, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Before he had time to think, a shocking change occurred in the cave. The giant blue-eyed snake felt that someone was eyeing the Firelingji. It suddenly lashed out with its tail that was as thick as a bucket. It gave up on the escaping sword servants and stared at Zhang Bin and the others with its dark green eyes. Bang! The thick snake tail hit the ground and instantly shattered the ground. Zhang Bin and the others quickly dodged. The Firelingji was also thrown into the air. This beast is crazy. Zhang Bin was so scared that his face turned green. He continuously retreated. The falling Firelingji was caught by another disciple. Brother Bin, it's in our hands. The disciple shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by. The giant blue-eyed snake's tail directly hit the disciple and sent him flying. Go! Zhang Bin shouted. The white-clothed disciples all fled into the forest. They wished they had wings. Lin Xian was very close to the disciple who was sent flying. He looked at the Firelingji in the disciple's hand. He clenched his teeth and ran over to take the Firelingji. Damn! It's the sword servant. Kid, hand over the Firelingji. Chen Feng roared from behind. Boom! Rows of trees fell. The giant blue-eyed snake's huge body charged into the forest and crazily chased after Zhang Bin, Chen Feng, and the others. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He put the fire Lingji into his clothes, turned around, and ran. Zhang Bin and the others first wanted him to die. Now, they want to kill him. How could he give the fire Lingji away? Just now, he had observed the surroundings and thought of an escape route. Now that he had the fire-glossy Ganoderma in his hands, Lin Xian ran even faster. He kept twisting and turning in the forest and almost lost the people behind him a few times. Humph! Zhang Bin's eyes flashed a cold light. He pulled out the long sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the other disciples' bodies lit up and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly activated the sword-shaped pendant. With the help of the spirit energy inside, his speed increased again. Lin Xian's speed shocked everyone. They could not imagine how a third-level spirit apostle sword servant could be so fast. Exploding chi cut. Zhang Bin shouted and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. Lin Xian only felt a strong force from behind and sent him flying. His body rolled a few times on the ground before he could stabilize himself. Zhang Bin and the others were less than 2 meters away from him. The cold light from their long swords enveloped him. He clenched his teeth and took out the fire Lingji. He swallowed it and crazily activated the sword-shaped pendant, ready to fight to the death. Kid, you're courting death. When Zhang Bin and the others saw Lin Xian swallow the fire Lingji, they were mad and wanted to tear him apart. Chapter 3. The berserk blue-eyed snake sent everyone flying. Lin Xian did not have much spirit energy left, and many parts of his body were heavily injured. Fortunately, he had swallowed the fire Lingji in advance, and the strong medicinal power dissolved his injuries, but even so, he still spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body fell into the ravine, and this fall nearly broke all the bones in his body. The front of his clothes had long been dyed red. Lin Xian did not notice that when his blood touched the sword-shaped pendant, it all strangely disappeared. Boom! With another strike from the snake tail, Lin Xian was once again sent flying. This time, he directly fainted, and the dragon-shaped pendant completely entered his body, turning into a ray of light and disappearing in a flash. The sword-shaped pendant drilled into his dantian, and constantly trembled. The surrounding spirit energy quickly rushed towards Lin Xian, and a small black hole formed in his abdomen, sucking in all the spirit energy. Some of the spirit energy drilled into Lin Xian's body, flowing everywhere, and constantly attacking Lin Xian's meridians. One must know that Lin Xian's spirit meridians had not been opened, so when the remaining spirit energy entered, the pain was 10 times more painful than opening his own spirit meridians. Lin Xian was awakened from his coma by the pain. He clenched his teeth and endured it, not knowing what had happened. When he found the culprit, he almost went crazy. The small sword in his body was his pendant, and it was currently crazily devouring spirit energy. Although most of the spirit energy was devoured by the small sword, the small portion that leaked out was not something that Lin Xian could digest. Damn, I've already reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. If this continues, I'll be opening my meridians. There were 9 spirit meridians in the human body, and only by opening the spirit meridians could spirit energy circulate in the body and produce power. Lin Xian's cultivation was like a rocket, rapidly rising, and quickly reaching the peak of the body refinement realm. He clenched his teeth, and prepared to use this power to open the spirit meridians. He endured the pain, and worked hard to concentrate, preparing to open the first spirit meridians in his body. His hands formed a seal, and Lin Xian used all his strength to attack. The spirit energy in his body gathered together, and rushed towards the first spirit meridians. Boom! As if there was an invisible wall in front of him, the spirit energy was dispersed. Lin Xian's cultivation quickly fell, and finally fell to the third level of the spirit apostle realm. This again. Lin Xian unwillingly shouted. He had already tried to open the spirit meridians twice, but each time he was bounced back, of spirit energy in his body, a mysterious force, and he was firmly. Again. Lin Xian refused to give up. He gathered the spiritual energy in his body again and rushed toward the spirit vein. When the two forces collided, a rumbling sound was heard within Lin Xian's body. He was hit hard and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, a gentle force appeared in his body. Lin Xian knew that it was the medicinal power of the Firelingji. Fortunately, he had swallowed it in advance, otherwise he would have died long ago. Lin, Lin. Damn you, you're still sucking. Stop. Lin Xian could now clearly see everything in his body. He anxiously cursed, but the small sword did not react at all. With so much spirit energy, he should be able to open the spirit meridians. Lin Xian decided to open the spirit meridians again, but this time he failed. He would explode from the spirit energy. Fight. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I have to try. Lin Xian was such a person. He would not give up until the last moment. This time, the endless spirit energy turned into a stream of anger, and rushed towards the spirit meridians that had not been opened yet. Boom! The sound of the collision was like thunder. Black ripples appeared in Lin Xian's body, and these ripples wrapped around his spirit meridians, forming a black lotus. Mysterious and demonic. This black lotus overflowed with black gas, like thick ink, and exuded an ancient aura, blocking the spirit energy. What is this? Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he looked at the black lotus in disbelief. Why is there such a thing in my body? He vaguely guessed that his inability to open the spirit meridians might have something to do with this mysterious black lotus. Am I going to be a spirit apostle for the rest of my life? I can't accept this. Lin Xian suddenly felt a surge of anger. He hated his fate, hated the black lotus in his body, and hated that his fate was controlled by others. Whing. The small sword seemed to feel Lin Xian's emotions and began to tremble violently. Its body emitted a dreamy light, and with a flash, the black lotus was cut in half. Lin Xian did not think that the small sword would be so powerful that it could cut the mysterious black lotus in half. He immediately gathered his spirit energy and rushed towards the spirit meridians. Without the obstruction of the black lotus, Lin Xian used his abundant spirit energy to quickly open the first spirit meridians. The spirit meridians were like rivers, guiding the spirit energy and forming a complete cycle in his body. The small sword also stopped devouring spirit energy and floated in Lin Xian's body. Everything returned to normal. Lin Xian slowly exhaled, and his mind completely relaxed. The scene just now was too unbelievable, and he still did not dare to believe it. What is that black lotus, and why did it appear in my body? Lin Xian could not understand how the sword-shaped pendant had appeared in his body, and its origin seemed to be even more mysterious than the black lotus. The sword-shaped pendant was given to him by Lin Xian's father, and it had just helped him open the black lotus, allowing him to open the spirit meridians. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious small sword would not harm him. Lin Xian checked his body and found that his injuries had already healed, and his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the meridian stage. He would soon break through to the second stage of the meridian stage. No matter what, I have already opened the spirit meridians, and can cultivate in the future. I must return to the Sword Pool Mansion and fulfill my father's last wish. He was originally a member of the Sword Pool Mansion, but he was framed and expelled from the Sword Pool Mansion. Now that he could cultivate, he was no longer a good-for-nothing, so he must take back everything that he had lost. If I can become a core disciple of the Black Sky sect, I should be able to return to the Sword Pool Mansion smoothly. Lin Xian made up his mind and immediately set off. The Black Sky sect had a strict hierarchy, and the disciples were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. It was not easy for Lin Xian to stand out among the countless young disciples. There is an entrance examination at the beginning of every month, and if you pass the examination, you can become an outer disciple. Lin Xian had been here for 3 months, and he had already figured out the basic situation. He leaped up and ran in the direction of the sect. In the forest, a few white-clothed youths ran in a sorry state, and their clean clothes were stained with blood and mud. Damn it, I almost died here. If it wasn't for the fact that the blue-eyed snake alerted another vicious beast and was intercepted, we would have been finished today. These miserable youths were Zhang Bin and the others. They had successfully survived, but out of the original dozen or so people, only 4 remained. It's all because of that sword slave called Lin Xian. He caused us to return empty-handed and waste a fire Ganoderma for nothing. I wonder if he's dead or not. I really hope he's not dead. That way, I'll have the chance to let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. A 3rd stage spirit apostle would have died long ago after receiving that kind of attack. How could he still be alive? Let's go back quickly. So many sword slaves have died, we need to quickly replenish their blood. The 4 of them rested for a moment before running back. They did not stop along the way and finally walked out of the dark forest. Brother Feng, look at that person. A youth exclaimed. Chen Feng and Zhang Bin looked over. In front of them to the left, there was a figure covered in mud. They could vaguely make out that he was wearing gray linen clothes. That person was running towards the mysterious sword sect. It's that brat, he's not dead. Chen Feng exclaimed, damn it, watch how I kill him. Let's go. Let him know that my fire Ganoderma is not that delicious. Zhang Bin said with a gloomy face. Whoosh whoosh. The 4 of them increased their speed, bringing with them a gust of wind. Soon, they caught up to Lin Xian. Whoosh, the 4 of them surrounded Lin Xian. Chen Feng said with a sinister smile, brat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is good too, I want to kill you bit by bit. Don't kill him. He ate the fire Ganoderma, so his blood should be filled with medicinal power. Bring him back and let his blood supply us with cultivation every day. Wouldn't that be better? Zhang Bin was like a demon as he laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian took a deep breath and placed his hand on the sword hilt. The mysterious sky sect was already in front of him, but he did not expect to be robbed. Of the 4 people in front of him, Zhang Bin's strength had reached the 3rd level of the meridian condensing stage, which was also the 3rd level of the Spirit Knight. Zhang Bin was at the 2nd level of the meridian condensing stage, while the other 2 were about the same strength as Lin Xian, at the 1st level of the meridian condensing stage. It could be said that under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would definitely lose. However, Lin Xian did not panic. His expression was calm, and the hand holding the sword was steady and powerful. His gaze fell on Chen Feng, who was in front of him. This place was already very close to the sect. As long as he broke out of the encirclement, he had the confidence to enter the sect. Once he entered the sect, he would be relatively safe. These people looked down on him, so they would not be too serious. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move, and once he made a move, he had to succeed because these people would not give him a second chance. In other words, he only had one chance to make a move. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart suddenly had a trace of excitement. The sword move that he had practiced for 3 years, what kind of power would it have after he had spiritual power? Break his legs first, so he can't escape. Chen Feng pulled out his long sword and swept it towards Lin Xian's legs. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. He quickly pulled out his sword and leaped into the air like a meteor streaking across the sky, flashing past. Pooh! Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword and ran towards the sect without looking back. His speed shocked everyone. Chapter 4. My hand. Chen Feng screamed in fear. His right arm was sliced open with a deep cut, and in some places, his bones could even be seen. How could this be? Zhang Bin and the rest did not chase after him. That sword was too strange, and Lin Xian's aura was definitely not at the third-rank body refinement realm. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Zhang Bin was puzzled. It could also be the effect of the fire Lingji that allowed him to break through to the pulse condensation realm. Your blood, I must have it. You too, hurry and bring him back to the sect. Zhang Bin ordered. The two carried Chen Feng and quickly walked back to the Profound Sky sect. Zhang Bin followed behind, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Xian ran all the way back to his house. He closed the door and tried to calm himself down. To be honest, the power of that sword was beyond his expectations. This sword move was given to him by his father and told him to practice it well. Although this sword move looked ordinary, it was extremely powerful. However, it was only one move, and this move consumed a lot of spirit energy, almost a third of it. Thinking about spirit energy, Lin Xian became excited. After so many years, he could finally cultivate. He could not help but think of the small sword in his body. It was this small sword that allowed him to open up his spirit veins. At the same time, it allowed him to have the inner vision ability that only spirit transformation realm cultivators could have. The small sword was neither metal nor stone. He did not know what material it was made of. It was the length of a finger and had a glassy color. Spirit energy constantly flowed out from it. Lin Xian tried to touch it, but there was no result. Seeing that there was no reaction, Lin Xian did not bother with it. He planned to use the remaining medicinal properties of the fire Lingji to continue cultivating. He was once a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion. Although he was a waste and did not have the opportunity to come into contact with martial arts books, he received a complete family inheritance from his father. His family's cultivation method was a profound rank cultivation method, and its power was incomparably strong. Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands and circulated his spirit energy according to his family's cultivation method. However, just as he used it, the small glassy sword in his body shook and scattered the spirit energy. Lin Xian was taken aback. He once again formed a hand seal and activated it. He realized that the small glazed sword seemed to be intentionally stopping him from cultivating. Could it be that this sword has a mind of its own? Lin Xian could not make up his mind, but what was the meaning of not allowing him to cultivate? I say, you don't want me to practice my family's martial arts. Do you have a better one? Lin Xian muttered. The small glazed sword seemed to understand Lin Xian's words, and its body began to hum, releasing a golden light. Each of the golden lights was a small golden sword. These small swords turned into strange runes and drilled into his mind. Longevity art. This small glazed sword actually gave him a cultivation technique. Lin Xian was a little dazed. He quickly read through the longevity art. The names sounded very domineering, and some of the contents were much more profound than his family's cultivation method. Since the small sword did not allow him to cultivate other cultivation methods, he might as well cultivate the longevity art that it gave him. Lin Xian made up his mind. His hands formed a strange seal, and then he slowly closed his eyes and circulated the spirit energy in his body according to the chant. The golden spirit energy flowed in the spiritual vein. Every time it circulated, the spirit energy grew stronger. Around the spiritual vein, it connected with countless small meridians and circulated the spirit energy throughout his body. Lin Xian circulated the cultivation method over and over again. The spirit energy continued to grow stronger, and the medicinal power hidden in his body was also stimulated. Gradually, the spirit energy gathered together through the small meridians and rushed to the second spiritual vein. Boom! The second spiritual vein was opened. Like a broken dam, endless spirit energy rushed in and continuously washed Lin Xian's body. Some of the impurities were expelled from his body, and Lin Xian quickly cleaned himself. I didn't expect that in just half a day, I would reach the second level of the meridian stage. Now, I am also a second-level spiritual knight. Lin Xian's body emitted a faint light, and his body was filled with power. With this kind of strength, I can definitely pass the outer sex test. However, I heard that the inner sex test is very difficult. It is almost 1 in 100. I really don't know what realm I have to reach to pass. Lin Xian sighed and began to cultivate the longevity art. What he lacked the most now was time, so he did not want to waste a single minute. When night came, the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of black cloth, and it was somewhat gloomy. The moon was covered by the clouds, and the stars in the sky were also hidden. A fierce wind blew between heaven and earth, causing the trees to howl and the small brown wooden door to creak. Lin Xian opened his eyes and slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood up, looked at the black clouds outside the house, and quickly closed the small wooden door. Now Lin Xian was still a sword slave, and the place he lived in was a remote mountain peak. Besides Lin Xian, there were no other people around. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, causing people's eardrums to tremble. Lin Xian looked out the window and sighed. The most mysterious thing is still the power of heaven and earth. When will I be able to reach the stage where I can move mountains and fill seas with a wave of my hand? There was another flash between heaven and earth, followed by another rumbling sound. But at this moment, Lin Xian's heart jumped, and he quickly squatted down. Whoosh! An arrow brushed past his head, and he could even feel the chill coming from the arrow. If he had not broken through to the second stage of the meridian condensing realm, and his hearing, vision, and other senses had not improved, just this arrow alone would have taken his life. Lin Xian hid under the windowsill and quickly guessed that it was Zhang Bin and the others who had done it. As for how many people, he did not know. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the law of survival in this world. Lin Xian had already experienced this. He waited quietly without moving. The enemy outside should be more anxious than him. After all, the weather outside was too bad. The rules of the Black Sky sect were strict. Disciples were allowed to fight, but killing was not allowed. Even sword slaves could not be killed casually. But if they left the Black Sky sect and entered the forest, then they could do whatever they wanted. Usually, no one would dare to kill in the sect, but today's heavy rain provided a very good environment for killing. Lin Xian gripped his long sword tightly. He was highly focused, ready to attack at any time. Sure enough, not long after, the wooden door shattered, and a figure quickly flashed in. Lin Xian seized the moment that person landed and stabbed his sword like a shooting star. That person did not expect this sword to be so tricky, and could only raise his sword to block in a hurry. Clang! The two weapons collided, and a string of sparks flew. That person's spiritual energy was obviously denser than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's sword deviated from its target, but it still left a wound. That person groaned and quickly retreated. He urged his spiritual energy to wrap the wound, and then cautiously stared at Lin Xian. Zhang Bin, I know it's you. Don't hide anymore. Lin Xian said coldly. Since you know, then obediently follow me. Zhang Bin said malevolently. You've already been stabbed by me, and you're still talking big. Call your people out. Lin Xian was ready. Do I need to call people to kill you? I was careless just now, and your sneak attack succeeded. Let's see what you're going to do this time. Chapter 5. The sharp longsword was erratic like the clouds in the sky, making it impossible to predict where it would strike next. Zhang Bin's strength had reached the third level of the pulse condensation stage, and he was using a mid-grade yellow-level sword art. With that kind of power, even disciples of the same level wouldn't dare to easily receive it. Zhang Bin didn't think that Lin Xian could block this attack. Fortunately, Lin Xian had just broken through to the second level of the pulse condensation stage, and his strength had greatly increased. He constantly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. Damn, so strange. You can actually dodge it. Zhang Bin's sword stabbed empty air, and he was somewhat absent-minded. So you've broken through to the second level of the pulse condensation stage. This Firelingji's medicinal power is really strong, but such a good thing was wasted by a trash like you. The more Zhang Bin spoke, the angrier he became, and his moves became even more vicious. Boom! The long sword was wrapped in blue spirit power, and it suddenly blasted open the wooden wall. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in, and the entire room shook. I'm not in the mood to drag things out with you. Go die for me. I'll take your blood. Zhang Bin's aura became even stronger, and the long sword in his hand glowed. You call this a sword art? Lin Xian bluntly attacked. In my opinion, it's full of loopholes. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand suddenly changed. The tip of the sword emitted a cold light, leaving a string of sword shadows in the air. Clear breeze sword art, this is impossible. Zhang Bin exclaimed, this is a high-grade yellow-level sword art. You're just a sword slave, how did you learn it? Lin Xian's mouth curved into a sneer, and the long sword in his hand cooperated with the gust of wind outside, forming an invisible sword energy in the room. Just you wait. Zhang Bin was frightened, and he quickly rushed out of the room, disappearing into the storm. Lin Xian put away the black iron sword, and let out a sigh of relief. He practiced with Tang Yu all day long, and he had already seen the moves of the clear breeze sword art. However, it was only in appearance. He didn't know the sword art's mental cultivation method, and its power was pitifully small. It was enough to scare Zhang Bin, but if he really fought, this move wouldn't cause any damage. This Zhang Bin will definitely not let this go. It's not easy for me to have a conflict with him now, so I'll wait until I join the Xianjian sect to settle the score with him. With the wooden hut in tatters, it was impossible for him to sleep. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began cultivating the chant of longevity again. Before he had even entered the sect, he had already offended many disciples. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible for him to survive. Forming a seal with both hands, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. A faint green glow appeared on the surface of his body, like a lone lamp in the dark night. The next morning, the rain stopped. The entire mountain peak was exceptionally fresh, and there was the fragrance of the earth everywhere. Lin Xian woke up from his meditation and stretched his body before starting to practice his sword techniques. It was still the same sword art that was as fast as a meteor. Although practicing this move was a bit boring, he still practiced it meticulously. Lin Xian had already demonstrated the power of this sword technique the night before. Although he didn't know the level of this technique, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't inferior to any other sword technique. He could even feel a special sword intent from this sword technique. However, the only drawback was that it consumed too much spirit energy. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it 3 times before his spirit energy was exhausted. Therefore, this sword art was suitable for defeating enemies in one move. So early. Just as Lin Xian was practicing his sword, Tang Yu walked over from afar with a grin on his face. When he saw the small wooden hut, his delicate little face immediately turned cold. "What's going on? Who did it?" Tang Yu asked. "It's fine, I can take care of it myself." Lin Xian shook his head. "You?" Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him and her mouth formed an O shape. "Rank 2 spiritual knight, you broke through." Lin Xian shrugged and said with a smile, "I just practiced and broke through." Tang Yu walked around Lin Xian 3 times with her hands behind her back. Seeing this, Lin Xian got goosebumps. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Xian asked cautiously. "You're so boring." Tang Yu curled her lips. "How about following me after you pass the outer disciple test?" "Following you?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. "I'll think about it." He knew that the disciples of Xianjin's sect were divided into many factions. They were competing with each other and many resources were controlled by them. Therefore, after entering the outer disciple gate, the first thing to do was to join one of the factions. "Don't worry, after entering the outer disciple gate, I'll take care of you," Tang Yu said proudly as she patted her well-developed chest. The days of cultivation passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the outer disciple test. Lin Xian's cultivation broke through again and reached rank 3 meridian stage. He was able to condense spiritual energy on his sword and his attack power had almost doubled. The outer disciple test was mainly for the disciples of the aristocratic families. Only a small portion of the sword slaves participated. Lin Xian was wearing a gray linen robe. He stood out among the group of youngsters who were wearing luxurious clothes. "Whose servant is this? Isn't he dressed too shabbily?" Someone mocked. "This is a sword slave from the Black Heaven sect. I guess he's here to participate in the test." "What, a sword slave?" Many disciples of the aristocratic families sneered. "Isn't he still a servant? He really doesn't know what's good for him. This test is not something he can participate in." "You guys seem to be having a good chat." Lin Xian strode in front of the disciples and released his aura. His body blossomed with a green light. These disciples were all at the first stage of the pulse condensation period, and the highest was at the second stage. In front of Lin Xian, they were completely insignificant. At this moment, they were all trembling under the pressure of his aura. Lin Xian coldly snorted and gave these people a warning. Sure enough, these disciples of the aristocratic families became very obedient. However, a few of them secretly hated Lin Xian. "Damn, what are you being so arrogant for? My brother is in the outer disciple gate. Just wait until the test is over and I'll teach you a lesson." Many disciples of the aristocratic families prepared to retaliate against Lin Xian. Not long after, several young disciples of the Black Heaven sect walked out. One of them was a youth. He said in a clear voice, "This time I'm in charge of the outer disciple test. The test rules are very simple. Defeat the bamboo forest guard and you pass. You can do it alone or as a team. Follow me." The youth led everyone to a passage and asked, "Who's first?" Lin Xian couldn't help but size up the passage. It was 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the passage. They held bamboo swords in their hands and stood motionless. After a careful observation, Lin Xian was slightly shocked. These so-called bamboo forest guard were actually made of bamboo and not real people. Many disciples of the aristocratic families also noticed this situation and began to chat with each other. "Isn't it just a group of puppets? Let me." As they spoke, a purple-clothed youth arrogantly walked out. The long sword in his hand glowed with a green light as he rushed forward. Chapter 6. The purple-clothed youth's strength was at the second level of the pulse condensation stage. His strength was considered average among the participants. He used a broadsword that was twice as wide as a normal longsword. The blade was also relatively thick, so it should be classified as a heavy sword. Mountain Splitter Sword. The purple-clothed youth held the sword with both hands and leaned forward. Using all his strength, he slashed at the bamboo forest guard. With a loud bang, the bamboo forest guard easily dodged the heavy sword. The long sword struck the ground and smashed a large hole in it. The sword's power was great, but its speed was slow. When the purple-clothed youth withdrew his sword, the bamboo forest guard's green bamboo sword stabbed out like lightning. It touched the purple-clothed youth's right shoulder and sent him flying. Seeing the second-level pulse condensation stage purple-clothed youth lose, the expressions of the first-level pulse condensation stage youths changed. Many of them had thoughts of retreating. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to observe the bamboo forest guard. At this time, a voice sounded from the crowd, "Let's go." A man and a woman walked forward. The man was handsome and tall, while the woman was beautiful. The two of them had similar eyebrows. They were probably brother and sister. "Sister, help me," the youth said. The two of them used their swords to meet the bamboo forest guard. The two fine steel swords worked together and quickly broke through the bamboo forest guard's defense. Clang! The youth's sword slashed across the bamboo forest guard's body, leaving a shallow sword mark. It had to be said that the bamboo forest guard's defense was too abnormal. The youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect the bamboo forest guard's defense to be so strong. At this time, the green bamboo sword had already arrived in front of him. Clang! The young girl acted in time to neutralize the killing move. After that, the bamboo forest guard's attacks were all blocked by the young girl. The youth was responsible for attacking with all his strength. Finally, after 30 rounds, the youth's sword cut off the bamboo forest guard's head and smoothly passed. After that, there were a few people who successfully passed through in groups, but even more people were defeated by the bamboo forest guard's sword. Through these observations, Lin Xian also understood some information. The more people that formed a team, the more bamboo forest guards would participate in the battle. In a 3-man team, there were 2 bamboo forest guards. In a 5-man team, there were 3 bamboo forest guards. However, these bamboo forest guards were all emerald green in color. The bamboo forest guards with red spots and golden threads on their bodies did not participate in the battle from beginning to end. Lin Xian thought that the 2 types of puppets should be of a higher level. Most of the people in the field had already finished their tests. Lin Xian did not plan to wait any longer. When the accompanying disciple saw that it was Lin Xian, he hurriedly whispered a few words to the young man in charge. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Lin Xian's heart tightened. No matter how he looked at it, that smile didn't have good intentions. Sure enough, a bamboo forest guard with red spots on his body walked out and faced Lin Xian from a distance. This red-spotted bamboo forest guard's aura was completely different from the previous ones. The speed of his sword was more than twice as fast. Every sword forced Lin Xian to use all his strength to deal with it. If it was someone else, they would have already been defeated. Only someone like Lin Xian, who had a special understanding of sword techniques, could withstand it. This is definitely targeting me. Lin Xian swatted away the bamboo forest guard's sword. He was somewhat angry in his heart. In the distance, 2 figures were hidden in the shadows, watching everything that was happening. This is the disciple with abnormal talent you were talking about. A handsome young man laughed. Yes, he has a unique understanding of sword techniques. He is a rare genius. The one who spoke was actually Tang Yu. Even a genius needs to grow up. This guy provoked a strong enemy before he even entered the sect. He actually sent the red bamboo forest guard to deal with him. Let's talk about it after he passes this stage, the handsome young man said. At this time, the red-spotted bamboo forest guard raised his sword high. The sword's body was suffused with a red light, which was incomparably dazzling. With a wave of his arm, the sword was like a rainbow, enveloping Lin Xian. This is a sword technique. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Sword techniques were the killing moves of sword techniques. They were extremely powerful. For example, Lin Xian's meteor-like sword technique was a type of sword technique. I don't know who this person provoked. He actually sent out such a strong bamboo forest guard. Even a 4th-level Meridian Condensing Realm spiritual knight might not be able to withstand this attack. When the disciples of the aristocratic families who were hostile to Lin Xian saw this scene, they repeatedly cheered. They wished that Lin Xian would be beheaded under the sword. The bamboo forest guard's weakness is their head. I think this red-spotted bamboo forest guard is no exception. Lin Xian did not retreat. He gripped his black iron sword tightly and rushed forward. The sword light flashed, like a meteor falling from the 9 heavens, bringing along a dazzling sword light. Chi! Lin Xian rushed 4 to 5 meters away and knelt on one knee. There was blood dripping from his shoulder. The red-spotted bamboo forest guard's head rolled on the ground, leaving only a headless body standing there silently. Everyone was silent. The young man did not expect this outcome. He frowned and stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded, "Lin Xian, well done." The young man turned his head and saw Tang Yu walking over with a smile. Beside her was a handsome young man who was staring at Lin Xian. When he saw Tang Yu and the handsome young man, the young man knew that he could only give up. He did not expect that the handsome young man would be the first to speak. "Where did you learn this sword technique from?" "I picked it up in the Taihang Mountains." Lin Xian casually made up a story. The young man's tone was as if he was interrogating a criminal, which made him very uncomfortable. "What is it called?" the handsome young man continued to ask. Lin Xian looked at the young man and said seriously, "Heavenly Meteor." Heavenly Meteor. Everyone present had never heard of this name. They all curiously stared at Lin Xian, hoping that he would explain in detail. However, Lin Xian did not have such thoughts. He stood to the side and waited for the test to end. "Lin Xian, join our battle group," Tang Yu asked. There were countless disciples in the Black Heaven sect, which gave rise to countless small groups. This battle group was one of the more famous ones. "Our Shenwei group also welcomes junior brother to join," the young man suddenly said. The young man's attitude stunned many of the disciples who followed him, but no one dared to say anything. Even the disciple who was whispering to the young man just now was at a loss. Lin Xian cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. I will consider it." Seeing Lin Xian like this, they could not say anything else. They could only wait for the test to end. Lin Xian was expressionless, but he was a little worried. It was obvious that the handsome young man and the young man in charge had taken a fancy to his sword technique. Otherwise, they would not have acted that way. Looks like life in the outer sect won't be too peaceful. Lin Xian sighed. He would not hand over this sword technique. Finally, the test ended. A total of 13 people passed the test. Congratulations on joining the outer sect of the Black Heaven sect. I will bring you to collect the basic items for outer sect disciples. You can live here from now on. Chapter 7. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, the handsome young man suddenly stopped him. "Wait. What's the matter, junior brother Duan? The young man in charge asked. Senior brother Lu, wait a moment. I have something to say to junior brother Lin. The handsome young man said. He didn't care about the young man's reaction and directly said to Lin Xian, a high-grade yellow-ranked sword art in exchange for your move. At the same time, after you join the combat group, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Xian said indifferently. This move was passed down to him by his father. No matter what, he wouldn't pass it on to anyone else. The young man shrugged and then left with the newcomers, leaving only the handsome young man and Tang Yu in the same place. Tang Yu, are you familiar with that kid? Not at all. Tang Yu was a little angry. Duan Fei, I'm warning you, don't you dare have any ideas about him. Don't worry, this sword art isn't good enough for me. Duan Fei's mouth curved into a smile, but his eyes had a trace of coldness. The young man in charge brought Lin Xian and the others to get their identity cards and register their identities. Then, he explained some things and let everyone move freely. Most of these new disciples were disciples of aristocratic families. Many of their brothers and sisters were in the Black Heaven sect. After disbanding, these people went to find their own small factions. Lin Xian only knew Tang Yu in the Black Heaven sect. Originally, Tang Yu wanted him to join the combat group, but after seeing the handsome young man's attitude today, he didn't want to join the combat group. Holding the basic manual in his hand, Lin Xian walked towards the mission hall. In the Black Heaven sect, all resources were exchanged with contribution points and spirit stones. For example, a low-grade yellow-ranked sword art required 100 contribution points and 30 spirit stones to exchange. The contribution points were obtained by completing missions issued by the sect. Some missions were simple, but the contribution points were low. Those missions with high contribution points were mostly dangerous. It could be said that danger and opportunity coexisted. Lin Xian's strength was at the 3rd level of the pulse condensation period. According to what he knew, in the outer sect, the 3rd level of the pulse condensation period was considered the middle level, and the 4th or 5th level of the pulse condensation period was considered the upper level. If he wanted to participate in the inner sect test 3 months from now, he had to first reach the 5th level of the pulse condensation period. And, to raise my cultivation by 2 stages in 3 months, I need medicinal pills, martial arts, weapons, spirit stones. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on as he thought about it. I can only work hard to earn contribution points. Lin Xian made up his mind and began to browse through the missions hanging on the wall. These missions were divided into 9 levels. From level 1 to level 9, the difficulty increased and the danger increased. Of course, his contribution points were also increasing. Normally, outer sect disciples would only do the first 4 levels. Lin Xian was new here and wanted to do a simple mission to familiarize himself with the place. He saw a mission to find purple night grass. 1 purple night grass was worth 10 contribution points, which was considered quite high. Before he could accept it, he saw a group of people majestically barging. These people had a crescent moon painted on their sleeves, and their expressions were very arrogant. The leader was a black-faced youth with a scar on his face, which was somewhat sinister and terrifying. He walked in front of the mission wall, and with a wave of his hand, he removed all the low-level missions with high contribution points, including the purple night grass mission that Lin Xian had his eyes on. Lin Xian was angry, but he didn't make a move. It was only a mission, and it wasn't worth him making a move. However, what made him surprised was that he found Zhang Bin in the group of people. Zhang Bin also saw Lin Xian. He was slightly surprised, and said in surprise, "You actually passed the test, you're really lucky." Seeing Zhang Bin's expression, and thinking about the red-spotted bamboo forest guard, Lin Xian quickly guessed that Zhang Bin must have secretly done something. With Zhang Bin's strength, it's impossible for him to have such great ability. It seems like there must be someone behind him. Lin Xian guessed in his heart. Ah, Bin, what's going on? The youth with the scar on his face asked. Nothing, just a sword slave who luckily passed the outer sect test. Zhang Bin didn't want to talk about the matter between him and Lin Xian in front of everyone, so he could only hatefully say, Kid, in the coming days, you'll know that this isn't a place you can come to. These people received a large number of missions, and then swaggered off. Sigh, this divine might group is really overbearing. They took so many missions at once, how are we supposed to live? A disciple complained. Keep your voice down, if you're heard, you'll suffer. Someone advised. Senior brother, do they always take missions like this? Lin Xian asked the person beside him. Yes, not only them, all the big groups are like this. Brother, I see that you have a conflict with the Divine Might group, so I advise you to hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, you'll suffer in the future. Lin Xian smiled, but didn't reply. Zhang Bin wanted to kill him, so how could he apologize? However, he wouldn't tell others about this matter. I wonder what groups are there in the outer sect? Lin Xian continued asking. Sigh. That person waved his hand, not daring to continue talking with Lin Xian, and ran away in a panic. Newcomer, don't mind him. He's afraid that if he gets too close to you, the Divine Might group will find trouble with him. Someone explained. Lin Xian turned around and saw a lean youth with his arms crossed in front of his chest, standing there with a smile. You're not afraid? Lin Xian curiously asked. No, I'm most annoyed by the Divine Might group. They're always so arrogant, just looking at them makes me annoyed. The lean youth scolded. My name is Lin Xian, how should I address you, senior brother? Luo Yi. The lean youth said, didn't you want to know about the power of the outer sect? Let me tell you about it. Actually, these large groups do not belong to the outer sect. Their true core is the inner sect, and many of them are even related to the core disciples. This outer sect is only used by them to absorb new forces. There are three largest groups, the Battle Group, the Divine Might Group, and the Cyan Robes Association. More than half of the elite disciples of the Xianjian sect are in these three groups, and there are many other small groups. Many of them are based on families, or they are formed by friends in order to complete missions. Among them, the Battle Group is constantly in conflict with the Divine Might Group. On the other hand, the Cyan Robes Association is a bit mysterious. It is said that the one who established the Cyan Robes Association is a great beauty, but unfortunately, no one has seen her before. Of course, it's a bit difficult to join these three groups. You need to have a certain level of strength. Brother, if you have the strength, you can join our battle group. The lean man said. So Brother Luo is from the battle group. Lin Xian laughed, I'm used to being free, so I don't really want to join these groups. Luo Yi thought that Lin Xian said that because he was worried that he was not strong enough. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, in the future, if the Divine Might group finds trouble with you, you can use my name. With that, Luo Yi took off a mission plate, waved his hand, and left. Chapter 8. The mission that Lin Xian accepted was none other than the sword repair mission that he was familiar with. This was a level 4 mission that required a total of 30 contribution points and 20 low-grade spirit stones to repair 3 long swords. Level 4 missions were considered relatively difficult in the outside world. In addition, this mission required 3 long swords to be repaired at the same time. Thus, no one accepted it for a long time. It just so happened that Lin Xian took advantage of it. When Lin Xian took the mission plate to register, the disciple in charge of registration looked at him in surprise and reminded him, look carefully. You can only get contribution points if you repair 3 swords. You can't get any less. If you repair them, you will have to compensate. You have to think carefully. The registration disciple did not believe that Lin Xian could repair them. This mission had been placed here for a long time and no one had accepted it. It was enough to show how difficult it was. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. The registration disciple did not say anything. Instead, he took out 3 slightly narrower long swords and handed them to Lin Xian. You can take them back, but you can also complete them here. The registration disciple said. Lin Xian roughly glanced at it and found that it was a little complicated. He asked, "Senior brother, I wonder if there are any similar missions to repair weapons. You can repair these first." The registration disciple dismissed him. You have to be down to earth when doing things. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and carried the 3 long swords back. Repairing weapons was a technical job that required some secret techniques. As a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion, he had been learning how to repair weapons since he was young. Although he could not be called a master, he could still deal with these things. The Sword Pool Mansion was very famous in the Dexia Kingdom. It was not only because of their powerful strength, but also because of their ability to repair weapons. In the Linggu continent, there was a special profession called the weapon nurturer. They could use extraordinary methods to repair weapons and even increase the power of weapons. The Sword Pool Mansion had some special attainments in the cultivation of long swords. Thus, in the Dexia Kingdom, they were also called sword nurturers. In the Sword Pool Mansion, there was a huge sword pool with tens of thousands of swords. The sword nurturers usually worked there. Lin Xian grew up soaking in the water of the sword pool when he was young. Lin Xian returned to his new residence and closed the door. This was the residential area for the outer disciples. Everyone had their own small house, and the decorations inside were many times better than the previous house. He placed the 3 swords on the table, drank some water, and then picked up a dark red sword. Lin Xian cut his fingertip and used his blood to draw a rune on the crack. The spirit qi in the air condensed into small dots of light and gathered towards the rune like hundreds of fireflies dancing in the air. Although it was just a small rune, it contained the painstaking efforts of several generations. Every half an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Xian would redraw it. After 3 times, the gap on the dark red sword had disappeared. With a spurt of energy, Lin Xian repaired the remaining 2 swords as well. It didn't take him much time to do so. However, his face was somewhat pale. After all, doing these things consumed a lot of spiritual energy and mental energy. He sat cross-legged and formed a seal with both hands. He circulated the secret art of long life with all his might. Traces of spiritual energy continuously circulated in his body. After an hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had reached his peak state. 30 contribution points are mine. Lin Xian's mouth curved into a smile. He carried the 3 swords and went straight to the Hall of Missions. What? You finished? So fast. The registration disciple's eyes widened. After carefully inspecting, the registration disciple did not find anything wrong. What the hell? How did this guy fix it? The registration disciple was shocked. Senior brother, are there any similar missions? Yes. The registration disciple thought for a moment, then said with a serious expression, this mission is beyond the 4th level. It is reasonable to say that outer disciples shouldn't do it. However, it has been left here for too long. Why don't you give it a try? How's the pay? Lin Xian was focused on the contribution points. 100 contribution points and 50 low-grade spirit stones. The registration disciple said. 100. Lin Xian shouted, causing the surrounding disciples to look at him in confusion. He quickly lowered his voice. Senior brother, are you sure? When the registration disciple saw Lin Xian's nervous expression, he felt a little funny. You don't have to be nervous. Other than you, no one else will take this mission. The registration disciple said, but I have to remind you that this sword is very precious. If you are not confident, it is best not to take it. For the 100 contribution points, Lin Xian did not hesitate to say, I'll take it. The registration disciple wrote down the information and then carefully took out a rectangular box. This is a low-grade human-level artifact. The registration disciple opened the box and said. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw the long sword. A small portion of the 3-foot-long sword was covered in brown liquid. Lin Xian took the sword back and carefully examined it. He found that the damage of this low-grade human-level artifact was more serious than he thought. It seems that I will need to use some materials to repair this sword. Lin Xian held his chin with a serious face. There is a type of Yin grass that is very corrosive. It should be able to get rid of this brown stain. Lin Xian had some ideas and decided to go to the Taihang Mountains tomorrow. With an idea in mind, Lin Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. In the past, Lin Xian could not open up his spirit veins, so he was not allowed to read the family's martial arts books. Now, he only had the Outer Sky Meteor, a set of family's basic sword skills, and a set of basic movement skills. Basic martial arts also had its advantages. It could be said that it was the prototype of all advanced martial arts. Take the basic sword skills, for example, it included all the basic movements of a sword move and the correct way to exert force. Lin Xian quickly immersed himself in his practice. Early the next morning, Lin Xian left for the Taihang Mountains. A gentle breeze blew through the forest and the shadows of the trees danced. Lin Xian practiced his basic footwork as he hurried on his way. The Yin elemental grass grew on the shady side of the mountain. Lin Xian searched everywhere, but he didn't find anything. Lin Xian searched for the whole morning, but still could not find anything. He simply sat on the ground, took out some dry food and ate. Not long after, the sound of fighting came from the front. There was also a faint roar of a beast. Lin Xian was curious. He moved his body and ran towards the source of the sound. Whoosh! Lin Xian hid in the grass nearby and looked up. There were two groups of people in front of him. In the middle was a 2-meter-long blood-eyed wolf. The one fighting with the blood-eyed wolf was a skinny teenager. Lin Xian knew this teenager. It was Luo Yi, the one who helped him answer his questions. Luo Yi held a short sword and constantly stabbed at the blood-eyed wolf. On average, he stabbed the blood-eyed wolf 1 out of 3 times. The blood-eyed wolf bared its teeth and waved its sharp claws, leaving a cold light in the air. Chapter 9. Luo Yi kept flashing and dodging the sharp claws of the blood-eyed wolf. Luo Yi's movement range was very small, almost all within 1 step. He used this small range and high-frequency movement to quickly dodge the attacks of the blood-eyed wolf. What precise control! Lin Xian was secretly amazed. Up until now, Luo Yi had not made a mistake. He was almost sticking close to the blood-eyed wolf. This kind of footwork was very efficient, but it was also very dangerous. One mistake and he could be seriously injured. Lin Xian thought until here. With a slash sound, Luo Yi's clothes were cut open and 3 bloody marks appeared on his chest. Humph! Great waves! Luo Yi snorted and his swordsmanship suddenly changed. It was like a surging river, surging endlessly. The 3-foot-long sword was wrapped in blue spiritual energy. Every swing of the sword was like a wave. Luo Yi swung his sword 3 times consecutively. The blue spiritual energy surged in the air and the violent power swept out. Oh whoa! The blood-eyed wolf seemed to feel the danger. Its fur stood up and it rushed to the side. Bang! However, the blood-eyed wolf was still one step too slow. It was cut in half by the sharp long sword and blood spilled on the ground. Brother Luo Yi's swordsmanship is great. Someone in the team cheered. I think the footwork is better. Someone said enviously. Brother Yi, your footwork just now was too cool. Luo Yi looked at the members of the combat team behind him and said, okay, tidy up the wolf corpses. Let's go and complete the next mission. Lin Xian squatted in the grass and recalled the footwork just now. It was not a special martial skill. It was a footwork that was practiced to a very high level. Coupled with precise calculations, it was the result of the scene just now. So exquisite, I like it. Lin Xian was very moved and planned to work hard in this area. Let's find the shadow grass first. He did not forget the purpose of coming out. After tidying up his backpack, he set off again. Finally, in a mountain stream, Lin Xian found 3 stalks of shadow grass. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He immediately took out a wooden box from his backpack and picked one of the stalks of shadow grass and put it in the wooden box. It's Yin elemental grass. Suddenly, someone behind him exclaimed. Lin Xian's heart sank. He plucked another stalk and placed it into the wooden box before putting it away. He left 1 stalk outside. 2 stalks were enough for him. Brat, put down the Yin elemental grass in your box. That person berated. Lin Xian frowned and looked over, only to see a square-faced youth standing in front of him. He was dressed in white robes with a crescent moon embroidered on his sleeves. People from the Shenwei group. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and slowly exhaled. There's another one over there. You can go and pick it, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. 1 stalk. The youth sneered. I want all of it. You dare to snatch the Divine Might Group's mission. You must be tired of living. Sure enough, you're more domineering than I imagined. Lin Xian gripped the long sword in his hand and said coldly, Get out of the way, I don't have time for you. Oh my, you want to make a move. That disciple's expression was insolent. You dare to make a move against a member of the Divine Might Group. Come. I'll let you know the power of this young master. The square-faced disciple pulled out his long sword and thrust it over. Cloud water sword technique. Although the square-faced disciple was insolent, his moves were not careless. He used a sharp sword technique right from the start, not looking down on Lin Xian at all. This sword technique was like a fleeting cloud, but also like flowing water. It gave people a feeling of gentleness, like a lover's hand brushing past, causing people to be mesmerized. Lin Xian was vigilant. Sure enough, the disciples who could join the Divine Might Group all had some skills. His hands did not have a trace of panic and were very steady. It was as if these were not the hands of a youth, because no youth's hands could be so steady. Lin Xian knew that this was all thanks to the sword technique he had been practicing for 3 years, which was the heavenly meteor. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight to this extent. Raising his hand, he drew his sword. Lin Xian used the basic sword technique. There were no unnecessary fanciful moves. It was very simple and very practical. I'm dying of laughter. The square-faced disciple laughed. You actually used the basic sword technique. If you don't have the ability to challenge the Divine Might Group, you must be tired of living. The rules of the Xianjian sect were strict. No one was allowed to die within the sect, but outside of the Xianjian sect, in this mountain, no one could control them, and no one would control them. 13 Sword of Cloud Water, Light Cloud, Clear Water. The square-faced disciple slashed out 2 times in a row. One was as dazzling as a rainbow, while the other was ethereal. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, this hidden second sword was the real killing move. The square-faced disciple had a smile on his face, as if he could already see Lin Xian powerlessly falling to the ground, begging for mercy. However, in the next moment, the situation changed. The black iron sword in Lin Xian's hand was like a black venomous dragon as it quickly stabbed out twice. The angles of the 2 stabs were very precise. The square-faced disciple's attack was neutralized. What? That's impossible. The square-faced disciple's eyelids twitched. The 2 swords just now were the essence of the Cloud-Water sword. One sword was in the light, attracting the enemy's firepower, and the other sword was in the dark, specializing in sneak attacks. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known beforehand, and easily broke through the 2 swords. Shit luck. The square-faced disciple could not figure it out, so he could only attribute it to luck. Let's see how long your luck can last. His face was sinister as he swung his sword, cutting down the surrounding rocks and vegetation. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. The square-faced disciple's strength was on par with him, and his sword technique was not bad. He had only practiced the basic sword technique and basic footwork alone, and had never used it to fight with others. Now was the time to try it out. Unconsciously, Lin Xian thought of Luo Yi's footwork not long ago. It was agile, fast, efficient, and exciting. Let's try it. Lin Xian suddenly stepped forward, preparing to practice that footwork. This action startled the square-faced disciple, but when he realized that Lin Xian's attack frequency had decreased, and his footwork was always wrong, his face was full of a sinister smile. No more strength, right? You've used up all your energy. Then die for me. On the tip of the sword, a silver sword light flashed, and a shocking power surged out. Lin Xian sighed. He had just gotten a feel for it, and now the square-faced disciple wanted to use a big move. Helpless, he could only give up on practicing. He swung his sword, bringing a sword light, and like lightning, it pierced the square-faced disciple's wrist. A cold light flashed, and a half-foot-long wound appeared on the square-faced disciple's wrist, with blood wildly flowing out. The sword fell to the ground with a clang. The square-faced disciple clutched his wrist, looking at Lin Xian in horror. What do you want to do? The square-faced disciple looked flustered. I'm warning you, I'm a member of the Divine Might group. Don't mess around. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around, picked up the remaining shadow elemental grass, put it in a box, and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the square-faced disciple quickly climbed up from the ground and quickly retreated. After reaching a safe distance, he shot a small golden arrow into the sky. With a boom, the small arrow exploded in the air, forming a small golden sun, which was very eye-catching. Chapter 10. Brat, you're dead. The square-faced disciple shouted crazily. From afar, a few figures were rushing over. Their bodies were flickering with light and they weren't any weaker than Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian wasn't afraid of trouble, he wasn't stupid enough to go against the entire Divine Might group. Who knew how many of their people were in the mountains? It wasn't the right time to clash with them. His body flashed and he was about to run away. Chi! A cold light blocked his path. It was the square-faced disciple who was trying his best to stop him. Seeing that his companions had arrived, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Scram! The sword in Lin Xian's hand flashed like a rainbow. The square-faced disciple screamed as his body flew out. However, this delay gave the members of the Xinwei group quite a bit of time. 3 figures arrived first and blocked Lin Xian's path. You dare to hurt the Divine Might Group's people? You're simply courting death. The person in front had a strong aura. His body was shining brightly. He was actually a 4th-rank spiritual knight. The other person's cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 3rd-rank spiritual knight. Lin Xian, it's actually you. A 3rd-rank spiritual knight was shocked. He then laughed loudly, since you've met me, you can die peacefully. This 3rd-rank spiritual knight was actually Zhang Bin. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes turned red. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. Brother Hai, this brat is the sword slave I told you about. You must not let him go. Zhang Bin said to the 4th-rank spiritual knight. Don't worry, our people are rushing over. Even if it's a deity, they won't be able to save him. The disciple called Brother Hai sneered. Lin Xian's heart sank. Since the other party wanted to capture him, he wouldn't be lenient. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, he might as well make the first move. He looked at the surrounding terrain and had an idea. He suddenly jumped up. The black iron sword in his hand turned into a shooting star and flashed past. Poochie. Everything happened too suddenly. There wasn't any sign beforehand. Lin Xian was like lightning, extremely fast. The 4th-tier spiritual knight called Big Brother Hai wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only avoid his vital parts in a hurry. The long sword slashed across his chest, bringing along a piece of flesh and blood. Ah! Lin Xian let out a blood-curdling scream as he broke through the encirclement. He stepped on a tree and leaped onto a boulder before fleeing into the distance. Chase after him. The stage 4 disciple screamed. He wrapped his wound with his spirit energy, then took out a red pill and swallowed it. We can't let him get away. Track his route and send out the signal. There's only one outcome for those who provoke the Divine Might Group. The 3 of them chased after Lin Xian. When Zhang Bin saw that Lin Xian was getting stronger each time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one in the future. Put in more effort. This brat's movement technique level is low, and his speed isn't very fast. Even if we have to chase him, we have to chase him to death. The stage 4 spiritual knight covered his wound with his eyes filled with ferocity. Lin Xian's speed was indeed not fast. After all, he was using the fundamental movement technique. To be able to use the fundamental movement technique to display this kind of speed was already very shocking. However, he was still caught up. The stage 4 disciple called Big Brother Hai was like a hungry wolf. He used his strongest move right from the start. He couldn't wait to split Lin Xian into 2 halves. Zhang Bin and the other stage 3 spiritual knight also used all their ruthless moves. Every move was aimed at Lin Xian's vital parts. That move, Falling Stars, almost consumed 1/3 of Lin Xian's spirit energy. At that time, he didn't want to kill anyone. He only wanted to make the stage 4 disciple lose his ability to fight. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. If he really killed someone, then the Divine Might Group would definitely go crazy for revenge. Not for these few lives, but for their reputation. The Divine Might Group wouldn't let Lin Xian go. They might even alert the inner disciples. This wasn't what Lin Xian wanted. His goal was to become a core disciple and then return to his family. If he were to fight with the Divine Might Group now, he wouldn't be able to afford it. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand flickered with spirit energy. It was like a heavenly sword as it cut through the void. The 3 of them were forced to retreat. They didn't think that Lin Xian's swordsmanship would be so powerful. It was obviously the most basic swordsmanship, but it was able to restrain them. The more Zhang Bin fought, the more afraid he became. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took out a piece of talisman paper. He poured in his spirit energy and then threw it at Lin Xian. The talisman paper fluttered in the wind and continuously grew bigger. Moreover, it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Lin Xian was instinctively shocked. The spirit energy fluctuation on the talisman paper made his heart tremble. He was afraid that even a stage 5 spiritual knight wouldn't have this kind of power. Whoosh! The talisman paper flickered non-stop. In the dazzling light, 3 half-meter-long silver light swords pierced towards Lin Xian's vital points like 3 silver dragons. The terrifying spirit energy caused the surroundings to tremble. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the air. Lin Xian executed his basic footwork to the extreme and constantly changed his position. He circulated his spirit energy with all his might. The green spirit energy was like a flame jumping around his body. However, the 3 silver light swords were too fast. They were like lightning. Although Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, the sword radiance still brushed past his body. He was sent flying like a fallen leaf. The 3 silver light swords smashed into the ground, creating a deep black pit. Many trees were cut in half. Puff! Lin Xian was only hit by the sword radiance. However, he felt as if he was hit by a heavenly hammer. The blood in his body was in turmoil. He suffered a serious internal injury. He's injured. Everyone, attack! When Zhang Bin saw that his life-saving talisman paper didn't kill Lin Xian, he was furious. He could only urge his companions to attack. Lin Xian's situation was very dangerous. The 3 people in front of him were very aggressive. They pounced on him like fierce beasts. He crazily circulated the longevity secret art. The spirit energy in his body was like a river. It constantly circulated in his body, repairing his injured body. After swallowing a pill, Lin Xian's body rose from the ground. He left behind afterimages in the air as he ran into the distance. The 3 people chased after him. Along the way, they alarmed many wild beasts. However, the 3 of them couldn't care less. They only felt anger in their hearts. If they didn't kill Lin Xian, they would go crazy. Kid, die! The 3 people crazily pounced. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his body. A black lotus appeared on the tip of his sword. Mysterious and demonic. This black lotus was like a bloodthirsty demon. In an instant, it sucked away all the blood and flesh of the rank 4 disciple. Only a piece of human skin was left behind. Zhang Bin and the other disciple were so scared that their eyeballs almost popped out. The 2 of them trembled and retreated. You are a demon, whoosh. Lin Xian seemed to be unable to control himself. His long sword once again pierced towards the rank 3 spiritual knight. Very quickly, that person was sucked dry. Clang! Zhang Bin was so scared that his long sword fell to the ground. He kept retreating. When he saw Lin Xian raise his long sword again, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Don't kill me. Zhang Bin kept kowtowing. His whole body was trembling. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so demonic. He could actually suck people's blood essence. If he knew, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have provoked Lin Xian. Now that I've discovered his secret, he'll definitely kill me. Zhang Bin thought to himself. First, I'll beg for mercy, then I'll attack him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly reach for another talisman. Big brother, uncle. Don't kill me. Zhang Bin kept begging for mercy. No, you are my grandfather. You should treat me as your grandson. Let me go. Lin Xian was trying his best to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in his body. He didn't know what happened, but he was very familiar with the Black Lotus. It was the black lotus that sealed his spiritual veins. Right now, he only wanted to kill. If it wasn't for the art of long life, he would have already collapsed. There were two forces fighting in his body. One was the green spiritual energy formed by the art of long life, and the other was the black gas formed by the black lotus. These two forces were in a deadlock. No one could do anything to the other. Zhang Bin noticed that Lin Xian was stunned. His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He quickly took out the talisman paper and threw it towards Lin Xian. Go to hell. Zhang Bin went crazy. Boom. The talisman paper flashed. A ball of light that was more dazzling than the sun flew out. In a flash, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body seemed to have turned into a black hole. In an instant, the ball of light was sucked in. Then, the mysterious small sword in his body trembled. The green spiritual energy shook and quickly suppressed the black lotus. Lin Xian also regained his consciousness. He decisively stabbed Zhang Bin's throat. You! Zhang Bin clutched his throat. His eyes gradually widened. My big brother is. Chapter 11. Lin Xian had no qualms about it. If he didn't kill, he would be killed. Furthermore, he had the strange phenomenon of devouring other people's blood essence. If news of this got out, he would definitely be hunted down. Whoa! Wolf howls came from all directions. The fight just now had already attracted countless monsters. Now that blood was all over the ground, these ferocious beasts were even more agitated. Lin Xian's body wasn't in good condition. He quickly retreated, thinking that Zhang Bin's body would be eaten. This way, it would be difficult to find out that he was the killer. With a few shuttles, he disappeared into the forest. Not long after Lin Xian left, the hungry wolves pounced on the corpses of Zhang Bin and the others. By the time Lin Xian returned to the sect, it was already evening. The sun was setting in the west, and its afterglow spread across the land. He dragged his tired body back to his room and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up again, the silver moon was already in the sky. Lin Xian carefully examined the situation in his body. The small glazed sword was still there. The green spiritual power slowly flowed. Wherever it passed, there was a faint glow. The black gas and black lotus that appeared during the day were nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. The scene of a person's blood essence being sucked dry was too shocking. A living person was sucked dry in an instant. This kind of thing had never happened before. There were too many strange things happening recently. What's in my body? Why did Father let me into the ancestral land? Lin Xian had many questions in his mind. Kid, your sword skills are not bad. At this moment, a voice entered Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian's muscles tensed. He looked around cautiously. The long sword in his hand was ready to strike at any time, but there was no one around. Come out quickly, or I'll get angry. Stop looking, I'm here. The voice said lazily. Then, Lin Xian felt the world spin. Then, the small wooden house in front of him disappeared. It was replaced by a grayish-white land. There was a huge divine tree in front of him, but it had already withered. Under the tree, there was a figure with black hair like a waterfall on white clothes fluttering in the wind. The figure's back was facing Lin Xian, so he couldn't see his face clearly. You, who are you? Where is this place? Lin Xian calmed the fear in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Hee, kid, not bad. You didn't wet your pants from fright. The white figure turned around when he heard Lin Xian's words. It was a middle-aged man. He could be considered handsome, but the stubble on his face and the red wine gourd in his hand ruined his image of a transcendent being. Hee, it's been a long time since I've met someone. I feel really close to you. The middle-aged man in white shook the gourd in his hand and said, Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Lin Xian asked warily. Kid, don't be so nervous. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I won't hurt you. As for this place, it's in your body. What? In my body. Lin Xian almost cried out. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that mysterious little sword? The middle-aged man in white raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He smiled but didn't say anything. What's with the lotus in my body? And what is this sword? Lin Xian asked. The middle-aged man in white smiled and said, Kid, you have so many questions. You'll know these things in the future. There's no point in telling you now. Then what's with the blood sucking? Don't tell me you sucked it. Lin Xian thought of that frightening scene again. There's another force in your body, but it's hidden very well. It was this force that stimulated me and woke me up from my deep sleep. As for what it is, I'm not sure. The middle-aged man in white had a rare serious expression. However, he soon returned to his lazy look and said, Don't worry. With me around, that force won't dare to come out. Lin Xian knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of the middle-aged man, so he stopped asking. However, he couldn't let this guy stay in his body forever. He had to find a way to get him out. Hey, don't tell me you're going to stay here forever. My stomach isn't an inn. The middle-aged man in white smiled and asked in a tempting voice, Do you want to become an inner disciple? Do you want to return to your family? Do you want to become stronger? The middle-aged man in white's voice seemed to be filled with magic, causing Lin Xian's heart to beat rapidly. Without the black lotus sealing my meridians, wouldn't it be easy for me to become stronger with my talent? Lin Xian was confident in himself. Your talent is good, but don't you think about how many years you're behind others? What kind of resources can you get now? Do you have the time to waste? You have a way. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The Sword Pool Mansion opened the ancestors' land once every 10 years. There were less than 2 years until the next opening. If he wanted to enter the ancestors' land, he had to reach the top 3 of the younger generation. Before he left the family, some of the young disciples in the family had already reached the spiritual sea realm. He was only at the 3rd level of the meridian's condensation period. The gap between the two was like a moat, difficult to cross. Seeing Lin Xian's dispirited face, the middle-aged man in white laughed. What do you think of the longevity secret? You're the one who gave me that cultivation method. Lin Xian finally remembered the art of longevity. Without the longevity secret, how could you break through to the 3rd level of the meridian's condensation period so quickly? The middle-aged man in white said, Now, do you believe in my strength? What do you want from helping me like this? Lin Xian asked cautiously. He knew that there was no such thing as a free thing in the world. My request is simple. When your strength reaches a certain level, I'll tell you. The middle-aged man in white looked into the distance, his eyes full of vicissitudes. Okay, deal. Lin Xian didn't think there was a problem. Hurry up and let me reach the spiritual sea realm. He said lightly. Pooh. The middle-aged man in white spat out all the wine he had just drunk. I really want to kill you with a mouthful of strong wine. What do you think cultivation is? You want to reach the heavens in a single step. Dream on. What a waste of a mouthful of good wine. The middle-aged man in white sighed. Lin Xian painfully covered his face. No matter how he looked at it, this guy looked like a drunkard. He always had a feeling that he had been tricked. In the future, just call me Wine Lord. I'll brew some low-level spirit wine for you first, so that your meridians won't be able to withstand it. Brew wine. You want me to drink wine to break through? Lin Xian felt like he was going crazy. What's with that expression? Wine Lord wasn't happy. Back in the day, how many powerful warriors begged me to brew wine for them? You should be content to be able to drink my wine. He didn't care whether Lin Xian believed him or not, and directly said, 3 snake-shaped fruits and a purple flower herb. Give it to me tomorrow, and I'll brew wine for you. What? 3 snake-shaped fruits and a purple flower herb. You want me to rob people? Lin Xian roared. He had seen in the mission hall that 1 snake-shaped fruit cost 50 contribution points. He didn't have much contribution points in total right now, and this kind of thing probably couldn't be exchanged for even if he had contribution points. Chapter 12. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the hut. Cursing under his breath, he took out the 3 stalks of Yin grass. He crushed one of them with his spirit power and extracted the liquid within. Then, he took out the damaged human-grade artifact. Dripping the Yin grass liquid onto the human-grade artifact, Lin Xian used his blood to create a strange rune. Suddenly, the brown liquid melted and dripped onto the ground, burning small holes in the ground. Finally, the human-grade artifact was free of contaminants. Lin Xian drew 3 runes on the sword, drawing the spirit power in the air to cleanse the sword. Your technique is not bad, but it's still a bit immature. Wine Lord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. You know how to nurture artifacts? Lin Xian curled his lips. Of course, back in the day, I was known as the Dual Master. One was the Wine Master, and the other was the Sword Master. Anything related to the sword, there's nothing I don't know. Cultivating the sword is too easy. Sword Master. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Since you say it's so powerful, give me a high-level sword art to practice. My sword art's level is too high. You can't practice it right now. Let's talk about it after you break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Wine Lord said this and went silent. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but no matter how he shouted, there was no response. At this time, the flickering runes also disappeared. On the sword's body, there was a faint glow. Even from far away, one could feel the coldness on it. It's worthy of being called an artifact. Without using spirit power, it has such power. Lin Xian felt the bone-chilling coldness from the sword and his heart was full of praise. Artifacts were weapons that surpassed ordinary swords and sabers. They were inscribed with special runes. When a martial artist poured spirit power into them, they could explode with power that surpassed their own strength. Every artifact was very precious. They were meticulously created by refiners. Every martial artist dreamed of having an artifact-level weapon. Putting away the repaired artifact, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited. After submitting the mission tomorrow, he would have 100 contribution points. In addition to the previous mission, he would have a total of 130 contribution points and 70 low-grade spirit stones. 100 contribution points were enough to exchange for a low-grade yellow-class martial art, and low-grade spirit stones could also be used to purchase items or directly absorb the spirit energy within. However, the spirit energy contained in low-grade spirit stones was rather impure and needed to be purified by oneself. The next morning, Lin Xian carried the long wooden box and went straight to the Hall of Missions. Bang! He put the wooden box in front of the registration disciple and said with a smile, "Senior brother, check the goods." The registration disciple glanced suspiciously at Lin Xian before quickly opening the long wooden box. The 3-foot-long blade glowed with a dim light and emitted a bone-piercing chill, as if it could explode with a powerful force at any time. This. The registration disciple took a deep breath and swallowed hard. That's right, it was really repaired. The registration disciple said with a shocked face, "Junior brother is really amazing." When he asked Lin Xian to accept this mission, he only wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect Lin Xian to actually repair it. The registration disciple quickly gave the reward to Lin Xian and put away the artifact. Lin Xian took out 20 spirit stones from the pile and distributed them to the disciples who registered with him. "Senior brother, I'll need you to take care of me in the future. If there are any more missions to repair weapons, please help me keep them," Lin Xian said with a smile. The registration disciple put away the spirit stones without showing any expression. He laughed softly and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Lin. My name is Chen Dazheng. If you need any help, just let me know." "Senior brother, I wonder if there are any serpentine fruit and violet flower like in here?" Lin Xian asked. Chen Dazheng flipped open the records and looked. "No, all the stock has been taken away by the inner sect elders." Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't surprised. The serpentine fruit and violet flower lichen were both ingredients for alchemy. They were very precious, so it was normal for them to be out of stock. "Senior brother Chin, I want to exchange for a low-grade yellow class martial art. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Xian decided to learn a sword art to increase his strength. Chen Dazheng lowered his head and took out a yellowed book from a pile of materials and handed it to Lin Xian. "This is the name and a brief introduction of the martial arts that can be exchanged. Take a look." Then he took out a small booklet and said softly, "This is the record of the martial arts that the other disciples exchanged for." Lin Xian first opened the booklet that introduced the martial arts. There were various martial arts names, introductions, and basic information such as the required contribution points. He casually flipped through a few pages and found that the first few pages were all yellow class martial arts. The last few pages even had mystic class martial arts. In Lin Xian's knowledge, mystic class martial arts were very powerful. Even in his family, mystic class martial arts were rare. But in the Black Heaven sect, he could actually exchange for mystic class martial arts. But when he saw the required contribution points, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. The price was ridiculously high. An ordinary disciple wouldn't be able to afford it in their lifetime. Lin Xian shook his head and no longer paid attention to it. He turned his attention back to the martial arts in front of him. According to Lin Xian's thoughts, he didn't need the martial arts to cultivate his spirit power. If it was movement or attack, Lin Xian's first choice would be the offensive martial arts. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. A strong offensive style would allow Lin Xian to complete his mission more easily. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to the offensive martial arts. Tiger Subduing Fist, Fierce Fish Style, emphasizes on using strength to suppress others. Grade, low-grade yellow class martial arts. Contribution points required, 100 contribution points. Windborne Steps, graceful footwork, moves with the wind. Grade, low-grade yellow class martial arts. Contribution points required, 120 contribution points. Flowing Cloud Sword Style, ethereal, agile, makes one unable to grasp its trajectory. Grade, low-grade yellow class martial arts. Contribution points required, 120 contribution points. Lin Xian quickly browsed through and his gaze finally stopped at one place. Thunderclap Sword Style, fast as lightning, moves like thunder. Grade, high-grade yellow class martial arts. Contribution points required, 120 contribution points. Also, this book only contains the first 3 grades. Please choose carefully. So that's how it is. The sword style is incomplete. No wonder the price is so low. Lin Xian thought, but this thunderclap sword style's characteristics are really tempting. I didn't expect to see the thunderclap sword style here. Wine Lord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Damn, don't be so sudden. Lin Xian also used his mind to communicate. Wine Lord's voice gave him a fright. Hee hee. Wine Lord laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. Didn't you want to learn a sword style? This thunderclap sword style is definitely a good choice. From your tone, it sounds like you've seen the thunderclap sword style before. Lin Xian was curious. Of course. In the past, the thunderclap sword style was considered one of the godly skills. This book is obviously a simplified version, but it's very suitable for you now. Chapter 13. Senior Brother Chin, I've read it. I want to exchange for this thunderclap sword art. Lin Xian returned the book. What? You want to exchange for the thunderclap sword technique? Chen Dajing exclaimed. When the nearby disciples heard this, they all looked at Lin Xian with an inexplicable gaze. Junior brother, you just came here not long ago, so you don't know much about the thunderclap sword technique. Chen Dajing explained, not only is this sword technique incomplete, it's also very difficult to practice. There were people who chose it in the past, but no one succeeded. As time passed, no one chose it anymore. So, junior brother, I think you should exchange for another one. 120 contribution points is not a small amount. Chen Dajing advised. No one succeeded. That's weird. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and smiled. Wine Lord said that this is a simplified version, but I think it's quite powerful. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll exchange for this thunderclap sword technique. Sigh. Chen Dajing sighed and shook his head at Lin Xian's insistence. He took out a thin booklet from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to Lin Xian. You know the rules, right? Chen Dajing asked. Lin Xian nodded. Other than me, no one else is allowed to pass it to. This was the rule of the Black Heaven sect. Whoever exchanged for the technique would be allowed to practice it. If anyone were to privately pass it on, they would be severely punished by the sect. Lin Xian took the thunderclap sword technique and was about to leave when a group of disciples came in from outside. They were talking non-stop and looked a little flustered. Did you hear? Someone from the Shenwei group died in the Taihang Mountains. What? Are you sure? Someone asked. You still don't know? The few disciples who came in said, yesterday, a few disciples from the Shenwei group didn't return home. Their bodies were found in the Taihang Mountains today. They were already gnawed beyond recognition. If it weren't for their identity cards, we wouldn't have recognized them. They were killed by demonic beasts. The disciples who came over said, it's their bad luck to meet a powerful demonic beast. When something like this happened, the ones who were the most excited were the ordinary disciples. They weren't from the Shenwei group, and they were usually bullied by them. Of course, they hoped that something would happen to the Shenwei group, such as someone provoking them, or a battle with the Shenwei group. But it seemed like they were excited for nothing. Do you know who died? The disciple said mysteriously. Everyone looked at him curiously, their faces full of anticipation. Lin Xian stood in the distance in silence. He knew who had died, but he also wanted to hear the Divine Might Group's stance on this matter. The disciple continued, one of the dead disciples is called Zhang Bin. You might not have heard of his name, but you must have heard of his brother's name. Zhang's brother. Zhang's brother. Who is this Zhang Qian? Lin Xian saw Chen Dajing's face and subconsciously pursed his lips. You entered the sect late, so it's normal that you don't know. Chen Dajing sighed. Zhang Zhang is an inner sect disciple, and a core member of the Shenwei group. His cultivation has reached the 8th level of the pulse condensing realm, and he's one of the top 30 in the inner sect. Almost all the disciples of the Black Heaven sect have heard of his name. I didn't expect his brother to die in the Taihang Mountains while he was out on a mission. He'll probably go berserk when he comes back. Lin Xian nodded expressionlessly, but his heart sank. He didn't expect Zhang Bin's brother to be so powerful, but he didn't regret it. Even if he knew Zhang Bin's identity, he would still kill him. At this time, the disciple said, many of the inner sect disciples of the Shenwei group went to the Taihang Mountains, and they found Zhang Bin with many sword wounds. Among them, there were obvious wounds on his neck from being pierced by a sword. You're saying he was killed first, and then dismembered by a demonic beast? Everyone was stunned. Someone actually dared to kill Zhang Qian's brother. This was simply courting death. Right now, the entire Shenwei group is furious, and they're discussing a solution. They'll probably mobilize all their forces to find the murderer. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He didn't expect to be seen through. He bid farewell to Chen Dajing and left. His current situation was very dangerous, and the only thing he could do was to raise his strength as much as possible. On the way back, Lin Xian found that all the disciples were discussing this matter. He subconsciously clenched his fists and quickened his pace. Back in his room, Lin Xian let down his guard and slowly exhaled. Calming himself down, he opened the thunderclap sword technique that he just exchanged, and read it word by word. If he could master this thunderclap sword technique, his strength would increase by a large margin. The core of the thunderclap sword technique was only one word: fast. What was the fastest in the world? Lightning. What was the most violent? Thunder. And the thunderclap sword technique combined the fastest speed and violent power. With one sword, wind and thunder would move. Lin Xian couldn't help but nod his head when he read this. Indeed, the power of lightning was one of the most violent powers in the world. If this power was integrated into the sword technique, the power would be unimaginable. Lin Xian already had a preliminary understanding of the speed of the sword. His heavenly meteor was extremely fast, but unfortunately, it consumed too much spiritual energy. I wonder how fast the thunderclap sword technique is. Lin Xian was filled with anticipation. He continued reading. At the back were the first 3 moves and a section of the sword technique's mental cultivation method. This sword technique's mental cultivation method was the core of the sword technique. Only with the sword technique's mental cultivation method could the sword technique's power be unleashed. Lin Xian became more and more engrossed as he read. The contents of the thunderclap sword technique had broadened his horizons. He now knew why many people couldn't master it. Just the word fast alone was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. Just like Lin Xian's heavenly meteor, it took him 3 years to achieve today's results. Moreover, not only did the thunderclap sword technique have to be fast, but it also had to control the violent power. Are you done reading? Wine Lord's voice rang out. Do you want me to give you some pointers? Lin Xian was still not used to the mysterious voice of Uncle Drunkard. However, when he heard the word pointers, his face was instantly filled with smiles. Since this mysterious guy dares to call himself Sword Master, he must be extraordinary in the way of the sword. If I have his pointers, my cultivation speed will definitely increase greatly, Lin Xian thought to himself. Uncle Drunkard, I really need your pointers. Lin Xian said with a grin. Based on your personality, you should have suspected it first before rejecting it, Lord Alcohol said in a sarcastic tone. Hee, I'd be a bastard if I didn't take advantage of it. Lord Alcohol laughed out loud when he heard that. Kid, you're my type. However, he quickly came to his senses and said with displeasure, "What did you just say? Who's the drunkard?" Lin Xian was taken aback. This guy's reaction was slow. However, he still praised him. "You must have heard wrong. I said you're the wine sage and the sword immortal among men. You're the Zhijiangxian." I like hearing that. Wine Lord was extremely pleased. He howled, "Little Xian, I'm almost out of wine. Get me some good wine." "Lin Xian, I want wine brewed from 1,000-year-old spirit fruits, and a 10,000-year-old immortal vine." Wine Lord began to list out his requests. "You haven't woken up yet, have you?" Lin Xian clutched his head in pain. "I'm so poor that I don't even have a single spirit stone on me. Where am I supposed to get 1,000-year-old spirit fruits for you?" Wine Lord's lazy voice drifted out. "I can't teach you that. Study it yourself. I wish you success." Lin Xian, after a long while, Lin Xian suddenly exploded. "Fuck you, I'm praising you as a Zhijiangxian. Do you really think you're an immortal? Do you think I won't chase you out right now?" The room was completely silent. Wine Lord did not react. Chapter 14. The boundless Taihang Mountains were filled with a primitive atmosphere. There were all kinds of tall trees and strange mountains. Tigers roared and apes cried. Ferocious beasts were everywhere. However, in this treacherous mountain forest, a seemingly thin and weak figure often appeared and hunted many wild beasts. "Damn, I'm so unlucky." The figure pierced a double-horned boar with his sword and landed on the ground steadily. This beast ate half of the serpent-shaped fruit. The figure was Lin Xian. He angrily cut off the pair of white horns and put them in his bag. He had been searching for the serpent-shaped fruit and viola licorice for the past few days. After a few days of hard work, he had already found 3 serpent-shaped fruits and 4 viola licorice. As long as he could gather 5 of each, he could ask the wine lord to brew wine that could improve his cultivation. Just now, he had finally found a serpent-shaped fruit, but it was eaten by a double-horned boar first. In anger, Lin Xian had to kill the double-horned boar. He still needed 2 more serpent-shaped fruits and a viola licorice. He had to hurry. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he set off again. There were only 2 months left before the inner disciple examination, but his strength was still at the 3rd level of the pulse condensing stage. Lin Xian was like a big bird. His toes touched the ground and he glided in the air. When he landed, he used the branches to support his body so that his whole body was in the air. The serpent-shaped fruit liked dark and damp places, while the viola licorice preferred the sun. Therefore, Lin Xian could only run around. Whoosh! He landed on the trunk of a big tree and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he found the serpent-shaped fruit in a dark place. Lin Xian had to admit that his luck was pretty good. Although the serpent-shaped fruit was not very precious, it was not common. Plus, the elders of the Black Sky sect used a lot of it, so the serpent-shaped fruit in the vicinity was almost all picked. Lin Xian stomped his feet and flew towards the serpent-shaped fruit. Before he landed, there was a sudden change in the bushes. A twin-tailed green snake shot out like a sharp sword, its mouth shaped like a fan, directly biting towards Lin Xian's head. "You're courting death." Lin Xian roared angrily. His black iron longsword stabbed out as fast as lightning, precisely hitting the vital point. With a flick of his wrist, he infused his spirit energy into the sword. That force immediately tore open the wound, as if an explosion had occurred. After dealing with the twin-tailed green snake, Lin Xian quickly grabbed the snake-shaped fruit. As soon as he touched it, he felt a sense of danger. He madly channeled the art of longevity, and his entire palm glowed with a green light, like a bright moon. Chee! 2 sharp sounds rang out. There were 2 finger-sized snakes hidden under the leaves of the snake-shaped fruit. The moment Lin Xian's palm fell, they bit him. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would have been bitten. Although this snake was small in size, its venom was very strong. Generally, if someone below the 6th rank of the meridian condensing stage was bitten by it, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Lin Xian directly used his strength to kill the 2 small snakes. Then, he took the snake-shaped fruit and the gallbladder of the twin-tailed green snake, putting it into his backpack. No matter what, these materials can still be sold for some spiritual stones. However, my backpack is almost full. I can't fit them all in. Lin Xian looked at the remaining materials, his eyes filled with reluctance. Those were all spiritual stones. You bumpkin, you can't even bear to part with these things. Wine Lord's mocking voice rang out. Uncle Drunkard, didn't you say you should greet me before you speak? Lin Xian was a bit mad. He was actually being looked down upon by a drunkard. And I haven't thought of how to greet you yet. You can't make me knock on the door. Wine Lord rolled his eyes. You're still too young. Like me, I can completely adapt to the days in your body. Fuck. Lin Xian wanted nothing more than to crawl into his backpack and beat him up. However, for the sake of the spirit wine and the cultivation of the thunderous sword technique, he endured it. I say, little Xian, you have to hurry up and find the 1,000-year-old spirit fruit. Otherwise, Wine Lord, I will fall into an eternal slumber. What? Lin Xian was shocked. This guy had tricked him into giving him so many things, and he still hadn't fulfilled any of them. I say, uncle, you should at least teach me the thunderous sword technique and be in a deep slumber. Lin Xian shouted. Little brat, if I could get out, I would have taught you a good lesson long ago. Wine Lord was so angry that he kept shouting. Lin Xian bickered with Wine Lord as he searched for the remaining materials. Under Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian quickly found 5 snake-shaped fruits and 5 purple flower licorice roots. Uncle, don't tell me you're some kind of demonic beast in disguise. Why is your nose so sharp? Lin Xian said happily. Wine Lord was speechless. Uncle, do you want to collect more? Lin Xian continued, 5 fruits can make more, is that enough? If you keep talking, I won't make more. Wine Lord threatened. The 5 snake-shaped fruits and 5 purple flower licorice roots were put away by Wine Lord. Lin Xian could only wait patiently. According to Wine Lord, he had to be at least at the 4th level of the meridian stage before he could start practicing the thunderous sword technique. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to control that power. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly fell from the sky, as if the sky was covered. Lin Xian raised his head and found that the sky above him was pitch black. A violent gust of wind came from above, sweeping in all directions. Rows of trees were blown into the sky, and table-sized boulders were blown everywhere. Lin Xian was enveloped by this strange gust of wind. It was too late for him to escape, so he could only crazily circulate his spiritual power and rely on his own strength to resist this gust of wind. That gust of wind was like a steel knife, cutting through his body. Lin Xian's feet were deeply rooted into the ground. His hands were placed in front of his chest, resisting with all his might. Fortunately, this gust of wind came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the shadow in the sky moved forward along with the gust of wind. Lin Xian was finally out of danger. He raised his head in fear and found that the shadow was actually a huge bird that covered the sky. That huge bird spread its wings, creating 2 hurricanes under its wings, wantonly destroying the forest below. Damn, what rank is this demonic beast? It's so big. Lin Xian said with lingering fear. When can I cover the sky with one hand, move mountains, and fill the sea? Lin Xian yearned to be that kind of strong martial artist. As a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to stand at the peak of martial arts. Lin Xian longed to become strong, because he wanted to control his own destiny. After risking his life to circulate his mysterious technique, the fourth spiritual vein in his body was already loosening. In a few days, he would definitely be able to open the fourth spiritual vein and become a fourth-level spiritual knight. At this moment, Wine Lord's voice sounded again. All right, little Xian Zi, with this Lord's spiritual wine, I guarantee that you'll break through quickly. However, remember to find me a spiritual fruit. I just woke up not long ago, and I don't want to fall asleep again. Wine Lord's voice gradually became softer. Don't drink too much, you can only drink one mouthful at a time. Looks like this guy's situation is really bad. Forget it, after I break through, I'll find him a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian had an idea. Without hesitation, he found a nearby cave and went in. Lin Xian held a small purple gourd in his hand. Inside was the spiritual wine brewed by Wine Lord. He opened the lid and drank a mouthful. Chapter 15. This heatwave was like a flood, quickly stirring up the spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body. In addition, Lin Xian repeatedly circulated the art of longevity, causing the green spiritual energy in his body to grow stronger and stronger. Under the guidance of the art of longevity, the green spiritual energy quickly broke through the fourth spiritual pulse and formed a fourth cycle in Lin Xian's body. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He originally needed 4 or 5 days to break through the bottleneck, but with the help of the spiritual wine, he actually broke through. My current strength has at least doubled compared to the third level of the meridian condensing stage. No wonder it said that martial arts cultivation is like climbing a ladder, one stage can crush the next. Lin Xian punched out, creating a large hole in the mountain wall. The surrounding cracks spread like a spider web. As expected, I still can't control my strength accurately. Lin Xian knew that if he could control his strength well, he would be able to concentrate all his strength on a single point. That way, he would be able to directly pierce through the mountain wall. It would not be like now, where his strength was scattered and could only shatter the mountain rocks. However, he was not discouraged. As long as he learned the Thunderclap sword, he would be able to control his strength accurately. That way, his strength would increase again. However, if he wanted the Wine Lord to teach him the sword, he would need to find a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian did not dare to think about 1,000-year spiritual fruit, but 100-year spiritual fruit. As long as he paid the price, he could still get it. What a waste of a good pot of wine. Lin Xian sighed. Why do I have to imitate that drunkard? Lin Xian quivered, looks like I'll be led astray by him in the future. He opened his backpack and took out a few white porcelain bottles. Then, he poured the remaining spiritual wine in the gourd into these white porcelain bottles. He poured half a mouthful into each of the 3 white porcelain bottles, then carefully sealed the bottle caps. Lin Xian put away the purple gourd, then took the white porcelain bottles and a backpack full of beast materials and walked towards the nearest city. Liang City was a nearby city. It was close to the Taihang Mountains and was not far from the Black Heaven sect. Many disciples of the Black Heaven sect came here to buy things. Because it was close to the mountains, there were many mercenary groups that entered the forest for the first time. In addition, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect often visited Liang City, causing the trade in Liang City to flourish. Among them, the most famous ones were the first floor, second lane, and third treasure street. The first floor was referring to the 10,000 treasures tower. This 10,000 treasures tower could be said to be the largest trading house within Leong City. There were only rare treasures that you could not imagine, but there was nothing that you could not buy. Of course, the premise was that you had to have enough money. If you weren't from a rich family, it was better not to go. Otherwise, just the price alone was enough to scare people to death. The second market had two markets, the Heavenly Fragrance Market and the Qingyi Market. Although it was not as famous as the 10,000 Treasure Tower, it was also considered a first-class exchange. The goods inside were not only comprehensive, but the price was also cheaper than the 10,000 Treasure Tower. However, it was also not something that ordinary people could afford. As for the Three Treasures Street, it was a commercial street. The things sold were naturally related to martial artists. However, the things inside were very mixed. It could be said that they were passing off fish eyes as pearls. There were often people who bought fake goods, but there were also people who had found treasures. Therefore, it could be said that this was a place where heaven and hell coexisted. As long as you had enough luck, you might be able to find a heaven-defying treasure. After Lin Xian arrived at Leong City, he bought a loose black robe with a cloak and covered his entire body within the black robe. When going out, it was not good to be careless. He did not have the money to go to the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Just the entrance fee alone was 30 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. As for the commercial street, he planned to stroll around when he had the money. As for selling things, forget about it. Therefore, he went straight to the Heavenly Fragrance Market of the second lane. The Heavenly Fragrance Market was located in the south of Leong City. It occupied a very large area. The boss behind the Heavenly Fragrance Market was a great beauty. Moreover, she had a group of beautiful ladies under her. These ladies often came to the Heavenly Fragrance Market to do business. Many martial artists came because of its reputation. Lin Xian stood at the entrance of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. Looking at the tide of people, he took a deep breath and strode in. There were many people who wore black robes like Lin Xian. Therefore, he was not conspicuous in the crowd. Touching the 3 small bottles in his arms, he followed the flow of people and walked forward. The inside was divided into many areas. It was very good to guide the flow of people. Lin Xian was looking for the whereabouts of the spirit fruits while thinking about how much these spirit wines should be sold for. Things like these that could stimulate spirit energy. If he was not really short of money, he would not sell them even if he was beaten to death. Weapon area, elixir area, armor area, herb area, Lin Xian looked through them one by one. He really found many good things. However, the prices could only make him chuckle. He then turned and left. Finally, he came to the herb area. There were shops and stalls here. Lin Xian looked at the stalls one by one. Some of the stall owners were very enthusiastic and chatted with him. Some were very cold and only sat quietly. After asking around, there were indeed no 1,000-year-old spirit fruits. There were a few 100-year-old spirit fruits, but they were too expensive. Moreover, they did not accept bartering. Lin Xian could only give up. He decided to enter the shop to take a look. Hey! Just as Lin Xian was about to enter the shop, a figure pulled him back. I've been looking at you for a long time. Do you need a 100-year-old spirit fruit? This was a fat middle-aged man. His triangular eyes were squeezed into a line by the fat on his face. He grinned and said, I have some here. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He looked at the fat middle-aged man with a smile and said, take it out and let me take a look. He let the fat man take the goods. At the same time, he secretly called for Wine Lord. Sure enough, Wine Lord was immediately energized when he heard that he could identify the spirit fruit. At this time, the fat middle-aged man took out an orange fruit. He shook the spirit fruit and said, "This is a genuine 100-year-old flame fruit. It only costs 500 spiritual stones." Generally, the price of a spirit fruit at a stall was about 800 to 1,000 spiritual stones. This fat middle-aged man was selling it for 500 spiritual stones. The price was indeed cheap. However, Wine Lord glanced at it and determined that it was not a 100-year-old spirit fruit. It was not even 10 years old. This fat man was purely a scammer. After knowing the truth, Lin Xian sneered and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this fat man. Unexpectedly, the fat man grabbed him. Lin Xian was angry. He did not expect that a seller of fake goods could be so arrogant. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he did not expect the fat man to speak first. "Guards, you're robbing in broad daylight." Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the fat man to frame him. Before he could react, the crowd had surrounded him. The fat middle-aged man was still shouting, "You wanted to buy a 100-year-old spirit fruit. I sold it to you out of kindness. In the end, you snatched it. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The crowd around them began to talk. Many people were criticizing Lin Xian. Chapter 16. Lord Guard, this guy dared to steal from the Heavenly Fragrance Market. He's obviously challenging the authority of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. I hope Lord Guard can uphold justice for me. The middle-aged fat man said with a miserable expression, but his eyes flashed with a cunning light. The leader of the guards glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that he didn't have any powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, he sneered, "Men, take him down." After saying that, he gave the fat man a look. The fat man's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. At the same time, 4 guards of the Heavenly Fragrance Market walked towards Lin Xian with long swords in their hands. Sigh, this guy actually dares to cause trouble in the Heavenly Fragrance Market. I'm afraid he's out of luck this time. I'm afraid he's new here and doesn't know the power of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. Lin Xian looked at the 4 guards walking towards him and secretly circulated his spiritual energy. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he entered, but he wasn't one to lose out. Just as Lin Xian was about to attack, Wine Lord's voice sounded in his mind, "You're still too young. You're so impulsive just because of this." Lin Xian rolled his eyes, "I'm already being bullied. How can I not be impulsive?" Wine Lord smiled mysteriously, "Watch me." Lin Xian felt an inexplicable power surge out of his body and float towards the middle-aged fat man. In the next moment, the middle-aged fat man shuddered and laughed wildly. "Ha, Brother Leopard, it's going too smoothly this time. This black-robed man is too easy to trick." He didn't even resist. "We'll split the things on him equally. When I find another fat sheep, I'll look for you, Brother Leopard." As he spoke, the middle-aged fat man pulled the leader of the guards and kept shouting Brother Leopard's name. The surrounding people immediately understood what was going on and glared at the guards of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. The 4 guards who originally wanted to capture Lin Xian immediately retreated in fear. Brother Leopard was so scared that his face turned pale. He raised his hand and slapped over. Slap! The middle-aged fat man was hit and spun 3 times on the spot. His already fat face was now swollen. This slap completely woke the middle-aged fat man up. Brother Leopard, why did you hit me?" The middle-aged fatty felt wronged. "Scram! I don't know you. Men, capture this fatty." Brother Leopard wished he could tear him apart. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Market was alerted. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress slowly walked over. She first sent someone to suppress Brother Bao, then apologized to the people around her, claiming that this kind of thing would never happen again. Finally, she came to Lin Xian's side and said in a tender voice, "Sir, I'm really sorry this time. The Heavenly Fragrance Market didn't treat you well. I hope you can forgive us. In order to make up for this misunderstanding, we will sell everything you buy at a 30% discount." The lady in pink said. Lin Xian lowered his voice and said, "Since you are so sincere, it's meaningless for me to pursue the matter. Do you have any 100-year-old spiritual fruits?" "Sir, this way please." The lady in pink smiled like a flower. She swayed her waist and led Lin Xian into a stylish shop. "This is a 100-year-old flame fruit. It contains a powerful fire attribute. It is very suitable for martial artists who cultivate fire attribute martial arts. It costs 1,000 spirit stones. This is the frost fruit. It contains a tyrannical power of frost." The lady in pink introduced 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual fruits. Each of them was more than 100 years old and incomparably precious. "Which one does Sir fancy?" the lady in pink asked with a smile. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. These spiritual fruits were all around 1,000 spirit stones. After a 30% discount, it would still be around 700 spirit stones. He didn't know how much his spirit wine could be sold for, but it shouldn't be any worse than these spiritual fruits. "I want these 3. Lin Xian stretched out his finger and said in a low voice. Lin Xian pointed to the flame fruit, frost fruit, and thunder fruit. These 3 fruits were all worth 1,000 spirit stones. Altogether, it would be 3,000 spirit stones. This was not a small number. "Can you buy spiritual liquid here?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. "Spiritual liquid?" The lady in pink was stunned. She then looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. "May I know what grade of spiritual liquid you want to sell? Please wait for a moment. I will get an appraiser." The lady in pink brought Lin Xian to a luxurious room and then left with her slender waist swaying. Not long after, she brought back an old man with white hair. "This is our Heavenly Fragrance Market's appraiser, Master Yuan." "Elder Yuan, this is the sir who wants to sell spiritual liquid," the lady in pink said. Elder Yuan had a head of white hair. The wrinkles on his face were like dried orange peel. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars, flashing with light from time to time. Lin Xian smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, a small white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He placed the white porcelain bottle on the table. Then, he leaned back on the chair. Seeing this, Elder Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed the white porcelain bottle and carefully opened it. Instantly, a fragrance wafted out, making one feel refreshed. Elder Yuan's eyes lit up. He quickly sat down to examine it carefully. Even the lady in pink looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. She was one of the people in charge of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. She was in charge of the entire medicinal ingredient area. Usually, she saw spiritual liquid. However, it was her first time seeing one that could make one feel refreshed just by smelling it like Lin Xian. As the manager of the Heavenly Fragrance Market, she had already decided to build a good relationship with Lin Xian and strive to make him a regular customer of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. At this moment, Elder Yuan finished his appraisal. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Clearly, the grade of this spiritual liquid was beyond his expectations. "It's a second-grade spiritual liquid." Elder Yuan's voice was a little hurried. "And it's a top-grade second-grade spiritual liquid." Lin Xian was delighted. From Elder Yuan's expression, he could guess that this spiritual liquid was quite expensive. However, he really didn't know the exact value of this second-grade spiritual liquid. Fortunately, Elder Yuan spoke at this moment. Sir, how much are you selling it? How much is the Heavenly Fragrance Market offering? Lin Xian asked in return. Preliminary estimates say it's around 1,000 spiritual stones. Of course, if it's auctioned, the price should be even higher. 1,000 spiritual stones is about the same as a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian was surprised. He knew what this spiritual liquid was made of. It was just some spiritual herbs. In total, it was only 200 spiritual stones. He didn't expect that it would be so valuable after being made into spiritual liquid. Looks like Uncle Drunkard is quite amazing. I won't have to worry about spiritual stones in the future. Lin Xian thought happily. I still have one more bottle. These 2 bottles of spiritual liquid can be exchanged for 300-year-old spiritual fruits. Is that okay? Lin Xian asked indifferently. 3 spiritual fruits were 3,000 spiritual stones. After a 30% discount, it was 2,100 spiritual stones. It was about the same price as 2 bottles of spiritual liquid. You have more. Elder Yuan and the lady were stunned. Did Sir have more? No. You should know how precious this thing is. 2 bottles is my limit. Lin Xian said. In fact, he still had 1 bottle. Moreover, he still had a lot of purple gourds. He estimated that he still had about 3 bottles. Chapter 17. 2 bottles of spirit liquid for 300-year-old spirit fruits. Moreover, he could establish a relationship with such a mysterious person. This kind of business was absolutely profitable. Of course. The woman in red smiled like a flower. She took out a purple gold card and said with a smile. This is the Heavenly Fragrance Market's VIP card. In the future, you will be treated as a VIP in any area of the Heavenly Fragrance Market. Moreover, you will get a 10% discount on all purchases. If you want to auction, the handling fee will be reduced from 10% to 5%. It seems that he mistook me for an alchemist. Lin Xian took the purple gold card and nodded with satisfaction. In the Linggu continent, there were all kinds of professions. Among them was an alchemist who specialized in extracting the effective ingredients of spirit herbs and making them into highly effective spirit herbs or spirit liquids. Alchemists were divided into 9 grades. The corresponding elixirs and spirit liquids were also divided into 9 grades. The spirit wine in Lin Xian's hand was a 2nd-grade spirit liquid. Lin Xian took the spirit fruits and quickly left the shop. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the woman in red's eyes flashed. Elder Yuan, is this really a 2nd-grade spirit liquid? Elder Yuan's orange peel-like face was full of seriousness. It is indeed a 2nd-grade spirit liquid. However, I didn't sense the aura of an alchemist from that person. You mean that person isn't an alchemist? The woman in red frowned slightly. Do you want to send someone to investigate him? Elder Yuan shook his head. No. Even if he isn't an alchemist, he must have an unusual relationship with one. If we anger him, I'm afraid it will only bring harm to the Heavenly Fragrance Market. You should know that alchemists are people that many forces fight over. Don't offend an alchemist. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry, Elder Yuan. I know what to do. The woman in red smiled. After leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Market, Lin Xian didn't go back directly. Instead, he went straight to the Western District's commercial street. The commercial street was far worse than the Heavenly Fragrance Market. There were no magnificent buildings, no guards to maintain order, and no beautiful maids to greet with a smile. After getting 3 spirit fruits, Lin Xian was in a good mood. He walked briskly on the commercial street. From time to time, he would glance at the stalls by the roadside. Most of them were selling ordinary items. Some were even selling broken weapons and armor. Other than that, there were also some oddly shaped items. These people called them antiques. Lin Xian looked around but didn't find anything good. Just as he was about to leave, Wine Lord suddenly spoke. Little Xian Zi, there's a brown stone at the stall on the right. You must get it. Lin Xian discreetly turned around to take a look, then asked in his mind, what's so special about it? I told you you're young, but you didn't believe me. Wine Lord sneered. Of course there's nothing special about this stone. The key is that there's a tree branch sealed inside. It's been there for at least 1,000 years. Really? Lin Xian was flabbergasted. He realized that Wine Lord was like a god. First, he was able to make the fat middle-aged man speak the truth, and now he was able to clearly see what was inside the stone. How did you do it? Lin Xian also wanted to learn, so he asked in a fawning manner. This is a divine ability, a divine ability. Do you understand? Wine Lord said proudly. Lin Xian pursed his lips. He walked casually to the stall and casually picked up a few items to take a look. The stall owner was a young man about his age, but his face was sallow and his body was a little thin. Sir, what have you taken a fancy to? Let me tell you, these are all heirlooms in my family. They're definitely antiques. The sallow-faced young man said excitedly. Lin Xian looked for a long time, then picked up the brown stone. Lin Xian heard Wine Lord's strange cry in his mind. Lin Xian felt a small black whirlpool flash by, but when he looked closely, he didn't see anything. Done, little Xian Zi. I've got that half of the tree branch. You can leave now. Wine Lord took that half of the tree branch and 3 spirit fruits, and focused on brewing wine. What's this? You're even selling a broken stone? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. This. The sallow-faced young man's eyes darted around, but before he could say anything, Lin Xian heard an extremely arrogant voice from behind him. I'll buy this stone. Clang! A bag of spirit stones fell onto the stall. Here are 20 spirit stones. Take it, and the stone is mine. The voice had a commanding tone. Lin Xian turned around and saw a few young men and women standing behind him. They had arrogant looks on their faces, as if they didn't take anyone seriously. I've given you the money, and the stone is mine. Put down the stone, and you can leave. One of the young men said coldly to Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian didn't need to fight over the stone with the item in his hands, but these young men's tone made him unhappy. Moreover, these young men were all disciples of the Black Heaven sect. 2 of them were from the Divine Might group, and one of them was a young girl wearing green clothes. She had a pretty face, but her face carried an air of arrogance. The Divine Might group again. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He said indifferently, I'll pay 30 spirit stones. You dare to fight with me? Don't you know we're disciples of the Black Heaven sect? The young man said arrogantly. Since ancient times, the highest bidder has won. You're just an outer sect disciple, and don't have the right to be arrogant. Lin Xian said disdainfully. These young men were mostly at the 4th stage of the pulse condensation period. In the outer sect, they could be considered above average. However, these young men spoke as if they were peerless masters, and didn't put anyone in their eyes. Okay, 30 spirit stones, it's yours. The young man sneered, I won't spend a single cent, and I'll make you obediently give it to me. Finished speaking, he touched the long sword at his waist. The threat was very obvious. Such a good stone, of course I'll cut it open on the spot. Lin Xian said indifferently. When the young men heard this, their faces changed. For a moment, they didn't know what to do, and could only stare fiercely at Lin Xian. Humph, wait for Brother Tianjia to come back, then we'll teach him a lesson. The young girl suddenly said. Sure enough, not long after, another young man arrived. This was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His aura was very tyrannical, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Fifth stage of the pulse condensation period. Lin Xian was secretly surprised. This young man was already an expert in the outer sect. Why did these people also want this stone? Did they also know that there was something inside? After the young man named Tianjia learned about this matter, he directly asked, Stall owner, who are you going to sell it to? I'm not selling it. No matter how stupid the yellow-faced stall owner was, he knew that this brown stone was a treasure. How could he sell it for 20 spirit stones? 50 spirit stones, I'll take the stone. Otherwise, you'll be going against our Black Heaven Sect's Divine Might group. Tianjia said sternly. What? You're from the Divine Might group. The yellow-faced stall owner's face suddenly turned ugly. Chapter 18. From Tianjia's point of view, Lin Xian's aura was not strong, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. That arm glowed with a yellow light as it grabbed at Lin Xian. Humph, you want to pretend to be an expert just by wearing a black robe? Senior Tianjia is a rank 5 Meridian Stage 5. The group of youths sneered. You dare to steal our things, you are looking for death. The yellow-faced stall owner was so scared that his face turned pale. He curled up to the side, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He grabbed the brown stone in his hand and met the yellow fist head-on. Tianjia saw that Lin Xian used the brown stone to block his attack. He was annoyed, but he did not dare to attack directly, fearing that he would damage the brown stone. His fist turned into a claw midway, and grabbed at Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian still quickly moved his arm and used the stone to block the attack. He said slowly. I bid 60 spirit stones. Damn, don't be so arrogant. If you delay our business, it will be hard for you to die. Tianjia was depressed. He obviously had great strength, but he could not use it. This kind of feeling was indescribably sullen. I will count to 3. If you don't increase the price, I will crush this stone on the spot. Lin Xian sneered. 1. The martial artists on the business street saw people fighting and thought that a treasure had appeared. They all gathered around. Damn, who is so lucky to find something good? Hey, you have to be alive to get the good stuff. I can't believe I met a rank 5 spiritual knight. 2. Lin Xian shouted, don't blame me if an expert is attracted. Tianjia's palm moved continuously. His moves were exquisite, but Lin Xian used the brown stone to block his attack path. I bid 70. Tianjia gritted his teeth and said. He decided that once he got the stone, the first thing he would do was to tear this black-robed man apart. What? 70, did I hear wrong? The surrounding people shouted, a treasure for only 70 spirit stones. I bid 80, can I buy it? Someone asked. The highest bidder wins. Lin Xian laughed. I'll pay 100. Damn it, all of you get lost. Tianjia was furious. His body's spiritual power gushed out, and a yellow stream of air jumped like flames. Some people still wanted to bid, but they were suppressed by Tianjia's aura. Humph, we're from the Black Heaven Sect's Godly Might group. We won't forgive anyone who dares to cause trouble. The young disciples shouted coldly. Many people gave up on fighting for the treasures. Although the treasures were good, their lives were more precious. Yo, what a big tone. I'll pay 150 spirit stones. A mocking voice rang out. Many people turned their heads to see who had the guts to challenge the people from the Black Sky sect. Tianjia also stopped attacking and looked coldly at the person who made the bid. Lin Xian took a quick glance and realized that he actually knew the person who had made the bid. Luo Yi. Tianjia gritted his teeth and said, "Your battle group also wants to intervene." "Originally, I didn't want to interfere, but I just can't stand your divine might group," Luo Yi said with a grin. 200 spirit stones. Tianjia did not continue to argue with Luo Yi. Both their strength and status were equal. If they insisted on fighting, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short time. 220 spirit stones. Luo Yi crossed his arms and looked very satisfied. Die for me. Tianjia did not bid anymore. Instead, he suddenly launched an attack. His fist was like a fierce tiger, and even the air was trembling. It was too sudden. Luo Yi and the others did not expect it, so they did not have time to help. They could only hope that the black-robed man could dodge it. Like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, the yellow fist was wrapped in spiritual power. It let out a low tiger roar and went straight for Lin Xian's face. It's the intermediate yellow rank martial art, Tiger Roaring Fist. This black-robed man is dead for sure. Senior brother Tianjia is really powerful. I'm afraid no one in the same rank can take this punch, right? Lin Xian's left hand was like a sword. Green spiritual power gushed out and formed a sword light. He used his finger as a sword and pointed it out like a shooting star. Chi! This was the shooting star, but Lin Xian only used his finger to display it. However, the power was not weak at all. The sword light swayed and flew out like a startled swan. It instantly broke Tianjia's howling tiger fist. Pooh! Tianjia felt pain in his arm and staggered back. His eyes were filled with fear. The disciples who followed him still had a smile on their faces, but their muscles were as stiff as stone. How is this possible? Those youths almost bit off their tongues. That was senior brother Tianjia, the elite of the Shenwei group, a 5th-rank spiritual knight. Luo Yi's pupils shrank. He thought carefully and realized that if it was him, he would not be able to dodge that sword. Who is this black-robed man? His heart was filled with fear. Sneak attack. Lin Xian's voice was cold. I changed my mind. If you don't take out 500 spirit stones, don't think about getting this stone. At this moment, Tianjia was still in a state of shock. The sword strike just now had shattered his confidence. He was now determined that Lin Xian was the mysterious expert. He had never seen anyone with a sword as fast as him. Senior, please calm down. I have eyes but failed to see an offended senior. Tianjia said in a panic, here are 500 spirit notes. You can exchange them for spirit stones at the 1,000 treasure building in the city. I hope senior can. Tianjia's performance was completely different from before. There was no other way. This was a world where the strong were respected. Only those with strength could make others submit. Take it. Lin Xian took the spirit notes and said in a deep voice, I'll let this matter go. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. He threw the brown stone to Tianjia. Anyway, the spirit branch in the stone was already taken out by Wine Lord. He had no use for the stone. Senior's teachings are right. Tianjia said respectfully. After he got the stone, he immediately left with a group of disciples. It seemed that he was really scared. Lin Xian took out a spirit note and gave it to the stall owner, and asked, Where did you get that stone? The yellow-faced stall owner took the spirit note and said in a low voice, "Senior, that stone was picked up in the periphery of Taihang Mountain. There was a hurricane in the forest that day, and many things were blown here. One of them was this brown stone." Hurricane. Lin Xian immediately thought of the huge bird that day. It seems that this stone was originally in the depths of the forest, but the bird accidentally brought it out. "Are there many of these stones?" Lin Xian asked again. "I only picked up one stone. The rest fell into the deep pit. I didn't dare to pick them up." The stall owner said carefully, "That is a demonic pit. Any living thing that gets close to it will lose themselves and die, turning into a pile of bones. Senior, it's better if you don't go. Don't set up your stall for a while. Be careful of those people who come looking for trouble." Lin Xian reminded him, and then left without looking back. He had heard of the demonic pit. It was a forbidden area in the Taihang Mountains. People had only seen people go in, but no one came out alive. It's in such a dangerous place. Lin Xian originally wanted to collect more brown stones, but now he had to give up. He went to a deserted place and quickly took off his black robe, and returned to his original appearance. Let's go back to the sect first. When Wine Lord finishes brewing the spirit wine, I can start practicing the thunder sword art. Lin Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. Tian Jia and the others took the brown stone to an inn. They sat around a table and looked at the stone curiously. "Senior brother, is this really a stone from the depths of Taihang Mountains?" "There's nothing special about it," a disciple said. Chapter 19. Black Heaven Sect, Mission Hall. After registering his information, Chen Dajing took the artifact that Lin Xian had repaired and left happily. Repairing the artifact was an order issued by the elder, and no one had been able to fix it for 3 months. Now that Lin Xian had fixed it, he could also benefit from it. Chen Dajing hummed a tune and quickly walked towards the back of the mountain. An hour later, he arrived in front of a quiet little courtyard and cupped his hands towards the 2 disciples guarding the door. "Senior brothers, I am Chen Dajing from the mission hall. I am here to see Elder Fang, please pass on the message." The disciple guarding the door said, "Elder Fang is in seclusion. If there is anything, just leave it to us. This is Elder Fang's artifact. It has been repaired. Please accept it on my behalf." Chen Dajing was a little disappointed that he could not see Elder Fang. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." The disciple guarding the door said, "Wait a moment, there is a weapon here. Take it back and send out the mission. There is more." Chen Dajing's eyes lit up. He felt somewhat excited in his heart. If he could repair both of Elder Fang's treasures, then he would definitely be able to gain Elder Fang's favor. Although the one who repaired the treasures was Lin Xian, Chen Dajing's skill was also very great. "Okay, don't worry, senior brother. I will go back and send out the mission." Chen Dajing took the artifact saber and left happily. Lin Xian rushed all the way back to the Black Heaven sect. There was still no news from Wine Lord's side, so he went to the mission hall to take a look. "Junior brother Lin, over here." Lin Xian had just entered the mission hall when he heard someone calling his name. He followed the voice and found that it was Chen Dajing who called him. "Senior brother Chen, is there a new mission?" Lin Xian asked happily. Junior brother Lin, this is an artifact saber. It is also a mission issued by the elder. The price is the same as last time. How about it, do you want to take it?" Lin Xian wasn't lacking in spirit stones, but he was lacking in contribution points. Now that he heard that there was a mission, of course he would accept it. "I've accepted the mission. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Chen." Lin Xian accepted the mission and gave Chen Dajing 30 spirit stones. Junior brother is so generous. Chen Dajing's smile reached his ears. He quickly put away the spirit stones and said with a smile, "You just have to focus on repairing it. I'll leave the task of repairing weapons for you." Lin Xian smiled and said goodbye to Chen Dajing. Then, he took his saber and walked back to his house. After spending 2 hours repairing the treasured saber, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands and entered a state of cultivation. Under the urging of the longevity secret art, the spirit energy in his body quickly circulated according to a specific route. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by a green light, like a ball of fire. After a night of meditation, Lin Xian did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and his body was filled with energy. Outside the window, the sun rose, bright red. Wine Lord had also finished brewing the spirit wine, so his body was fine for the time being. He laughed loudly, "Little Xian, you did well this time. I won't have to worry about running out of wine for the next few months. Next, it's time to teach you the thunderclap sword technique. Pack up, we're leaving." "Where are we going?" Lin Xian's face was full of excitement. "The Taihang Mountains. The length of the cultivation time this time will depend on your comprehension," Wine Lord said. "Let's go." Lin Xian grabbed the repaired treasured saber and went to the Hall of Missions to submit the mission. Then, he rushed to the mountain gate. Lin Xian shuttled through the forest and finally found a relatively clean cave to use as a temporary residence. Then, he began to cultivate. The thunderclap sword technique was not only fast, but also violent. In terms of speed, Lin Xian did not have much of a problem. The main problem was the control of strength. Strength was one of the pursuits of martial artists. The strength of a pulse condensation martial artist was divided into 2 aspects. One was the strength of the body's muscles, and the other was the strength produced by the body's spirit power. Ordinary martial artists could only use half of the strength in their body. It could be said that the efficiency of using strength was very low. The better ones could use up to 70% of the strength in their body. Once a martial artist could accurately control the strength in their body and use up to 10% of the strength, their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. What Lin Xian needed to do now was to precisely control the strength in every part of his body. "Little Xian, I'll now assign the first training content for you," Wine Lord said. "First, find a big mountain and practice carving words." "Carving words? Didn't I come here to cultivate? Why carve words?" Lin Xian did not understand. "Right now, your control of spirit power is very garbage. You can't effectively use the spirit power in your body. The first content is to let you have basic control of your own spirit power." Wine Lord said, "Spread out your 10 fingers and carve a row of words on each finger. You have to carve them all at once. Moreover, I want every word to be the same depth. If you make a mistake, you have to start over. Today, carve 20 words. You can only sleep after you meet my requirements." Wine Lord had a serious expression on his face. "Don't worry." Lin Xian found a smooth mountain rock and activated the spirit power in his body. His 10 fingers were enveloped in a green light. He calmed his mind and moved his fingers. When the spirit power touched the mountain rock, it would leave a dent. Lin Xian originally thought it would be simple, but he was wrong. When his 10 fingers touched the mountain rock for the first time, the depth of the dent was different. His right hand's dent was obviously deeper than his left, and there was a difference between each finger. Now, Lin Xian understood that this was not an easy task. He had to evenly channel his spirit power into his fingers and then use it evenly. Just like that, Lin Xian began carving again and again, Mystic Sky Sect, Back Mountain. In a quiet courtyard, an old man with white hair pushed open the door and walked out. Elder Fong, this is your human-level treasure. It has been repaired. A green-robed disciple handed over a long wooden box. Oh. It's been repaired. Elder Fong was a little surprised. He did not have any expectations and just casually placed it in the mission hall. He opened the box and took out a long sword. He waved it twice in the air and the sword beam shot into the sky, cutting through the void. Yes, it seems to be more powerful than before. Elder Fong held the long sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. This. Elder Fong's hand suddenly trembled. This is the Sword Pool Mansion's technique. Who sent it? Elder Fong asked. Chen Dajing from the mission hall. The green-robed disciple replied respectfully. Whoosh! Elder Fong turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the small courtyard. Mission hall, registration office. Chen Dajing lowered his head to check the mission information. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over and blew the books on his desk away. He cursed and raised his head. He wanted to use his hand to press down on the papers to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. But when he saw it, he was shocked and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. A figure stood silently in front of him like a ghost. Fong, Elder Fong. Chen Dajing called out excitedly after seeing the person's face clearly. Let me ask you, who repaired the human-level precious artifact? Elder Fong asked. An outer sect disciple called Lin Xian, Chen Dajing quickly replied. Surnamed Lin. Elder Fong whispered. Let him see me. Chapter 20. Chen Dajing was puzzled as he did not know why Elder Fong would come personally. Could there be a problem with the artifact? Chen Dajing thought. That shouldn't be the case. If there really was a problem, he wouldn't use this kind of tone. He quickly ran towards the outer disciples' dormitory. It seemed that he had to find Lin Xian to know what was going on. However, what gave him a headache was that Lin Xian was not in the room. Chen Dajing asked the surrounding disciples, but no one knew where Lin Xian went. Helpless, he could only brace himself and report to Elder Fong. After Elder Fong heard, he stroked his beard. When he comes back, tell him to come and see me immediately. Yes. Chen Dajing respectfully replied. After Elder Fong left, Chen Dajing suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot that I still have Lin Xian's recently repaired treasured saber. Forget it, I'll wait for Lin Xian to come back, then I'll send it over. He did not dare to run to Elder Fong now and could only hope that Lin Xian would come back soon. At the same time, a storm was brewing in the outer sect of the Black Sky sect. The Xinwei group's disciples mobilized all their forces to search for the people that Zhang Bin came in contact with before he died. In the end, a square-faced disciple said a shocking piece of news. He was injured in a fight with others. Zhang Bin saw his signal and went to save him. After that, Zhang Bin and the others followed that person to the depths of the forest and died in the forest. In the end, the Xinwei group's disciples drew out Lin Xian's appearance. A search for Lin Xian was launched in the outer sect. After searching everywhere, they finally found out Lin Xian's background. A sword slave who just joined the outer sect. After a youth with a scar on his face heard this, he flew into a rage. You think that he can kill a rank 4 spiritual knight and 2 rank 3 spiritual knights. This youth was one of the people in charge of the outer sect of the Xinwei group. His name was Yan Kong and his cultivation had reached rank 6 of the Meridian's condensing stage. When he heard the news about Lin Xian, he could not help but fly into a rage. Brother Kong. That square-faced disciple trembled as he said, when I was fighting with that Lin Xian, I discovered that even though he was a rank 3 spiritual knight, his strength far exceeded that of a rank 3 spiritual knight. Brother Kong, this is the only clue we have now. Regardless of whether it is true or not, let's capture him first. Otherwise, when Zhang Rui returns, we won't be able to explain ourselves. The disciple beside Yan Kong said. Let's go and take a look. Yan Kong waved his hand and led the group towards Lin Xian's residence. In the residential area of the outer sect disciples, a group of Shenwei group's disciples suddenly appeared. They quickly surrounded a small house, and one of the disciples kicked down the door of the house. The surrounding disciples came out one after another. Looking at the group of aggressive Shenwei group's disciples, they were all at a loss. Brother Kong, that brat is not here. Someone went in to investigate, then came out and said. Not here. Did he run away? Yan Kong frowned, quickly send people to search the vicinity of the sect. Send a group of people to wait here. I don't believe that he can run to the sky. With a command, the Shenwei group's outer sect disciples quickly took action. The surrounding disciples also gradually understood their actions. Lin Xian's name was recognized by everyone for the first time. When they found out that Lin Xian was just a small disciple who had just joined the outer sect and did not have any background or backing, they suddenly felt dizzy. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. A small disciple actually dared to provoke the Shenwei group. When Tang Yu heard this news, she quickly ran to find Lin Xian. She did not expect Lin Xian to create such a big mess. Not only did he find trouble with the Shenwei group, he even killed someone. She hurriedly ran to Lin Xian's residence, afraid that Lin Xian had already been taken away by the Shenwei group. But luckily, other than seeing a house full of Shenwei group's disciples, she did not see Lin Xian's shadow. Little bastard, you still know how to run away. Humph. Tang Yu kept scolding Lin Xian in her heart. After looking around and not finding Lin Xian, she angrily stomped her feet and walked away in a huff. A group of onlooking disciples discussed, I heard that Lin Xian was Tang Yu's sword slave in the past. Yeah, didn't Tang Yu just leave? Could this be secretly arranged by the battle group? In just half a day, this murder incident turned into a war between the Shenwei group and the battle group. The entire outer sect was spreading the news. Very quickly, the same news also appeared in the inner sect. However, the battle group's upper echelons personally came out to clarify that this matter had nothing to do with the battle group. Only then did the lie be suppressed. The Shenwei group waited for an entire day but did not see Lin Xian's shadow. Thus, they were even more certain that Lin Xian was the murderer and ran away. And the person in question, Lin Xian, was currently standing in front of a large rock, carving words. After a few days of training, he was already able to control the spiritual energy in his body. His 10 fingers danced and rows of words of the same depth appeared on the rock. Very good. You're faster than I expected. Lord Alcohol snorted. Then, I can practice the sword now. Lin Xian excitedly said. I said you're young, but you don't believe me. This is only the first step. Wine Lord lectured. The second step is to carve words on the leaves, but you can't pierce the leaves. Lin Xian knew that this required more control of his spiritual energy, but he was not afraid. Picking up a leaf from the ground, Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy and was about to begin. Hey, what are you doing? Wine Lord suddenly shouted. Lin Xian's face was blank. You said, carve words. Wine Lord had a helpless expression and kicked the tree behind him. Oh. Lin Xian turned around and kicked the tree trunk. Although he did not use any strength, the tree still shook 3 times. The leaves on the tree fluttered in the wind and scattered in the air. You can begin now. Wine Lord said. Ah. Lin Xian looked at the leaves in the sky and his face fell. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the forest, a figure soared and danced, the black iron sword in his hand swinging out like lightning. Every strike carved a martial character on the fluttering leaves. The sword touched the leaves but did not pierce them. The precision of the strike was shocking. This figure was Lin Xian. After half a month of practice, he could already accurately carve words on the leaves without piercing them. Uncle Wine Lord, I've completed this training. What's next? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wine Lord nodded with satisfaction. You can begin practicing the sword. Start with the first step. The first step of the thunderclap sword art had a total of 13 strikes. Each strike was as powerful as lightning and unstoppable. Furthermore, the thunderclap sword art's method of exerting strength was very strange. It only used 70% of its strength and retained the remaining 30% to coordinate with the next strike. It was like lightning in the clouds, constantly accumulating strength. Practice in the water and make good use of the resistance in the water. It will be of great help to your swordsmanship. Wine Lord suggested. The resistance in the water was very high, which tested one's control of strength. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He remembered that there was a waterfall not far away. Chapter 21. Early morning, in the forest. The morning sun shone through the layers of leaves and illuminated the forest. A young man in ragged clothes walked through the forest. His face was dirty, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. It's been a month, and I've finally mastered it. The young man's eyes were filled with excitement. It's time to return to the sect. This young man was Lin Xian, who had come out to train. After a month of brutal training, he had finally mastered the first stage of the thunderclap sword art. It could be said that his strength now had a qualitative leap compared to a month ago. Lin Xian moved and flew forward. Not long after, the majestic mountain gate of the Black Heaven sect appeared in front of him. Go back, take a shower, change into a clean set of clothes, and then have a big meal. Lin Xian had been going crazy for the past month. Now that he was going back, he had to relax. Stop. This is the Black Heaven sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The disciple guarding the mountain gate shouted. Lin Xian looked at his clothes. Indeed, he couldn't tell that it was the sect uniform. He could only take out his identity token to prove his identity. Senior brother, I'm an outer sect disciple. I'm just cultivating outside. The disciple saw Lin Xian's identity token and let him pass. However, he looked at Lin Xian with a strange gaze. He had been a disciple guarding the mountain for a while, but he had never seen anyone cultivate to such an extent. Along the way, Lin Xian attracted curious gazes wherever he passed. Lin Xian's face was slightly red, but with a thick layer of dust covering his face, it couldn't be seen. However, when he returned to his residence, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. There seemed to be more Divine Might group disciples patrolling nearby, and there seemed to be people in his house. Lin Xian didn't know that he had been exposed, but looking at the scene, he could guess a thing or two. At this time, running away was unrealistic. He might as well be open about it. After all, the other party didn't see him with their own eyes. Who allowed you to come in? Lin Xian saw that his door was kicked open and his face darkened. Fuck, who are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of our Shenwei group. The disciples in the house clamored. Where did this beggar come from? Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong with the Shenwei group? This is my house. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. He knew that the conflict between him and the Xinwei group could not be resolved, so he did not have any misgivings. When the surrounding disciples heard the commotion, they immediately gathered around. Why is there someone provoking the Divine Might group again? There have been a lot of hotheads recently. No, he just said that it was his house. He's Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this legendary figure. You're Lin Xian. Damn it, I've been waiting for you for a month, and I've finally caught you. Brothers, charge. The Xinwei group's disciples had been waiting for nearly a month and were already filled with anger. Now that they saw Lin Xian, they even had the urge to eat him up. Whoosh, whoosh. For fourth level condensing meridian disciples rushed out and surrounded Lin Xian. Charge. Powerful spiritual energy exploded from the four people's bodies, and they were about to attack. Let's see who dares. Lin Xian roared. This roar was filled with spiritual energy. That voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding around the crowd. The four people were shocked by Lin Xian's imposing manner. Lin Xian's black hair danced in the wind as he stood proudly. His body faintly emitted a shocking power. You're at death's door, and you still want to struggle. Our people will be here soon. You dare to oppose our Xinwei group? Just wait for your death. These Xinwei group's disciples were used to tyrannically abusing others. Now that there was someone like Lin Xian who dared to challenge them, they naturally hated him. Sure enough, not long after, many Xinwei group's disciples rushed over and quickly surrounded the place. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just take him down. An irascible person roared. Seeing that the surrounding people were about to make a move, Lin Xian suddenly took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and held them up high. Talisman paper, quickly retreat. Someone saw Lin Xian take out a piece of paper and immediately exclaimed. The entire crowd retreated half a meter, and no one dared to get too close. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian's hand was not a talisman paper, the Xinwei group's disciples were immediately enraged. Talisman paper your grandpa. Humph. Lin Xian sneered, and the imposing manner on his body became even stronger. Although this is not a talisman paper, its power is stronger than a talisman paper. What is that, a high-level talisman paper? Forbidden technique talisman. Everyone was curious. A bunch of idiots. Lin Xian cursed in his heart, and loudly said, This is the sect's rule. Have your brains been kicked by a donkey? You dare to fight in the sect? Lin Xian grabbed the book that recorded the sect's rules and said, The 8th rule of the sect is that if you fight in the sect without any reason, you will be whipped 30 times with a spirit whip, and expelled from the sect. Whipping was not an ordinary punishment, and was carried out by the outer sect's law enforcement team. These people's cultivation were all at the 4th level of the Meridian's condensation stage, and they used special spirit whips. After being whipped 30 times, even if you didn't die, you would be crippled. Hearing Lin Xian's reprimand, the Xinwei group's disciples hesitated. Although they were usually arrogant, they would never dare to openly violate the sect's rules. For a moment, the scene became awkward. The Xinwei group's disciples could not retreat, but they could not fight. They could only stand and surround Lin Xian to prevent him from escaping. Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had been intimidated. He walked into the small room, sat at the table, poured a cup of water, and slowly drank. He was waiting for the leader of the Xinwei group to come. He had no one to rely on now, so he could only use the sect's rules to scare these people. As long as he didn't get assassinated, these people shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Sure enough, not long after, Yan Kong brought a group of disciples here. After knowing what had happened here, his cold gaze was directed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that the main character had arrived. He slowly walked out, vigilantly looking at Yan Kong. You are Lin Xian. Yan Kong's eyes were cold. That's right. Lin Xian said in a low voice. I heard that you are quite familiar with the sect's rules. Then do you know what the consequences of killing a fellow disciple are? Yan Kong suddenly said harshly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Xian was very calm. You better hurry up and leave with your people. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Hua of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team. Yan Kong's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Lin Xian had already seen a few people dressed in black beside Yan Kong. These people had two small golden swords embroidered on their chests. He didn't expect them to be members of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team. The person called Captain Hua walked forward and said in a low voice, Lin Xian, we suspect that you killed a fellow disciple. Come with us. Where's the evidence? Who saw it? Lin Xian didn't expect the law enforcement team to side with the Xinwei group. He had already prepared for the worst. You don't have to be nervous. This is just an investigation. If you didn't kill anyone, we will let you go. Captain Hua said in a very impartial manner. Men, take him away. Captain Hua said coldly. Wait, without evidence, who dares to arrest him? A delicate voice shouted. Following that, a beautiful figure floated in. Tang Yu. Captain Hua frowned. He glanced at Yan Kong and found that the other party was also frowning. Junior Tang Yu, he killed a fellow disciple. Don't cause trouble here. Yan Kong said. He wasn't afraid of Tang Yu, but Tang Yu's brother was an expert in the top 10 of the inner sect. This was what he was really afraid of. Chapter 22. Mission Hall, Registration Office. Chen Dajing lowered his head to check the mission information. Suddenly, someone ran over and shouted, that guy called Lin Xian is back. He is now confronting the Divine Might group. This shout immediately alerted all the disciples in the mission hall. They all put down the missions in their hands and ran out. Although they had never seen Lin Xian, they had heard of Lin Xian's fame for almost a month. An outer sect disciple without any background actually dared to kill a member of the Divine Might group. Moreover, the one who died was the inner sect expert Zhang Qian's younger brother. This was definitely the most explosive news in recent times. Chen Dajing had long heard of this matter. However, he could only be anxious. Now that he heard that Lin Xian was back, he became even more anxious. After thinking for a long time, he could only ask Elder Fong for help. He picked up the repaired treasured saber and hurriedly ran to the back of the mountain. Passing through layers of halls, Chen Dajing came to a quiet courtyard. He bowed to the disciple on guard and said, Senior brother, I have an urgent matter to ask Elder Fong. Oh, it's you. The disciple on guard saw Chen Dajing and smiled, wait here. I will inform him. Chen Dajing anxiously waited outside. Now, time was life. If he was late for even a second, Lin Xian could be taken away by the Divine Might group. He did not think that Lin Xian could defeat the Divine Might group. Alright, come with me. Just as Chen Dajing felt like a year, the disciple on guard led him in. Disciple Chen Dajing greeted Elder Fong. Chen Dajing obediently bowed. What's the matter? Elder Fong lightly asked. Chen Dajing was anxious. In front of Elder Fong, he could only slowly say, this is Elder's treasured saber. It has already been repaired by Lin Xian. Oh, it's Lin Xian again. Elder Fong stroked his beard. Has he returned? Elder, Lin Xian has returned. However, he is currently surrounded by the Divine Might group. The Divine Might group insisted that Lin Xian killed their people. Now, they want to take away Lin Xian. Nonsense. Elder Fong panicked when he heard that. Lead the way. He grabbed Chen Dajing and used his movement technique, leaving behind a string of afterimages in the air. In the outer sect dormitory area, Tang Yu stood beside Lin Xian with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at the members of the Divine Might group and enforcers. Whoever dares to take him away will have to go through me first. Lin Xian didn't think that this little girl would be so protective of him. He felt a warm feeling in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Thank you very much this time." Humph. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Didn't we agree that I'll take care of you after we enter the family? Don't worry. Then I'm sorry. Captain Hua said coldly. He strode over in large strides, his body glowing with brilliance. A large hand stretched out, aiming straight for Lin Xian. Tang Yu's small face turned slightly cold. Just as she was about to make a move, she was pulled behind someone. Lin Xian pulled her behind him with one hand, then quickly pulled out his sword. The black iron sword turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly thrusting out. Lin Xian's first move was the thunderclap sword art. The sword flashed like lightning, thrusting towards the large hand. Clang clang. The two collided, producing the sound of metal clashing. Lin Xian thrust it out 3 times, thrusting towards 3 different positions. However, each time, he was blocked by the spirit energy on the palm. However, the palm also stopped because of these 3 thrusts. This is the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. Such strong spirit energy. Lin Xian felt the strength of the opponent's spirit energy and couldn't help but sigh. When this scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, it immediately caused a commotion. Am I seeing things? He actually blocked Captain Hua's attack. A 4th level meridian condensing stage can actually fight against a 6th level meridian condensing stage. I'm not dreaming, right? That sword just now was so fast. Who is this guy? No matter who he is, after provoking the Godly Might group and the law enforcement team, he's definitely dead. Captain Hua's face was frighteningly dark. Just now, he had used 30% of his strength, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would block it. Moreover, so many people had seen it. In this outer sect where news spread everywhere, the more it spread, the more ridiculous it became. Soon, everyone would know that Lin Xian had blocked his attack. Compared to his status, this was an absolute disgrace. You dare to resist arrest? Men, take him. Captain Hua shouted. Lin Xian pushed Tang Yu to the side and shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Then he clenched his long sword, ready to break out of the encirclement at any time. The disciples of the Godly Might group sneered at Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Provoking the Godly Might group again. You can repent for the rest of your life. At this critical moment, a shadow flashed from the distance, appearing above the crowd in the blink of an eye. Want to rebel? Everyone stop. The shadow landed on the ground. His voice was like a bell, quickly spreading in all directions. Only then did everyone see the appearance of the person. A white-haired old man was standing in the middle of the crowd, carrying a pale disciple. It's actually the elder. Everyone was shocked. They all bowed and greeted Elder Fong. The disciples who were fighting stopped one after another and stood aside obediently. Gathering people to cause trouble in the sect. You guys are very capable. Why don't I send all of you out to kill the enemy? Elder Fong coldly shouted. Everyone shrunk their necks in fear. The outside world wasn't peaceful. Some places were often invaded by demon beasts. Humans and demon beasts were often at war. If they were sent to the front line, it would be difficult to come back alive. Elder, Lin Xian is suspected of killing a fellow disciple, so we. Captain Hua looked very fair. Where's the evidence? Elder Fong interrupted his words. Hua Yongping, as the leader of the outer sect law enforcement team, you should know your responsibility, right? Yes. Hua Yongping said, but, all right, everyone disperse. We'll arrest him when we have evidence. Elder Fong ordered. Hua Yongping's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He really wanted to arrest this kid who embarrassed him, but now he could only give up. Thinking about it, this was the first time the law enforcement team suffered a loss. This feeling made Hua Yongping's heart go crazy. Hua Yongping led the law enforcement team away. The rest of the people also dispersed. They knew that with Elder Fong here, Lin Xian was safe. However, the Shinwei group glared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression before leaving resentfully. Just like that, a large-scale operation to capture people came to an end. What's going on? Didn't you say that this kid has no background? Hua Yongping asked angrily, why did Elder Fong come? Yan Kong's face was gloomy. He said in a deep voice, during the investigation, we didn't find any relationship between him and Elder Fong. But so what? Don't forget that we also have an elder behind us. Moreover, he's an inner sect elder. There are many ways to deal with him. Once he's out of the sect, we can directly kill him. What if he doesn't leave the sect? The sect rules state that we can't kill, but it didn't say that we can't exchange pointers. In the name of a formal exchange of pointers, we can cut off all his missions and make his life in the sect a living hell. This is easy for us. Alright, the rest is up to your Shinwei group. I'll take my leave first. Hua Yongping led the law enforcement team away. Chapter 23. Lin Xian did not expect that this matter would alarm the elder, and the elder seemed to be biased towards him. Disciple Lin Xian greets Elder Fong. Lin Xian said respectfully. Okay. The two of you can go back first. Lin Xian, follow me. Elder Fong sent Tang Yu and Qin Dajing away and led Lin Xian into the house. Whoosh. Elder Fong waved his hand and set up a soundproof restriction in the house. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a little scared, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Elder Fong's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. He asked, did you repair the human-grade treasure sword? When Lin Xian heard this, he recalled Elder Fong rushing over with Qin Dajing. He roughly understood that this matter had attracted the elder's attention. Yes, I was the one who fixed the human-level treasure, Lin Xian said. Are you from the Sword Pool Mansion? Elder Fong suddenly asked sternly. Lin Xian was shocked and his pupils shrank. How does he know my identity? Could it be that the Sword Pool Mansion wants to harm me? Lin Xian could not figure it out. His breathing became a little rapid and cold sweat flowed down his back. Elder Fong's eyes were like knives as he stared at Lin Xian. Why aren't you saying anything? Elder, I am indeed from the Sword Pool Mansion. Lin Xian said. Then why did you come to the Black Heaven sect in the Cloud State? This place is very far from the Sword Pool Mansion. Elder Fong's voice was still very cold. I am from the Sword Pool Mansion's Lin clan. I came to the Cloud State with my father half a year ago. After my father passed away, I joined the Black Heaven sect. Lin Xian lied. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he realized that Elder Fong did not say anything. Instead, Elder Fong was looking at him coldly. Furthermore, Lin Xian could feel an immense pressure emanating from him. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the mysterious little sword in his body. It trembled slightly, and the pressure disappeared without a trace. After a while, Elder Fong saw that Lin Xian didn't have any abnormalities under his spiritual pressure and nodded in satisfaction. I have some ties with the Sword Pool Manor, so after seeing that you know how to use the Sword Pool Manor's sword nurturing technique, I wanted to find out more. Since you are a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion, then we can be considered to have some relationship. Cultivate properly in the sect in the future, and those enforcement teams will not find trouble with you anymore. Thank you, Elder Fong. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. For the rest of the time, Elder Fong asked some questions about raising tools, and Lin Xian answered them fluently. Therefore, Elder Fong decided that in the future, all matters related to weapons would be handed over to Lin Xian, and the contribution points would still be given out. This made Lin Xian pleasantly surprised for a long time. Being able to work for an elder in the sect naturally meant that there would be many benefits. Furthermore, he could get closer to them, which was killing two birds with one stone. After sending Elder Fong off, Lin Xian went to thank Chendajing again before returning to his room. Inside the room, Tang Yu was sitting with her chin in her hand and kicking her dainty little feet in boredom. When she saw that Lin Xian had returned, she immediately became energetic. Why are you back again? Lin Xian asked. You heartless little brat. I just saved you, and you're treating me with such an attitude. Tang Yu said angrily. Okay, big sister, I was wrong. Why are you here? You're the big sister. Your whole family are big sisters. Am I that old? Tang Yu was unhappy. Lin Xian, seeing Lin Xian's deflated expression, Tang Yu's eyes curved and she laughed. Yes. I'm here to talk to you about serious matters. Tang Yu stopped laughing. I think the Divine Might Group will not let this go. After so many years, other than fighting with our battle group, they have never suffered a loss. They're just too overbearing. Lin Xian said. If there's a chance, I'll definitely destroy the Divine Might Group. Just you. Tang Yu curled her lips. Don't talk nonsense. You're lucky this time. If you alert the inner sect disciples, you'll be crying. Why don't you join our battle group? That way, they won't dare to make a move. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. If I join the battle group at this time, I'll undoubtedly make enemies for the battle group. I'm afraid your battle group won't accept me either. Seeing Tang Yu's unhappy face, Lin Xian said, I appreciate your good intentions. Trust me, it'll be fine. Why don't I practice with you? Lin Xian said with a fawning face. Forget it. I'm going to break through soon. I don't have time to practice with you. Humph. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him and ran away quickly. I've just mastered the first stage of the Thunderclap sword art. I need to find someone to test my skills. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and entered a state of cultivation. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Xian wanted to go to the mission hall to accept a few missions. He had already spent all his spirit stones and didn't have many contribution points left. He could be considered a poor man. He pushed open the door and looked outside. His expression immediately became very strange. In front of his door sat a row of members of the Divine Might Group. When they saw Lin Xian come out, they immediately stood up. Want to fight? Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Lin Xian frowned. It's not a fight. It's a spar. It's very legal. The members of the Divine Might Group said in a strange tone. Sorry, not interested. Lin Xian didn't want to be entangled with them. Completing missions and earning contribution points was the way to go. Humph, don't think of running. Our mission is to watch you. So you better accept the challenge obediently. Otherwise, you can only stay in the house forever. Are you guys very free? Don't you need to cultivate? Lin Xian was helpless. Humph. We can get 30 contribution points by watching you for a day. Don't you think it's much better than doing missions? The members of the Divine Might group sneered. Only trash like you would worry about contribution points. Lin Xian looked at the group of Divine Might group members in front of him. Suddenly, he had a good idea. If you want to fight with me, sure. But what's the point of a boring fight? Why don't we bet on something? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You want to bet on something with us? Are your brains damaged? The members of the Divine Might group laughed. Don't think that you're invincible just because you can take a hit from Captain Hua. Let me tell you, in front of us, you're still far from enough. Oh, is that so? Then do you want to bet? Lin Xian said leisurely. Brother, don't be rash. What's there to bet with this kid? Does he have anything to bet? A disciple advised. So the members of the Divine Might group are only good at talking. You don't even dare to accept the bet. Lin Xian purposely said loudly. What did you say? That disciple panicked. Fuck, let's bet. Who's afraid of who? The members of the Divine Might group also had their own plans. The condition given to them by the higher-ups was that as long as they could injure Lin Xian in the challenge, they would be rewarded with 300 contribution points. The members of the Divine Might group gladly accepted this condition. Many of them even came to fight for this spot. Because in the challenge, injuring the opponent would not be punished. After all, both sides were willing to accept the challenge. When the members of the Divine Might group saw Lin Xian, it was as if they saw 300 contribution points. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at them the same way. From Lin Xian's point of view, these people could accompany him in training his swordsmanship and also help him earn contribution points. They were no different from fat sheep. Chapter 24. There's an open space in front. Let's go there. The Godly Might group disciple said. The group of people surrounded Lin Xian as they walked to the open space. The surrounding disciples surrounded them as if they were watching a show. What's going on? Wasn't it settled yesterday? Why are they here again today? Some disciples didn't understand. I don't know. It seems like a member of the Godly Might group came to challenge Lin Xian. This is blatant bullying. Fuck. Lin Xian actually accepted it. Is his brain damaged? The opponent is a member of the Godly Might group. Doesn't he know that only elites can enter the Godly Might group? He'll probably lose miserably. It's even possible that he'll be seriously injured or crippled. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances because they were all too clear about the strength of the Godly Might group members. They were definitely the strongest within the same stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the Godly Might group. Each challenge costs 30 contribution points. Do you dare? Lin Xian said with a smile. Brat, you know the rules of the challenge, right? Nonsense. Besides not being allowed to kill, everything else is up to you. Am I right? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I hope you can still laugh in a moment. The Godly Might group disciple sneered. Cut the crap. Who's first? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. I'll go. The one who spoke was a thin disciple. He walked out with a treasure sword. The one who met him was a rank 4 meridian condensation disciple. He was tall and thin with an ordinary appearance. A golden curved blade hung from his waist. The Godly Might group disciple took out a palm-sized jade disc array. He activated his spirit power and the jade disc array grew in the wind. A blood-red flag appeared in the air. With a boom, the blood-red flag was inserted into the ground, forming a 3-meter-wide sealed space. It just so happened that Lin Xian and the Godly Might Group disciple were trapped inside. This was an array flag specially used for sparring. It could create a small independent space for disciples to spar while preventing outsiders from being hurt. The disciple that Lin Xian was fighting was called Su Xing. His cultivation was at the peak of 4th level meridian condensation, only a step away from 5th level meridian condensation. It could be said that within the same level, there were very few opponents. He sneered and pulled out the golden scimitar from his waist. His cold eyes instantly stared at Lin Xian. Ha! Su Xing roared, and jumped up. The scimitar in his hand turned into a streak of golden light, shooting out diagonally. The scimitar shone brightly, pointing directly at Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. His speed was frightening. Clang! The long sword was like a dragon as it touched the golden saber. The huge force caused Su Xing's arm to go numb. He really didn't expect Lin Xian's strength to be so great. Damn it, he's only at the 4th level of the meridian's condensation period, how can he have this kind of power? Su Xing was shocked. I can only use my full strength. Su Xing originally wanted to play with him, but now it seemed that he could only use his true abilities. Golden Flame Saber Technique. Su Xing roared, and on the blade, a layer of golden light lit up, as if a golden flame was burning. I didn't think that this Su Xing would use his true abilities right from the start. It seems that this Lin Xian is doomed. That's right, after all, it's a middle yellow level martial art. In addition, Lin Xian is at the peak of the 4th level of the meridian's condensation period. I estimate that within 3 moves, this Lin Xian will be defeated. The surrounding disciples murmured. They didn't think that Lin Xian would win. Su Xing slashed out with the flaming saber in his hand, creating a wave of heat in the air. That high temperature enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face still had a faint smile. His sword technique didn't change. Every strike was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven that pierced through the sky. The cold sword tip pierced through the air, and the sword touched Su Xing's right shoulder. Pooh! Su Xing was struck by lightning. His entire body flew out and fell to the ground. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened. They never would have thought that Lin Xian would be able to defeat Su Xing with a single strike. It had to be known that Lin Xian's cultivation was inferior to Su Xing's. Even the members of the Divine Might group were stunned. They knew of Su Xing's strength, otherwise they wouldn't have let him be the first to fight. In their opinion, Su Xing defeating Lin Xian was a sure thing. They never thought that Su Xing would lose so easily. Cough! Su Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He stood up in a sorry state, his eyes full of shock. You've lost. Don't forget that you owe me 30 contribution points. Lin Xian said as he put away his sword. Pooh! Su Xing was so angry that his entire body trembled. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't accept this result. However, although he was angry, he didn't dare step forward. That sword strike was too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even see it clearly before he was sent flying. This was enough to prove that Lin Xian's strength was far above his. Su Xing, come back. The members of the Divine Might group said. Su Xing could only unwillingly withdraw from the arena. The members of the Divine Might group discussed in low voices. This brat is strange. His sword technique is very fast. We can't lose again. Otherwise, our Divine Might group's face will be completely lost. Liang Hong, you go. The Divine Might Group disciple in charge of this operation, Xingli Feng, said. Alright, let's let him know what a fast sword is. The disciple called Liang Hong smiled evilly. He crossed his arms and walked into the arena with an arrogant face. He looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of disdain. Fuck, it's actually Liang Hong. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The Divine Might Group is really ruthless. They actually sent out a 5th-level condensing period expert. Moreover, it's a sword expert. I wonder if this Lin Xian can withstand it. Many people's hearts were filled with anticipation. That sword strike just now wasn't bad. But against me, you'll lose for sure. Liang Hong looked as if victory was already in his grasp. Don't worry, I won't take your life. I just need you to lie in bed for 2 months. Lin Xian's eyebrows jumped. He felt a dangerous aura from Liang Hong, but he wasn't afraid. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. Su Xing was too weak just now. He didn't even have the chance to practice his sword. I hope you can let me practice the thunderclap sword art. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Have you prepared the 30 contribution points? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Liang Hong was stunned. Then he sneered, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He suddenly pulled out his long sword. His body flew out. The long sword in his hand was red. It carried a bone-chilling cold as it pierced towards Lin Xian. A red light flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Its speed was so fast that it caused a group of people to cry out in surprise. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This Liang Hong really had the ability to be proud of. Besides his cultivation being at the 5th level of the meridian condensation period, his sword art was even better. With just one strike, Lin Xian could see that this Liang Hong wasn't someone to be trifled with. He took a deep breath and used the thunderclap sword art. He also quickly stabbed out. Dang! The 2 long swords clashed, leaving a string of sparks in the air. The 2 people quickly attacked. Every move was as fast as lightning. The crowd couldn't see their movements. They could only see a red and a green light fighting. Blood fills the cold mountain. After Liang Hong took the blow, his sword art suddenly changed. An endless red light spread out. The long sword looked as if it was stained with blood. It was incomparably demonic. It's a sword art. Liang Hong is serious. The members of the Godly Might Group cried out. They didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to force Liang Hong to use a sword art. It had to be known that there was an entire level of difference between the two. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Liang Hong's eyes were blood red. He was like a bloodthirsty demon king. He turned into a bloody light and rushed towards Lin Xian. The entire space seemed to be torn in half. Only a bloody light was left. Chapter 25. 13 Thunderclap Swords. This was the 13 swords of the first stage of the Thunderclap sword skill. Now, Lin Xian had used all of them in one go. The long sword formed a screen of light in front of him, flowing with a blue light. The blood light quickly approached. Before it even touched, it already emitted a rumbling sound that shook people's eardrums. Liang Hong was shocked. He had never seen such a strange sword skill. Each sword was faster than the last, and the power was constantly superimposing. The blood sword in his hand had broken through 5 or 6 swords, and its speed had already slowed down. How is this possible? How can a 4th-level Ningmai disciple have such a strange sword skill? Liang Hong was shocked. But so what? He was a whole level higher than Lin Xian. Just in terms of spiritual power, he could crush the opponent. Open for me. Liang Hong shouted, and the blood light on his body grew stronger. The red sword light doubled in size, and quickly tore through Lin Xian's defenses. Peng peng peng. The blood-red sword light was like a hot knife through butter, piercing through 9 of Lin Xian's defenses. With a strange light, it welcomed Lin Xian's 10th sword. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect Liang Hong to be so strong. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate anyone, especially the disciples that could join the Shenwei group. However, he still had confidence in the Thunderclap sword skill. Every sword of the Thunderclap sword skill would add a layer of hidden power to the previous sword. When the 13th sword arrived, it would accumulate the hidden power of the previous 12 swords. This power was enough to make up for the gap between him and Liang Hong. Metal clashed, and sparks flew. Liang Hong had already revealed a cruel smile. The screen of light in front of Lin Xian became weaker and weaker, as if it would shatter at any moment. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this Lin Xian had forced him to use his sword skill, he still couldn't stop his attack. Thinking that defeating this Lin Xian would give him 300 contribution points, he couldn't help but speed up the sword in his hand. This Lin Xian is going to lose. One of the spectating disciples said, but to be able to force Liang Hong to use his sword skill, he should be proud. It's his bad luck to be matched up against Liang Hong. In front of Liang Hong, he still dares to claim that he's a swift sword. A disciple of the Divine Might group attacked. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He only had 3 sword strikes left. Success or failure depended on this one move. His body swayed and he took the initiative to meet it. The black iron sword was like a swimming dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the blood-red sword light. Fuck! He actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Does he want to die? Many disciples were shocked. The Divine Might group's disciples were also dumbfounded. They could not guess Lin Xian's intentions. In the end, they could only conclude that he wanted to fight with his life on the line. When Liang Hong saw that Lin Xian had actually taken the initiative to attack, his eyes were filled with ridicule. What is this? Is this the final counterattack before death? Liang Hong laughed loudly. Lin Xian did not reply. His mind was completely immersed in the thunderclap sword technique. He was using all his strength to control the strength of his body, precisely controlling the strength of this sword strike. The 11th sword. Lin Xian urged his spiritual energy. His long sword surged and the sword light danced in the air, clashing with the blood-red sword. Clang! The huge force caused Lin Xian's arm to go numb. He hurriedly urged the secret art of longevity. Green spiritual energy surged into his arm, alleviating the numbness. However, his sword strike was not without effect. Liang Hong's attack was blocked by his sword and slowed down. At the same time, he became more proficient in using the thunderclap sword technique. 2 more sword strikes. Lin Xian gripped his long sword tightly. Using the fundamental movement technique, his body continued to move. Seeing that his attack was actually mitigated, Liang Hong was enraged. His eyes revealed a murderous glint. He poured all his spiritual energy into the blood-red sword, preparing to finish off Lin Xian in one strike. Whoosh! The long sword danced, causing the air to vibrate. Liang Hong charged over. Lin Xian also charged over. Before he even arrived, the 12th sword had already been slashed out. Die for me! Liang Hong shouted. A ferocious force swept away the black iron sword. The cold sword tip pierced towards Lin Xian's right chest. At this crucial moment, Lin Xian's eyes were like torches. His body seemed to have become one with the black iron sword. This was a wonderful feeling. Under this feeling, Lin Xian slashed out the 13th sword strike. All the accumulated power from before exploded in this strike. The black iron long sword was like a black lightning bolt, stirring up the wind and clouds. A muffled sound of thunder came from the sword, directly blasting away the blood-red sword light. Liang Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That huge force made him despair. He was like a speck of dust, fluttering in the midst of the thunder. Drip, drip. After the resplendent sword light, Liang Hong bent over in a sorry state. His left hand clutched his chest as fresh blood continuously flowed out. Liang Hong lost. The members of the Divine Might group were dumbstruck. Their entire bodies were frozen in place. The muscles on their faces unconsciously twitched. Their hearts couldn't accept it. I actually lost. Liang Hong's eyes were devoid of light. He actually lost to a 4th-level condensing period disciple. This caused his confidence to take a heavy blow. Lin Xian stood there with his eyes slightly closed. He was digesting the feeling he had just experienced. That 13th sword strike, he seemed to have turned into lightning. This feeling was very wonderful. Remember that you owe me 30 contribution points. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said to the distant Liang Hong. Who's next? Hearing this, the faces of the members of the Divine Might group twitched. Even Liang Hong had been defeated. The only one left who could fight was the leader, Xing Lifeng. But Lin Xian didn't plan on letting them go. What a joke, each person was worth 30 contribution points. Where could he find such a fat sheep? Thus, he extended his finger and began to call out names. None of you are allowed to leave. Lin Xian looked at the members of the Divine Might group and said. Prepare 30 contribution points and wait for this young master to come and collect the goods. Lin Xian said excitedly. It's you. Lin Xian pointed at a disciple of the Divine Might group and said, come and fight. Don't lose to the Divine Might group's momentum. The disciple had the heart to die. Even Liang Hong had been defeated. He definitely wasn't Lin Xian's opponent. But at this time, if he were to run away, the Divine Might group wouldn't let him go. The result was that in less than 3 moves, he was defeated. Everyone looked at Xing Lifeng. His cultivation level was the highest, and only he had a chance of defeating Lin Xian. Otherwise, this operation would become a joke. You've gone too far. Xing Lifeng said with a cold face. Gone too far. When your Divine Might group surrounded me, did you think of going too far? When you sent a 5th-level condensing period disciple to deal with me, did you think of going too far? When you colluded with the enforcement team to frame me, did you think of going too far? Lin Xian sneered and said, could it be that only you can bully others and others aren't allowed to retaliate? Going against the Divine Might group, there's no place for you here. Xing Lifeng said coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian pointed his long sword and said, now you have 2 choices. One is to obediently hand over 30 contribution points. 2 is to be beaten up by me and then obediently hand over the contribution points. Which one do you choose? Arrogant, too arrogant. The Divine Might group's disciples wished they could fight him to the death. But because of the sect rules, they could only endure. Now, the only one who could openly defeat Lin Xian and salvage the situation was Xing Lifeng. When the spectating disciples heard Lin Xian's words, their faces were filled with excitement. They weren't members of the Divine Might group. Moreover, many of them had been bullied by the Divine Might group. Now that there was someone who could make the Divine Might group suffer, they were naturally happy. I will make you shut your mouth. Xing Lifeng slowly walked into the arena. His gaze was like a knife, enveloping Lin Xian. Brother Feng will definitely win. The Divine Might Group's disciples roared. Don't worry, Brother Feng is at the peak of the 5th level condensing period. He won't lose to him. Just by using spiritual power, he can crush him to death. Chapter 26. Make your move. I will let you know the power of the Divine Might Group. Xing Lifeng clenched his fists, his expression as cold as an iceberg. Brother Feng will definitely win. That goes without saying. That's for sure. I only hope that Senior Brother Feng can teach this kid a lesson. The disciples of the Divine Might Group gritted their teeth. If it weren't for the sect rules, they would have already pounced on him. You're the strongest among them. Lin Xian smiled. It doesn't matter if I'm the strongest or not, but it's enough to deal with you. Xing Lifeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He couldn't wait to pierce a hole in Lin Xian's body. Of course Senior Brother Xing is the strongest. Kid, are you afraid? It's too late to beg for mercy now. The disciples of the Divine Might Group roared. The strongest is enough. It's too boring to fight with them. How about this? If you lose, each of them will give me 30 contribution points. How about that? Lin Xian wanted to play big. Xing Lifeng's figure was as steady as a mountain. He said in a deep voice, what if you lose? It's up to your Divine Might Group. All right. Xing Lifeng took a big step forward and punched out with his right fist. Like a wild beast, he charged towards Lin Xian. The violent energy stirred up the air in front of him, forming a gust of wind. On the fist, there was a ball of light flashing. Faint beastly roars could be heard, causing the air to buzz. Fierce, violent. The disciples of the Divine Might Group couldn't help but shout, good fish technique. Senior Brother Xing, beat him. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Xing Lifeng was stronger than Liang Hong, so he had no choice but to go all out. He held the sword in his right hand and stabbed out. His body's strength and spiritual energy merged perfectly. At this moment, he focused all his strength on the tip of the sword. In the next moment, the black long sword and the fiery fist collided. Bang! Sparks flew and a roar sounded. Lin Xian took 3 steps back to disperse the violent energy. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, filled with battle intent. What the hell? How could he block Senior Brother Xing's fist? Senior Brother Xing is the Herculean king. How could this brat be fine? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many of the Divine Might Group's disciples cried out. Herculean king. You are indeed very strong. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. These words of praise fell into Xing Lifeng's ears like needles pricking him. He was an entire realm higher than Lin Xian. Furthermore, the power that he was most proud of did not injure Lin Xian. This result was hard for him to accept. He originally thought that Lin Xian was only fast, but he did not expect his strength to be so terrifying as well. Humph. Xing Lifeng's face was cold as he clenched his fists. His body shone brightly as his muscles bulged like a humanoid beast. He stomped his feet and rushed over again, his fists pressing down like a mountain. The power of this punch was even more ferocious than before. Lin Xian used the basic movement technique, and his body shot out like an arrow. The black iron longsword stabbed out again like a black lightning bolt. Bang! 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 Xing Lifeng seemed to have sunk into madness as he threw out punch after punch. Every punch was as heavy as a mountain, causing the air to buzz and tremble. Lin Xian's black hair danced in the wind as the green light on his body pulsed like a burning flame. The 13 thunder swords turned into lightning in Lin Xian's hands. Every sword condensed all the strength in his body and collided with the mountain-like fists, emitting a beautiful light. What kind of person is this Lin Xian to be able to fight with Xing Lifeng for such a long time? Yeah, not only is his sword technique super fast, but his strength is also abnormally strong. He's only at the 4th level of the Ningmai stage, right? No wonder he dares to challenge the Divine Might group, he really has the ability. The surrounding disciples sighed. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a new star in the outer sect. Humph. What are you so proud of? Xing Shixiang will not lose. Yeah, the difference between the 4th and 5th level of the Ningmai stage cannot be made up. He can be exhausted to death. The disciples of the Divine Might group were still unwilling to give up. Within the formation flags, the two figures swayed as light danced around them. Bang! After another collision, the two finally separated and floated backwards. Humph, kid, you're the first person to be able to fight with me for such a long time. However, the game ends here. Xing Lifeng's white robe was torn, but the aura on his body did not diminish. Lin Xian's tattered robe was now even more tattered. He used his hands to tear apart the clothes on his upper body, revealing his sturdy chest. What moves do you have? Use them all. Your contribution points are mine. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his aura incomparably fierce. 100 Beasts Fist. Xing Lifeng's feet stomped a deep hole in the ground. His body was as fast as lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he attacked Lin Xian. It's actually the 100 Beasts Fist, this Lin Xian is in danger. Who can block a high-grade yellow-ranked martial art? The Divine Might group is mighty. Feeling the ferocity of this fist, Lin Xian also frowned. The first stage of the Thunderclap sword art had another move, and that was unity. 13 swords combined into one sword, the power was unimaginable. He pushed the spiritual power in his body to the highest level, and his spirit reached the peak. The black iron sword in his hand turned into a black torrent, rushing out. Boom! Rays of light shot out in all directions, and the sound shook the sky. The two figures separated upon contact, crossing each other. Whoosh! Lin Xian stopped and pointed his sword diagonally, like a king of swords. Xing Lifeng also stopped, standing tall like a mountain. Paw! A crisp sound rang out, like the most exquisite porcelain breaking. The black iron sword in Lin Xian's hand turned into countless pieces, falling to the ground. I knew that senior brother Xing would win. That's right, senior brother Xing is mighty. Lin Xian, prepare to die. All the disciples of the Divine Might group were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They had no choice, they had been suppressed for too long and needed to release their emotions. However, just as they were celebrating, Xing Lifeng's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling backwards. The disciples of the Divine Might group still had their smiles on their faces, but their eyes were wide open, and their faces were flushed red. It was as if their necks were being strangled, and they couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, the crowd exclaimed. Then, 7 to 8 disciples of the Divine Might group rushed forward and quickly helped Xing Lifeng up. Senior brother Xing, are you alright? He's fine, just a little injured. You don't have to make a fuss. Lin Xian looked at the black iron sword with pity, and said, everyone has 30 contribution points, quickly hand them over. The disciples of the Divine Might group were flushed red, and they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. For so many years, no one dared to find trouble with the Divine Might group, but now, they had fallen into the hands of a small disciple. All the disciples of the Divine Might group glared at Lin Xian before reluctantly handing over 30 contribution points. Lin Xian received the contribution points, picked up the black iron sword fragments, and walked back to his house. Chapter 27. Lin Xian won nearly 300 contribution points and returned to his hut with satisfaction. There was still a month until the inner sect exam, so he had to plan carefully. His current strength was at the peak of the 4th level of the Meridian's condensing period, and he would soon reach the 5th level. With the 300 contribution points, he could choose 2 martial arts. Lin Xian only had the thunderclap sword technique, and the movement technique was only a basic martial art. He didn't know any other martial arts. But with these 300 contribution points, these problems could be solved. Contribution points are really good things, no wonder those guys would risk their lives for contribution points. In the outer sect, having contribution points meant that one had abundant resources. With resources, one could cultivate faster than others. I wonder what kind of life an inner sect disciple would have. Lin Xian couldn't help but yearn. He had heard Tang Yu say that the inner sect had a martial arts pavilion, and any martial arts below the profound level could be found there. Moreover, it didn't require contribution points. Thinking of this, Lin Xian wanted to immediately become an inner sect disciple. That way, he wouldn't have to do missions every day and desperately earn contribution points. I don't care anymore. I'll sleep first. Lin Xian took a shower and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Lin Xian ate breakfast and rushed to the mission hall. Brother Lin, good morning. Lin Xian had just entered the door when he heard Chen Dajing's voice. He walked over with a smile on his face and tossed him a spirit ticket. Thank you Brother Chen for that day, I'll remember this favor. Lin Xian said seriously. No need to be so polite, it's mainly because you have the ability to win Elder Fong's attention. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to invite Elder Fong? Chen Dajing said with a silly smile. Let's not talk nonsense, I want to choose a few martial arts. What does Brother Chen recommend? Lin Xian went straight to the point. What kind of martial arts? Sword techniques or movement techniques? Palm techniques or leg techniques? Chen Dajing asked. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. He did not need the sword art anymore. He had only learned the first level of the thunderclap sword art. He would probably be practicing the thunderclap sword art for a long time in the future. He needed a footwork manual. After all, he was still using the basic footwork. As for the rest, he wanted to choose a martial art that could strengthen his physique. After all, the stronger he was, the more powerful the thunder sword art would be. In fact, he had originally wanted to ask Wine Lord to contribute some basic martial arts, but Wine Lord had directly told him that he had plenty of martial arts, but none of them were suitable for him. There was no other way, Lin Xian's current cultivation was too low. In desperation, he could only come to the Hall of Missions to exchange for martial arts. Find me something related to footwork and body forging, Lin Xian said. Chen Dajing handed over 2 books. They're all on there. Take a good look. Lin Xian quickly read through the books. Soon, he picked out 2 martial arts. One was a mid-grade yellow-ranked footwork, flickering shadow steps. Once mastered, one would be able to follow the body like a shadow, chasing the wind and chasing the sun. The other was the golden jade body tempering technique. It was a mid-grade yellow-ranked martial art that could strengthen one's chi and blood and increase one's strength. Once mastered, one's body would be difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. After choosing the martial arts, Lin Xian accepted a few more missions and left the Hall of Missions. He planned to practice these martial arts first, then make a trip to Leong City to buy a better weapon. If a swordsman did not have a suitable weapon, then it would be a joke. Lin Xian did not return to his room. Instead, he went to the martial arts room. The martial arts room was specially opened by the Black Heaven sect for the disciples to ensure that they would not be disturbed while practicing. Moreover, there were also bamboo forest guards inside. The martial arts room was divided into 3 levels. The main difference was the bamboo forest guards. The first level was the normal bamboo forest guards. The second level was the red spot bamboo forest guards. The third level was the golden thread bamboo forest guards. The first level martial arts room cost 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. The second level martial arts room cost 20 low-grade spirit stones per day. The third level martial arts room cost 30 low-grade spirit stones per day. Lin Xian had already experienced the red spot bamboo forest guards during the outer sect entrance examination. Their strength was around the 3rd to 4th stage of the meridian condensation period. The golden thread bamboo forest guard strength was between the 5th and 6th stage of the meridian condensation period. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian chose the golden thread bamboo forest guards. The red spot bamboo forest guards were no longer a challenge to him. After paying the spirit stones and receiving the room key, Lin Xian was about to leave. At this time, a male and female disciple walked over. Lin Xian did not pay them any attention. He asked for the location of the room and left. Lin Xian had just taken a few steps when he heard a scream from behind him. "What did you say?" "The 3rd level martial arts room is gone." The disciple in charge of recording said, "Yes, the last 3rd level martial arts room was just booked. You should choose another one." "Who booked it?" The young girl asked. "Hurry up and tell me, I'm from Tsingyi Association." When the disciple heard the words Tsingyi Association, he shrunk his neck and pointed at Lin Xian's back. When the young girl saw that Lin Xian's cultivation was at the 4th stage of the meridian condensation period and that he was not from the 3 major factions, she immediately raised her chin and chased after him. "You, stop," she said arrogantly. Lin Xian turned a deaf ear to her and continued to walk at a leisurely pace. This angered the young girl. Normally, the male disciples fawned over her like servants. Now that she met Lin Xian who ignored her, she was so angry that her small hands trembled. "Humph, you dare not listen to this young lady's words." The young girl's charming face was cold. She waved her hand and attacked Lin Xian's back. Ling power fluctuated in the air, making a whistling sound. Lin Xian originally did not want to pay attention to this kind of woman, but he did not expect that she would attack him. Moreover, it was a vital point. He pursed his lips and used his fingers like a sword to counterattack. Chi! The sword energy on his fingertips swallowed and spat out light. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the Ling power outside the young girl's hand and touched her white palm. Ouch! The young girl cried out in pain and retreated while holding her small hand. There was a red dot on her palm caused by Lin Xian's sword energy. However, she did not know that Lin Xian had already shown mercy. You dare to hurt me. Do you know who I am?" The young girl covered her hand, her voice as cold as snow. Seeing that Lin Xian still did not turn around, the young girl angrily said to the male disciple beside her, "Are you a stone? Can't you see that he is bullying me?" The youth thought that with the young girl's cultivation at the 5th stage of the meridian condensation period, it would be easy for her to deal with a 4th stage disciple. He did not expect that the situation would exceed his expectations. In his view, Lin Xian's actions were definitely seeking death. "I'll give you one chance. Hurry up and apologize, or you are dead," the youth said harshly. Lin Xian did not respond. "Motherfucker, you will regret this." The youth's body suddenly leapt forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His momentum was frightening. Lin Xian had already warned the young girl, but he did not expect that she would not repent. He was slightly angry and the sword energy in his hand rose again. Scram! As he shouted this word, what followed was an incomparably sharp sword energy. The blue energy was vast and mighty as it instantly hit the youth's chest. Pooh! The youth flew backwards in midair. Chapter 28. This youth was none other than Tian Jia, who had been scared away by Lin Xian in Liang City. Tian Jia lay on the ground, looking at Lin Xian in a sorry state. He didn't know why, but the shadow of a black-robed man suddenly appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, his body suddenly trembled. Lin Xian coldly glanced at him, then turned and left. He only heard the young girl behind him berate, "Tian Jia, you trash. You messed up the task my brother gave you, and now you even let the people who bullied me escape. You useless trash." Lin Xian didn't pay any more attention to these two people, but stopped in front of a room with the number 95 written on it. Unlocking the door, Lin Xian pushed open the heavy iron door and walked in. The inside was very simple. Besides a stone bed and a stone table, there was also a golden thread bamboo forest guard standing to the side. There was nothing else, but the space was very large, enough for Lin Xian to use his hands and feet. Lin Xian walked in front of the golden thread bamboo forest guard, took out a low-grade spirit stone, and inserted it. Suddenly, the golden thread bamboo forest guard's eyes flashed red, and its body gradually woke up. This golden thread bamboo forest guard strength was between the 5th and 6th level of the meridian condensation period. If one spirit stone was inserted, it would have the strength of a 5th level meridian condensation period cultivator. If 2 spirit stones were inserted, it would have the strength of a 6th level meridian condensation period cultivator. Each spirit stone could only last for 2 hours. Lin Xian had just started practicing the flickering shadow step, so he first looked for the strength of a 5th level meridian condensation period cultivator. After a few breaths of time, the bamboo forest guard completely woke up. It raised the bamboo sword in its hand and stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he used the flickering shadow step to dodge the bamboo forest guard's attack. The flickering shadow step had 2 characteristics. One was that it was fast, and the other was that it was like a shadow, always able to stick to the enemy. Lin Xian circled around the bamboo forest guard, constantly dodging. Every time he gently moved his body, just enough to avoid the bamboo sword, but he didn't waste any energy. This was a close-range movement technique. It required a martial artist to be able to accurately control their strength. Otherwise, if they were so close to the enemy, they would be doomed forever. Lin Xian used the bamboo forest guard to practice the flickering shadow step, and in between practicing the golden jade body tempering technique, he practiced secrets. Like this, 3 days' time. The heavy metal door slowly opened and a slender figure walked out. This young man was none other than Lin Xian. After 3 days, he had already cultivated shadow step and golden jade body tempering technique to the basic level. Next, he would need actual combat to improve. The realms of martial arts were divided into 4 stages: foundation, small success, large success, and perfection. The effects of each stage were completely different. For example, for the same martial arts, the small success stage could completely destroy the foundation stage, and the large success stage could completely destroy the small success stage. TS, I'm still far from small success, and golden jade body tempering technique. I need to buy some herbs to practice. Most importantly, I'm still missing a sword. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead, and prepared to make another trip to Liang City. Outer sect's residential area, Lin Xian's. A delicate figure sat alone, her slender legs showing perfect curves, and her pair of clear black and white eyes glanced at the door from time to time. When she saw Lin Xian's, the girl snorted. Why are you here? Lin Xian had just entered the house when he saw Tang Yu sitting there in a daze with her little hand supporting her chin. Hee, did you miss me? Lin Xian smirked. I missed you. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him, and said angrily, come with me somewhere. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at those slender legs. Suddenly, he froze. You've broken through. Is it strange? Tang Yu curled her lips. Are you going or not? Where are we going? Liang. You bumpkin, don't tell me you haven't been there before. Tang Yu said. Lin Xian, we can go, but we need to discuss something first. Lin Xian's smile was as warm as the sunlight outside the window. This was the first time Tang Yu saw Lin Xian smile so warmly, and she couldn't help but blush. What do you want? Lin Xian didn't seem to notice Tang Yu's feminine posture. He moved his face closer and said softly, lend me some spirit stones. You. Go to hell. Tang Yu thought Lin Xian would say something touching, but she didn't expect him to ask her to borrow money. She immediately pouted and threw a punch at him. Lin Xian dodged it with a grin, clapped his hands and said, let's go, Miss Tang. Liang City was still bustling with people, but this time, Lin Xian didn't wear a black robe, but stepped into this bustling city with the identity of a Black Heaven sect disciple. Originally, Lin Xian was still thinking about whether to use the purple gold card given by the Heavenly Fragrance Market, but he didn't expect Tang Yu to have no intention of going to the Heavenly Fragrance Market. She directly pulled Lin Xian towards the Myriad Treasure Tower. After paying the entrance fee, the two walked in side by side. The inside was richly ornamented, and it was luxurious. Lin Xian looked around curiously. I'll lend you 1,000 spirit stones, remember to pay me back. Tang Yu gave Lin Xian 10 spirit tickets, and then ran towards the counter happily. Lin Xian took the spirit tickets, put them in his pocket, and walked towards the weapons area. All kinds of weapons were displayed on the wooden shelves, and there were many that Lin Xian had never seen before. He picked up a steel longsword and flicked it lightly. Instantly, the sword made a crisp sound. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. As expected of the Myriad Treasure Tower, any random sword was a high-grade good sword. He was born in the Sword Pool Manor and grew up with a long sword in his arms, so he was very familiar with long swords. TCH, you're indeed too young. An ordinary treasured sword and you're so happy. Wine Lord's voice reverberated in Lin Xian's heart. Ordinary. Why don't you give me one? Lin Xian said discontentedly. Young people have to earn their own living. Don't keep thinking about meat pies falling from the sky. Wine Lord said in all seriousness. If you want good stuff, I can recommend a place for you. You? Lin Xian didn't believe it. Could it be that you know of some ancient treasure cave? Remember the fiend pit that Brat talked about last time? Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian was stunned, then immediately cursed, what a scam. Fiend pit, I won't go even if you beat me to death. Young people don't have any sense of adventure. Don't worry, with me here, you won't have any problems. Wine Lord said solemnly. Lin Xian was a little tempted. The fiend pit had always been mysterious, and there were stones from the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Maybe he really could find something good there. Wine Lord continued to tempt him. We'll only be in the periphery, and we won't go deep. I've calculated in the past 2 days, your opportunity is there. Opportunity? You want me to find a stone for you? Lin Xian bluntly exposed Wine Lord's idea. Hee hee. Wine Lord laughed dryly. If you can really cut out a treasured sword from the stone, you'll definitely make a fortune. In fact, it was impossible to say that Lin Xian didn't have any ideas. If a broken stone could hide a spirit root, who knew what other stones could contain? Chapter 29. How can I go to such a dangerous place without a weapon? Lin Xian thought for a long time and decided to buy a steel sword. In addition, he also bought some body-tempering ointment. After shopping, Lin Xian went to look for Tang Yu, only to find her in a confrontation with a young girl. What's going on? Lin Xian walked to Tang Yu's side. Oh, you even brought a gigolo. The girl said impolitely. Tang Xiaoling, watch your words. Tang Yu said angrily. What, I can't say. The girl called Tang Xiaoling sneered. It seems you're not young anymore. I should arrange a marriage for you so you don't go looking for men everywhere. I think the second young master of the Ding family is not bad. I'll introduce him to you another day. You. Tang Yu bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She couldn't wait to pounce on her. Fortunately, Lin Xian stopped her. There were many people on the other side, and he was afraid Tang Yu would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he had more or less guessed the girl's identity. She was probably a member of the Tang clan. He was very familiar with this kind of internal strife. Back when he was in the Sword Pool Palace, he had to face this kind of life every day. Since you admire the second young master of the Ding family so much, why don't you marry him yourself? Lin Xian pulled Tang Yu and said with a smile. What did you say? Tang Xiaoling's expression changed. You're just a small outer sect disciple of the mysterious Sky sect. You have no right to speak here. When Tang Xiaoling opened her mouth, the youths behind her also sneered. A fourth-rank Meridian condensing stage disciple dared to speak arrogantly here. Do you believe I can crush you to death with one hand? You dare to bully Xiaoling? Quickly apologize or I'll make you crawl out. Needless to say, these youths must be Tang Xiaoling's followers. Their eyes burned with anger and they couldn't wait to duel with Lin Xian. You want to fight? With just you? Lin Xian said indifferently. His appearance was very casual and he didn't put the people on the other side in his eyes. Humph. Tang Yu, your eyesight is really bad. You actually found this kind of idiot. A fourth-rank Meridian condensing stage little spiritual knight dares to challenge our Zixia sect. Tang Xiaoling said coldly. If you have the ability, then do it. He can take on 10 people by himself. Like the small fries behind you, he can deal with them with one hand. Tang Yu waved her little fist and said. Lin Xian felt extremely comfortable after being praised by Tang Yu. He observed the group of people in front of him one by one. They were all wearing purple robes with an auspicious cloud embroidered on their sleeves. This was the symbol of Zixia sect. The Zixia sect was the same as the Black Heaven sect. It was one of the 3 major sects of the Cloud Prefecture and could be considered an overlord. However, why would a disciple of the Zixia sect come to the vicinity of the Black Heaven sect? Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the Zixia sect's disciples glared at him one after another. Their eyes were filled with provocation. Lin Xian didn't care. The other side's strength wasn't bad, around the 5th level of the Meridian period. But as Tang Yu had said, these people weren't a threat at all. I just bought a weapon, who wants to go? Lin Xian rested his sword on his shoulder, looking unrestrained. Humph, idiot. Tang Xiaoling sneered. She didn't believe that a 4th-level Meridian period little spiritual knight could beat the people beside her. Since you want to die, I'll help you. A youth in purple robes walked out from behind Tang Xiaoling. His appearance was quite handsome. Sorry, the 10,000 Treasures Tower doesn't allow fighting. Just as the youth in purple robes was about to attack, a deacon quickly stopped the fight. The youth in purple robes was irritated, but he didn't dare to attack the people of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. He could only coldly say, "If you're a man, then come out." Lin Xian shrugged and walked out with Tang Yu. The Zixia sect's disciples all had sneers on their faces. To them, defeating a 4th-level Meridian Period disciple was a matter of minutes. You want to use a sword? Let me show you what sword art is. The youth in purple robes laughed disdainfully. Flying feather sword art. The youth in purple robes swung his sword, forming a purple halo in the air. Strands of purple sword chi turned into feathers and flew towards Lin Xian. Good sword art. The Zixia sect's disciples behind him shouted. In fact, these people seemed arrogant, but they weren't stupid at all. The one they sent out to fight was the one with the most powerful sword art among them. On the surface, they were arrogant, but when they attacked, they sent out their strongest battle force. This was indeed a group of treacherous youths. Lin Xian still had a smile on his face. When the sword chi arrived in front of him, he made his move. Using the flash shadow step, Lin Xian took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the youth in purple robes. The fine steel sword in his hand pierced out like lightning, hitting the youth's weak point. Clang! Everyone only saw a flash of white light. Then, the youth in purple robes' long sword flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. The youth in purple robes had a frightened expression as he looked at Lin Xian with a flustered expression. One move, just one move, and he was defeated. Impossible. Tang Xiaoling's beautiful eyes were wide open as she cried out involuntarily. The group of youths behind her were even worse. Their faces couldn't be any worse. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Who else wants to fight? Lin Xian put away his long sword and asked indifferently. His slender figure, white robes fluttering in the wind, and his black hair like a waterfall, were overflowing with a vigorous aura. No one dared to answer. Many young girls in the surroundings looked at Lin Xian. This kind of youth was the object of their worship. Even Tang Yu was so excited that her small face flushed red. She waved her small fists and cheered him on. Tang Xiaoling's face darkened. She cursed in a low voice, but her eyes were still unwilling to admit defeat. Senior Marshal Brother Ding is nearby. You can be proud after you defeat him. After saying that, she left with a dark face. Feeling better? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Tang Yu as he asked. Yes, very comfortable. Tang Yu smiled like a little fox. Let's go, I'll send you back, Lin Xian said. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Adventure, do you want to go? No time. Lin Xian refused. He still had to go to the Devil's Pit. Humph, coward, no fun. You go back, I'll go to the Devil's Pit myself. Tang Yu snorted. What? You're going to the Devil's Pit? This time it was Lin Xian's turn to be shocked. It's such a dangerous place, why are you going? Tang Yu tilted her head and looked at him. You don't know. Some strange stones have appeared outside the Devil's Pit. It said that they were scraped out from the depths of Taihang Mountains. Many disciples in the sect have gone, and even the inner sect disciples have been alerted. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. Since they already knew, what was there for him to play? Little Xian, you have to hurry, or you won't even be able to drink the soup. Wine Lord urged in his heart. It's so dangerous, I'll go take a look. You should go back, Lin Xian persuaded. It was too inconvenient to bring her along. Don't worry, the people in the combat group will be there, and my brother will be there too. I'm very safe. Tang Yu patted her small chest and said. Your brother. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Tang Yu's brother was an inner sect master. If even someone of this level was alerted, could it be that something incredible was about to appear? Chapter 30. It's hard to say. I've been asleep for too long, but I'm sure it's something good. Wine Lord avoided the main point. We can only take one step at a time. Lin Xian made a decision and went to the mysterious Devil Abyss with Tang Yu. The Devil Abyss was located in the Taihang Mountains. It was a bottomless black hole with a radius of more than 10 miles. However, there were some precious medicinal herbs growing around it. Once, someone wanted to pick them, but they fell into the hole and never came out again. Later, people found that whether it was animals or people, once they got close, they would be sucked into the hole. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. On the contrary, some plants grew especially well. Over time, no one dared to go there anymore, and it became a forbidden area. Normally, no one would take the risk to go there. But this time, someone found some brown stones near the Devil Abyss and cut out some heaven-defying medicinal herbs from them. This news immediately alarmed many martial artists. Now, many martial artists had already gone to the Devil Abyss. Even the disciples of Zishia's sect had arrived. It was obvious how valuable those mysterious stones were. After leaving Liang City, the two of them went straight to the southwest of the Taihang Mountains. That was the direction where the Devil Abyss was located. After entering the dense forest, Lin Xian and Tang Yu gradually slowed down. Although the Devil Abyss was not in the depths of the Taihang Mountains, it was not far from it. Powerful vicious beasts often appeared around it. In addition, there were crooks mixed in with the honest folk, so they had no choice but to be careful. There were many rotten branches and leaves on the ground. Stepping on them would cause people's feet to sink. Fortunately, the two of them had excellent body techniques and the soft ground did not affect them. The deeper they went, the more luxuriant the trees became. The huge trunks required several people to hug. The lush leaves of the 1,000-year-old ancient trees covered the sky. The surrounding vines intertwined, forming a tangled terrain. In the distance, tigers roared and apes cried. Birds and beasts flew away. This was the paradise of wild beasts. Roar! A leopard with green spots jumped down from a tree. Its claws were like knives and its snow-white teeth flashed with a cold light. Lin Xian leaned to the side and slashed with his sword. Without using any spiritual power, he cut the leopard in half with pure muscle strength. This was the effect of the golden jade body tempering technique. It was divided into 5 levels. The first level could improve the body's strength. Lin Xian's current strength had increased by 3 levels compared to before, reaching nearly 5,000 pounds. There was another reason why he didn't use his spiritual power. Spiritual power was too dazzling. Once he used it, it would be the same as telling others that he was here. The Great Forest was not like a sect. No one would care about those rules. If there was a disagreement, it was normal for blood to be spilled. Lin Xian didn't want to expose himself too early. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled slightly. Lin Xian and Tang Yu looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them leaped up and landed on a tree trunk, concealing their auras. The ground trembled more and more violently. Not long after, a giant elephant with a jade-like body slowly walked over. Its legs were wider than ordinary stone pillars, and every step it took created a deep pit in the ground. The white jade giant elephant roared towards the sky. The sound was so loud that the surrounding leaves rustled and fell. Lin Xian and Tang Yu had to use their spiritual power to seal off their hearing to avoid being deafened. Roar! A white-spotted black tiger the size of a bull leaped out from the bushes and roared at the white jade giant elephant, warning it not to come closer. Bang! The long elephant trunk swung out like a heavenly hammer, smashing the white-spotted black tiger's body into pieces. Then, the elephant rolled its trunk and sucked all the flesh and organs into its mouth. Bang! Bang! The white jade giant elephant roared again, and then slowly dragged its body away. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. A beast of this level was not something they could fight against. The two of them continued to move forward. This time, they were more cautious than before, but the situation seemed to be getting worse. Some of the beasts that they normally couldn't see seemed to have all come out. There were also many demon beasts roaming around, making the already terrifying devil pit even more dangerous. That's not right. Why are there so many beasts here? They're almost as deep as the Taihang Mountains. Lin Xian frowned. Something must have happened. Could it be related to those stones? Tang Yu said nervously. There are some things we don't know yet. Lin Xian nodded. It's too dangerous inside. Do you still want to go in? I want to see my brother. I'm worried about him. Tang Yu said hesitantly. How many of the inner sect disciples are here? Lin Xian asked. I'm not sure, but I guess there are some from each of the three factions. Tang Yu thought for a moment and said, many of the inner sect disciples are doing missions in the outer sect, and some are fighting the demon beasts at the front line. There aren't many left in the inner sect. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. He thought that only the outer sect disciples would come, but now even the inner sect disciples were here. I'll stay with you until you see your brother. Lin Xian patted Tang Yu's shoulder and said with a smile. The two didn't stop. They were already very far from the Black Heaven sect, and the sky was getting dark. If they couldn't find a place to rest before nightfall, they would be in danger. Finally, in the evening, Lin Xian found a cave. There was a small lake beside the cave, which was suitable for resting. Lin Xian and Tang Yu tidied up and decided to stay for the time being. They would continue their journey the next day. After all, this was a primeval forest, and the night was still very dangerous. In the evening, the flames danced in the forest. Lin Xian hunted a wild boar, then skinned it clean by the lake and placed it on the fire rack. Tang Yu was like a greedy little kitten, drooling non-stop at the side. Lin Xian watched from the side with a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, he frowned and looked ahead. At that moment, a cry of surprise came, "Big brother, there's a fire here." "Ha, great, finally we don't have to travel at night." A rough voice came. Lin Xian sat up straight and immediately held his long sword in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Tang Yu also looked around vigilantly. "We are the blood-red mercenary group, sorry to disturb you." A loud laugh came, and then, 5 figures appeared in front of Lin Xian. They were a group of tall and sturdy young men, about 20 to 30 years old. Each of them had a bag on their back and a sword on their body. They looked tired. "I'm Du Ping from the blood-red mercenary group. These are my brothers. They got lost in the mountains and want to stay here for the night. I hope you can make an exception." Lin Xian glanced at them. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were sharp. It was obvious that they lived on the edge of a knife. What surprised Lin Xian even more was that this young man called Du Ping was actually a rank 6 condensing meridians. The others were around rank 5. If these people want to fight, they don't need to do so. It seems like they just want to stay for the night. Lin Xian thought. We are the sons and daughters of the Jianghu. When we go out, we should take care of each other. Lin Xian smiled and made an inviting gesture. Chapter 31. Du Ping and the others quickly unloaded their belongings and sat around the campfire with their backpacks. The blood-red mercenary group took out some food and wine from their backpacks and placed them on the ground. Du Ping picked up 2 pieces of leopard meat and a jug of wine and handed them over. Little brother, this is the food we prepared. Have a taste. Du Ping was very forthright. Lin Xian smiled as he took the food and asked if the wine lord was poisonous. Wine lord snorted and said, Little Xian is quite cautious. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. But that wine is much worse than mine. Lin Xian was relieved when he heard that it was not poisonous. He had to be careful when he was outside. He gave Tang Yu a piece of leopard meat and nodded lightly. Tang Yu took it and opened her cherry lips to take a small bite. She ate very quietly, not at all like the lively and active young miss she usually was. Lin Xian also tore off a piece of meat and began to chew on it with the strong liquor. Good wine. Lin Xian said vaguely. Ha! Little brother, you're really straightforward. Du Ping and the others laughed when they saw this. They were originally forthright men, and seeing that Lin Xian was also like this, they naturally had a good impression of him. Looking at your clothes, you too should be disciples of the Black Heaven sect. Why are you here in the forest? Du Ping asked. Is it because of the recent news? Lin Xian nodded. I heard that there are strange stones in the demon abyss, so I want to take a look. He was not lying. Almost everyone knew about this news, so there was no need to lie. What about Brother Du? Are you guys going to the demon abyss too? To be honest, little brother, us brothers also want to join in the fun and see if there are any opportunities. Du Ping scratched the back of his head and laughed. But this trip to the demon abyss should be very lively. Even if we don't get any treasures, meeting some young experts will be worth it. The one who spoke was a young man with short hair. Oh, who are the young experts? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. We do know more about the matters of the Jianghu than disciples of sects like you. Du Ping said, Second brother, tell this little brother about it. The young man with short hair was the second brother of the blood-red mercenary group, Qin Xiu. The people going to the demon abyss this time are probably some young people. Qin Xiu took a sip of wine and continued, according to the news we received, there are more factions going there, but only a few famous ones. First of all, your profound sky sect's disciple, Tang Yi of the battle group, has already reached the peak of the 8th level of the meridian condensation realm. His pair of profound jade palms look down on everything, and he also has that pervasive hidden weapon. He is definitely one of the top fighters. When Tang Yu heard this, her eyes narrowed into crescents. She snorted proudly like a proud little fox. Seeing Tang Yu's expression, Lin Xian knew that Tang Yi must be her brother. He smiled and tore a piece of wild boar meat for her. Then there's Yi Shi from the Tsing Yi group. Not only is she beautiful, but her cultivation is also at the 8th level of the meridian condensing realm. The jade flute in her hand is even more powerful than a treasure. As for the Shenwei group, their main force seems to be on a mission outside. I wonder who they will send this time. On a mission? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Bin's brother, Zhang Qian, was on a mission outside. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to seize the time to improve his cultivation. Zhang Qian might come back one day. He didn't want to be caught off guard. Qin Xiu continued, in addition to the Black Sky sect, Zixia sect also sent experts. One of them is called Ding Hao. He is known as Yunzhou's swift blade. His blade technique is faster than lightning. The other one is Lu Qing. He's a martial arts fanatic who specializes in finding experts to duel. His strength is also unfathomable. The rest are small groups. For example, there are many mercenary groups like ours. Moreover, some of the clans in Liang City will probably send people as well. Lin Xian sighed. He didn't expect so many young experts to come. This made it more difficult for him to steal the brown stone. As if sensing Lin Xian's thoughts, Wine Lord's voice sounded, "Little Xian Zi, if you find another spirit root, I'll teach you a divine ability. I won't go back on my word." Divine ability. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. This can only be cultivated when one reaches an extremely high realm. Are you sure it's a divine ability? Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. Didn't you say those things were too high level for me to learn? What kind of expression is that? You dare to doubt me? Back in the day, I was a supreme existence that could affect the entire continent's weather with a sneeze. You dare to doubt me? Wine Lord was unhappy. You can learn this divine ability once you reach the 6th level of the meridian condensation stage. I won't lie to you. Don't worry. I'll get you a stone even if I have to risk my life. Lin Xian was indeed tempted by Wine Lord. That was a divine ability. Even if one had the strength, not everyone could cultivate it. Wealth came from danger. He didn't have much time left. The clan assembly would be held in 2 years. He had to defeat the disciples of his clan. He knew that the disciples of Sword Pool Mansion were even more monstrous than the disciples of Black Sky Sect. Only by quickly increasing his cultivation could he return to his clan. They chatted for a long time until midnight. Everyone sat down to meditate and rest. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. Lin Xian didn't go to sleep. Instead, he silently cultivated the art of longevity. After hearing so many young experts today, he felt a huge pressure. Blue qi quickly circulated in his body. A faint blue light appeared on the surface of his body. Within the 4 spirit veins, spirit power surged like a river, carrying a surging energy that flowed through his body. Gradually, he seemed to have merged with the surrounding environment. He could clearly feel everything around him. The flowers, the trees, and the birds and beasts in the distance. This feeling was very strange. It wasn't something that a meridian condensation stage martial artist could feel. The only explanation was the effect of the art of longevity. Since it dared to use the word longevity, it should be extraordinary. One had to know that the most fundamental goal of a martial artist's cultivation was to live forever. However, this goal was too elusive. Many people couldn't achieve it in their lifetime. However, with the increase of cultivation, a martial artist's lifespan would also increase. Under this fatal temptation, martial arts became the norm in the Lingwu continent. Once a martial artist entered the Spirit Sea realm and became a spirit master, their lifespan would increase by 200 years. This was double the lifespan of an ordinary person. How could those martial artists not go crazy? Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the higher the status and the greater the power. High-level martial artists could easily control the lives of low-level martial artists. This law of the jungle also stimulated people to cultivate desperately. There's a fluctuation of spirit power in front. Lin Xian sensed the change in front of him and stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and looked around cautiously. Whoosh! Chapter 32. In the dark night, the surroundings were silent. Only the crackling of the bonfire beside Lin Xian could be heard. The black arrow flew silently in the air, like the call of the Grim Reaper. Clang! In the nick of time, Lin Xian swung his sword and knocked the black dagger away. This action immediately woke up the members of the blood-red mercenary group. Du Ping and the rest quickly picked up their weapons and looked around vigilantly. Tang Yu also had a cold expression on her face, but her clear eyes were shining. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" Du Ping asked. "I don't know, but that arrow was shot at you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Me?" Du Ping was stunned. In the next moment, when he saw the black arrow stuck in the tree trunk, his face turned black. The Viper mercenary group. Du Ping took a deep breath. "What? Those bastards actually chased us here." The other mercenaries shouted. Brother Lin, this time we got you into trouble." Du Ping said with guilt, "Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect you." "How strong are they?" Lin Xian was very concerned about this question. At this time, arguing was useless. Only by working together could they survive. "Their strength is about the same as ours. I wonder how many of them came," Du Ping said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another few short black arrows flew over from different directions. Lin Xian and the others quickly covered their bodies and gradually retreated together. "They have surrounded this place," Lin Xian said calmly. Behind them was a mountain wall, and in front of them was an unknown enemy. Just as they were talking, another round of arrows flew by. Fuck! Du Ping and the rest couldn't move because of the arrows, so they could only say, "Bastards of the Viper group, come out if you dare. Grandpa will definitely beat you." "Hee, you can say that to the King of Hell." A cold voice came from the darkness. Whoosh! Before the voice finished, Tang Yu waved her hand and 3 silver needles flew out, shining with cold light. They disappeared into the darkness, followed by a groan. "Everyone, be careful. There's a hidden weapon expert on the other side." The person on the other side reminded. Lin Xian was taken aback. He never knew that Tang Yu knew how to use hidden weapons. He looked at her in surprise. "Humph." Tang Yu raised her chin proudly, then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "Oh, it's actually a beauty." In the darkness, the cold voice sounded again. "I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty in this deep forest. It seems that the heavens are treating me well." So. Tang Yu's small face was cold as she shot out a few more silver needles. However, this time, the mysterious person dodged all of them. "Humph, cowardly scoundrel, come out if you have the guts," Tang Yu said angrily after missing his target. "Since the beauty has a request, this young master will come out." The voice was full of ridicule. During this time, Lin Xian and the others did not act rashly. They were still cautiously watching their surroundings to prevent being injured by hidden arrows. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people walked out of the darkness. These people were wearing silver armor with a ferocious snake painted on their chest. It was extremely frightening. One of them was a youth in his 20s with a saber hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was staring at Tang Yu with a pair of eyes full of evil. What a peerless beauty. In a moment, this young master will properly entertain you. The youth with the saber smiled evilly. Pay! Shameless. Tang Yu's face was disgusted. It really is, you bunch of scum. Du Ping saw the youth with the saber and immediately roared. I shouldn't have let you go at that time. What this young master does is none of your business. Isn't it just killing a few people and playing with a few women? What are you getting so worked up for? The youth said disdainfully. You dare to offend me? You're all dead today. The youth with the saber was very arrogant. He was right. Du Ping's side had a total of 7 people. Du Ping was at the 6th level of the meridian condensing period, the others were at the 5th level, and he even saw a 4th level meridian condensing period youth. On his side, there were 2 6th level meridian condensing period people, and more than 10 5th level meridian condensing period people. Killing them would be as easy as flipping a hand. A 4th level meridian condensing period brat dares to come deep into the mountains. What an idiot! The youth said disdainfully. Lin Xian was immediately unhappy. You dare to look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson later. I advise you to obediently stop. After this young master has enjoyed this little beauty, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go. Master. Du Ping was already anxious. They were all hot-blooded men. How could they be bullied? The 5 people of the blood-red mercenary group immediately rushed up. Tang Yu on the side also shot out another hidden weapon. This time, she did not sneak attack the youth with the saber, but attacked the ordinary mercenaries. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a muffled groan. Go! The youth with the saber waved his hand, and the mercenaries behind him immediately rushed up. There was a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air. Du Ping and a middle-aged man were fighting. Both of them were 6th level meridian condensing period cultivators, and their moves were swift and fierce. Use the hidden weapons to hurt them. Lin Xian quickly said as he dealt with a mercenary who rushed up with a sword. Okay. Tang Yu moved quickly. The silver needles in her hand were terrifying. Every time she attacked, it would definitely hurt. Originally, the blood-red mercenary group was under a lot of pressure, but with the help of Tang Yu's hidden weapons, they quickly stabilized the situation. In addition to Lin Xian's abnormal attacks, the 2 sides were tied. A little interesting. The youth with the saber laughed evilly and pulled out the long saber at his waist. Little beauty, this young master will play with you. The youth thought that Tang Yu was the biggest threat, so he planned to personally stop Tang Yu. Hua! The saber suddenly turned into a white light and rushed towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu quickly moved and barely avoided the attack. However, the youth was a 6th level meridian condensing period cultivator. The dazzling saber gave her a lot of pressure. Lin Xian did not immediately go forward. He was still fighting with the 5th level meridian condensing period cultivator. He was waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. The 2 6th level cultivators gave them too much pressure. They had to get rid of one of them first. Tang Yu used the clear breeze sword art to fight with the youth. The slender blue long sword was like a gust of wind. Every strike was like an antelope's horn, untraceable. Relying on the exquisite sword art, Tang Yu temporarily stabilized her footsteps. Hee, little beauty, your sword art is not bad. The youth had a lewd smile. He blocked Tang Yu's attacks and teased, I am the young leader of the Viper mercenary group. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee you will eat and drink well every day. Shameless. Tang Yu was very angry. She could not help but increase her spiritual energy. The long sword in her hand was like a bright waterfall, and the sound of it breaking through the air could be heard. Lin Xian, you bastard, why aren't you coming over to help? Tang Yu shouted angrily. Lin Xian. That 4th level meridian condensing period trash. The youth was stunned and turned to look at Lin Xian. Just a trash. This young master is much stronger than him. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.